ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫老孟，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是趁乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为爱小时代办，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个丢下，一个
Ooh, look.
过人性不变，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you?
前低头看，哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya! 其实就是你的那副小面具可以。くるくる回るドレスリズムに乗せて夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおうワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始め
大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Chat! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为救戴娜，亮你也逃不出我的手指间。一个丢一个
Ooh, look.
过人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? this. Just call it a day.
啊，对，可列位请低头看。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Caster Seb, and I'm joined by Nyarko. We are here, trios for bi-weekly number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be absolutely insane. Nyarko, how's it going? It's our first time casting together. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm super excited for it. What are your thoughts today coming in so far? How have you been liking it?
Oh, I've been loving it. Being here on broadcast, it's an honor to always connect with another caster and dive on into some trios action. You know, they've been putting me on the solo side of things for a while now, so it's going to be good to touch base back over here. We got a lot of action coming our way with a lot of the top teams competing today specifically, so this is going to be a great bi-weekly.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a really good bi-weekly as we're going to be ramping up towards the finals. I believe this is our final day. So these teams are going to have to put it all on the line. It's our last 6 games before we're jumping into that bi-weekly finals that are going to be taking place tomorrow, and the day after that we've got our solos tomorrow, and after we're going to be seeing our trio finals for bi-weekly 3. And it's so crazy. I feel like this season of NBPL, I know this is your first NBPL season, but this season has gone by so quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, also really quickly, do not forget to connect your Twitch account to your NARAKA account to be claiming some of these amazing drops that we've got for you guys. We've got Tay, Silk, and XP bonuses for our regular days, and the bi-weekly finals, you are going to be getting some cool drops. I already caught myself that nice unsheath from the bi-weekly 2. I've been rocking it all week, and we've got the champion bubble choice coming this week. Be sure to be watching so you guys can claim those drops.
Absolutely. And Seb, to get to your point there about how quickly things have been going by, you know, I started saying, hey, I knew it's a new season. Everybody's getting a feel of what's going on. And, you know, I got to say, that's kind of passed us by right now. We're really getting these very clear, definitive front runners, these people who are really fighting for the middle of the pack, and those people who just try to make it to the bi-weekly finals. And so with those things all kind of stacked here, do you have any expectations in particular going into today?
Well, we've been seeing a lot coming out of YZG. They've been our victors for bi-weeklies 1 and 2. They've been showing no signs of slowing down through this bi-weekly. So I'm expecting to see them pretty much taking over the game for coming into this bi-weekly final. I believe that they're already a sure thing for qualification. We're going to get to take a look at the standings in a second, just to be able to get a clearer sense of what's been going on. I have been following closer to the solos side, being more of a solos player myself. It has been a very tough race over there. I know that we've been seeing some teams that we usually love to see up on the top of the leaderboards. They've been struggling a little bit. So taking a look at our standings here, BBE and 521 down at the bottom of our standings, unfortunately for them, but they have only played 1 day, so they do have a chance to get themselves into the top 12, as well as DRG, WBG, TE, and ASE. These are these teams that are on the bubble right now. They need to play their hearts out to get themselves into the top 12, because if they are not in anywhere between 12th to first place by the end of today, they will not be competing in that bi-weekly finals. Taking a look at 12th place, we've got OUG with 50 points, SS1 with 52.8, WZ with 53.5, Wolves with 53.7, Alliance with 55.9, and JL with 62.5. Our sort of concrete line is going to be that 10th place marker, because WZ has already played 2 games. And taking a look, GG still with games today at 70.3 points in the top 6. And everybody else, YZG, FPX, SR, OA, and Bauda, not going to be playing today as they have already qualified. It's going to be interesting to see if GG is going to be able to take the reins and beat out that impressive score of 163 by YZG. Wow, what a score.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredibly difficult feat for GG, but this is a team to put a lot of weight behind today. They got a very, very solid position here, with a lot of these teams kind of lower down on the leaderboards, already in a position where they're going to have to scramble against one another. Right now, it's kind of the gravy train. GG has a good way to forge forward here and not fight for that middle of the division, but rather for that very top. Now, here we go. This is going to be our schedule for the day. All of our maps from games 1 to game 6. Going to start on Predoria.
Yes, we are always starting it off and finishing on Predoria. Morning, sunny, and midday for our first 3 games. Dusk, night, and midnight for our last 3 games. So this is going to mean that we're going to be seeing a bit of a slower game in the first 3, because we don't get to see the Fireflies coming out until games 4, 5, and 6. And if you guys don't know what the Fireflies are, you are able to pick up a consumable item around the map that spawns the Fireflies. And those will give you a boost into these games, giving you your ultimate ability faster, granting instant 40% rage. That is going to be a huge help for some of these teams. They're going to be playing with strategies to ramp off their ultimates right away. Taking a look at some of the teams jumping into this alliance, one of our teams competing today, Revenge and Yuma, NY7. These guys are kind of middle of the pack right now. They got a bit of ground to make up. I'm pretty sure that they're decently qualified right now. I don't know exactly, I can't remember exactly where they are in the standings, but they are looking very, very good so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They're only kind of coming out middle of the pack like you're talking about, but I wouldn't really worry too much. In a lot of cases, people are lessening that gas pedal just a little bit, not wanting to be knocked out early by virtue of over-aggression or things like that. Once their slot is already picked out, But for people on the bubble, people tried to forge towards the top like Weibo here. It's going to be a little bit more important that they come out swinging, even on what is going to be a slower start with a morning map.
Yeah, with the slower start, these teams are definitely going to be playing it a little bit closer to the chest, but we are going to be seeing, some of these teams try and start to take more of an action. We definitely do want them to be keeping level heads here, though, because there are instances and opportunities that these players have where they are going to need to put a lot of points on the board. And if they won't, they are going to fall short of that marker. So it is a very difficult situation for some of these players.
Looking at the Wolves right now, also getting warmed up, ready to go. You can see over there the top 5 percentage at around 46%. I think mathematically, you want to aim for around there, 50% somewhere, in order to really strike towards the heart of that scoring points, but also just broadly making sure that people are keeping you on their minds as we move throughout these games. In a lot of cases, if you begin to fall from that spot where people are looking at you, people are watching your moves, what happens is that it just feels hard to get momentum back in a game like NARAKA, and so they definitely want to keep that fight for relevance going. Here's ASE, Xiaowin, Han, Mist, also all getting prepared. Very, very excited to see what all these teams are going to be doing.
Yeah, ASE is a team that I love watching their play style. They're very calculated, and when they perform, they do a very good job of it. It is not often that we get to see them go, and it seems like there is a bit of a pressure hold on them sometimes. And you can definitely tell, being with NARAKA, it is a very high mental game. There are a lot of elements to this competitive scene that really come down to those split-second decisions that a normal player in the game they're not going to be able to catch those out. So seeing what these players are going to be able to do with that skill set, I love watching when ASE is going to be able to put that on and perform. DRG, on the other hand, a team that used to be extremely powerful when it came to these trios, has started to fall down the ranking a little bit. Hopefully we'll get to see them pick up the pace a little bit more today. It is definitely the new meta that they've introduced with these new coming seasons, with the new weapon that they have just added into this patch with our Nbpl. We're getting to see the flying knives come through. We saw a lot of it played in solos. The combo potential for these weapons are insane, and the range, being able to catch these players out from a very far distance, it is a huge advantage to have. Taking a look at our selections, it's going to be SS1, 521, OUG, and JL in the first round. Second is going to be going to GG, WBG, ASE, and TE. The last round is going to be picked up by Bamboo Esports, Alliance, DRG, and Wolves.
All right, well, about to move into the character select here, and I'm very excited to see what the meta is going to shape out as. We've been seeing a pretty consistent setup from a lot of these teams in regards to the way that they're selecting stuff, and we're seeing right there something that is going to be pretty common as a site. That's Syra alongside the Takeda and the Temulch here. Got some other lock-ins, though, notably that is going to be a blind date composition with the Wu Chen and the Viper Ning picked up.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're going to be seeing blind date that early and seeing a Faria Justina pick so early into this round. It's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to do with it, as it is a comp that requires perfect execution. These players do have the ability to do it. Oh, this is what I love from ASE. They're running Viper with the Justina. Justina and Viper, shout out Hypernova, two of the best heroes in the game. They're two of the most fun heroes to play. Justina being able to dash around with the freezes all the time, and the stun potential that you get from your Viperning, just so powerful. And one of my personal favorite comps right now, I know it is a very overpowered comp that we get to see played a lot, but the Kylan Monk and Zipping comp, it is just so much fun to watch a Kylan play. You see the Monk grabs and potential that these players have when someone is getting grabbed from 10, 20 feet away while trying to run away, not even paying attention to the Monk. You get grabbed, you get hit by the Kylan slash, you get re-grabbed. When executed perfectly, it is such a beautiful comp.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be one of the ones to watch out for sure. But you know, I think we got to focus in on some of the initial game changer characters that are being picked up, that are making a lot of these comps fire on all cylinders. Syra seems disgusting. The fact that she sings solo play as well means that she might be a little bit too hot-headed in regards to balance overall, but look for a lot of teams to fully centralize their strategy around this character, not only in this map, but in future maps as well.
Yeah, Syra definitely busted right now. The health buff that you get, the fact that it is just so difficult to stun her out. You have very low CC potential when trying to attack into an ulted Syra. The amount of damage her microwave beam is going to be able to throw out at these other players, and just the amount of healing that you're able to do for your team. It all around very versatile hero, being in that battle mage sort of class that we have given to her. She is definitely one of the favorite picks right now. Taking a look at the ultimates and abilities, we're going to be seeing ZK running F1V2 on the Viper. Interesting pick from him there. Pretty standard across the board for everybody else right now. F2V2. It looks like these players aren't opting, other than ASE, we're not seeing the recently reworked V1 of the ultimate, where it has now become a combo break ult, where you are able to press the V at any time, even if you're being attacked, and you are going to be able to pop that ultimate. Whereas the V2, you don't have that combo break ability, but you are still able to have the use of your weapons. So it is definitely going to be an interesting one to see how that's going to turn out there. And jumping into this, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 1 on Predoria. Here we go.
Starting off on our newest map, this is going to be an interesting one. I think that most teams have definitely got a lock on where they want to go, what they want to do. But notably, I feel like this is also a map where, particularly because we're doing early morning right now, you don't get a lot of early aggression. There's a lot of resources to loot, not a whole lot that you need to battle over if you don't want to. And so I love this as a scene setter because it shows what teams are doing in terms of strategy. Do they want to be aggressive? Do they need to really climb for that top of the leaderboards to get over the bubble? Or are they happy to just sit back a little bit here, take the fights around that first realm of gang, and beyond that, just hopefully make it the final circle?
We're going to be seeing most players spawning outside. Imperium, being a gold zone right now, are going to be jumping and kicking into this. Team's pretty scattered right now, as we're going to be seeing GG right off of the rip, going to be going up against... We're going to be flipping back over quickly, though, as it looks like we're getting a huge scrap-off going. Wolves versus 521. Yin already getting dangerously low here. And it looks like NiHQ is going to get taken out. Yin going to be able to do Ivan doing a great job of healing for his teammate. LJX now coming in. Ivan forced to go for that peel again in the 2v2 situation. Pampy has gotten eliminated quickly. ZK going to try and go for the charge attack. Is he going to be able to release it there? Goes for the charge, falls off pretty quickly. Ivan now in a 2v1 situation. The scale rush is going to clip him. Popping that Temi F is able to get away for just a second here, but 1 HP in a dream is not going to last him very long in this setting. He's got to watch out for the lava as well. Going to be trying to run away as fast as possible. It looks like he's made himself an escape, finding the armor swap. ZK going to follow up, but going to get hit with the focus attack, trying to see if they can run away. The silence is going to come through onto Ivan now. No, he has his ult available, but the silence is going to be a lot for him. The 1-2 into the 3 and the focus attack. Wolves going to clean up that fight.
Well, elsewhere, we got a fight between WBG and GG as well. CJ's finding themselves right in the midst of all things. Yaron going to be locked up for the time being. Currently, though, nobody's going to be able to follow through on the monk to start things off. CJ's just going to have to just do this old-fashioned way. 1v1. Bell going to be dropped, but at distance, CJ's going to be happy to try to go for the re-engage now, as the fight is going to go over inside of an enclosed space. 330, an incredibly low position here, just trying to find any amount of sustain up on the wall. CJ's going to be sent sprawling after a brutal counter hit. That being said, Yaron is in a very, very difficult position. Manages to get the armor swap off, but unfortunately, this might not be enough to keep the monk sustained. CJ's, though, just going to lose to a range attack, though, to start things off. And now Yaron is actually able, with the rest of able to just walk away from this fight.
Oh, what a beautiful turnaround from WBG there, as Team GG getting themselves eliminated very fast. It looked like it was coming up all GG at the start of the fight. Everybody able to find blue armor swaps. We saw that ultimate coming out and released from the Z-ping of Team WBG, giving them that extra heal buff. And look at that. Taking a look at the inventory of OUG's SS. He's got that red soul jade in his inventory, the Vulpine Essence, ladies and gentlemen, the most coveted jade of them all, giving you on death, as soon as your health reaches 0, you get brought back up to almost, I believe, 75% of your initial health, plus you knock back enemies from your position, so you will be able to try and make an escape if you are brought low. It's a very useful Jade to have for your team. We're now going to be taking a look over to the outskirts of the map, where DRG is going to be lurking, just trying to go for a bit of loot, stacking everything up, flipping back over to Wolves. As we saw earlier, they're winning their initial fight, as we're going to be seeing them trying to go for a bit more loot, scaling themselves up before re-engaging.
This is that nice little lull in the action right after that initial fight for resources, where nobody wants to find an engage just by virtue of needing to be alive and needing to be prepared for the realm of Yang. That is going to define so much of how these teams will actually be enabled and set up to play come the mid game. And so right now, as everybody gets those last little few resources and tries to draw the lines in the sand, let's take a look at the current standings here. Who has the kills? Who's struggling to get them? You see this right here, right now. It's going to be OUG, TE, WBG, as these teams right on the bubble alongside ASC on top of the bubble at that 12th spot, all winning those initial fights. Wolves as well doing quite well. They're in the 9th position there. Meanwhile, ALL only able to pick up the 1 before they folded in that initial fight that you casted there, Seb. And so with all that in mind, some of these teams got to be a little bit wary about what they want to do, as the duels will begin shortly.
As we're going to be taking a look to the other side, we're seeing ASE now. They've caught out WBG's Leo all by himself. The Z-Ping going to be trying to run away. We're going to see that Mortal Defiance proc coming through from the Zip ult. Leo is going to end up getting taken down, though. Han picking up a kill. And look at that. Flying knives coming to play already, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing them come out in solos. We're seeing them getting play in trios. New weapon. It's hard to always master the new weapons movements and play around them, especially defending against them. Sometimes it comes as a challenge when you're not 100% sure of everything you need to do. It's not, the weapon hasn't been around for very long. You haven't had the chance to be able to play with it as much as a weapon like the katana that's been in the game for so long. It is definitely going to be a weapon that these players are going to favor picking up, because more players might make mistakes fighting against it. As we're now seeing as well, DRG using that Moonbane to cover the buy for themselves. I think they were going to try and use it to go for a little bit of an offensive attack onto TE, or just use it to keep them completely isolated against these other teams who would maybe be trying to contest them here. We're going to be flipping over to the Imperium side. These players are starting to get the loot up over there. This is a very good place to get yourself some extra goodies, as we're seeing now. Alliance, they've spotted SS1 out. It looks like they aren't going to be going for the engage here. We are seeing them just sort of take their steps back. Water. SS1 not very stacked yet. They've got blue armor, blue weapons for everybody. That could all change very quickly, as they're going to be going into the realm of Yang very soon here. As soon as these Yangs start to drop, this is where the games are going to start to get real aggressive. Players are going to be going on Yang depletion, and it's going to give them an even bigger motivator to get into these scraps.
Yeah, notably one of the teams here that we saw as front runners, just by virtue of only having 1 day of games to their name, yet also still being in 6th place, is GG up there. Still haven't picked up kills for themselves just yet. Maybe are taking that slightly slower approach, but I'll tell you, isn't it? It's OUG and DRG, and that's going to be 1 member of OUG already knocked out in the midst of this fight here. Donkey just trying to find a new angle in, as now we are going to see a drop down from the skies. It's Peak and Company from TE wanting to go for the third party. Kakaxi going to feel like they need to drop their ultimate in order to try to stabilize here on this Tian High. We'll be able to pick up Peak in doing so. Youth going to just create a windshield here to try to zone out for their team, as Donkey will try to jump right on top of them. Kakaxi pretty heavily focused down right now, doesn't have much of an angle, will be able to grab up Youth, and that will be an elimination. But right now this Tian High just cannot get any open space, is going to be quickly dropped out of this position, as now Jinyu is going to go on a chase down versus WX98 of DRG. Heavy stagger with no real equipment. Big parry. Jinyu loses the chance at a killing blow. Gonna have to go on the chase now. Will be able to get across along the far side. Will be able to get the revenge counter as well. And there goes WX.
There we see Wushin 98 is going to get himself eliminated there. He did hit that nice parry, was almost able to get away, but Shinyu was able to answer with a parry of his own. coming away with a beautiful win at the end there, as we are going to be seeing them pick up a few eliminations. It was a really quick scrap off. Most teams able to take themselves out of the situation before most of the damage was done to them. So we are going to be seeing that most of these teams still back into the action. All of the teams engaging definitely had their souls, so they will be jumping back into the game if one of their players was eliminated. And as we're seeing now around the map, ladies and gentlemen, these players are going to be getting ready for this first Realm of Yang to drop. As you can see, ASE starting to jump around the Yang portal as SS1 has decided to join the contest. As a difference between solos and trios is trios does not have the Yang Pass feature, where every single team could theoretically jump into the exact same Realm of Yang in trios, whereas in solos it is a little bit different. And there we go, all of the abilities getting launched as soon as these players jumping into that Realm of Yang. We're going to be seeing our first Yang kickoff of game number 1. It's going to be JL versus ASE.
It's that classic, just mash the button, see who's going to be getting in, and it will in fact be JL taking to the skies here to face off against ASE to start things off. Xiao Wen just trying to stay up for as long as possible, trying to get a drop on somebody here. Here comes the Furia Shenhold as backup. JL trying to stabilize here, having to back off, as now we're going to see the Viper ultimate be popped here for ASE, and that's unfortunately going to be XX10U going to be the first one blowing up out of this one. Xiao Wen doing a great job just splitting the aggro here. Miss going to be picked off though due to Syra ult. And now Cuckoo's becoming the center point of the team. ASC has to try to stabilize. That's going to be Fawn still in for real, doing a great job of melting the rest of the team, though. Zhao Wen in a very difficult position now, will not be able to bring the team to victory, as Cuckoo going to be happy to dive behind a tower here. Han ulted second, wasn't able to get a whole lot off that. Now kind of set on the run right now. Xiao Wen doing a decent job of keeping the health amongst them. Unfortunately, they dropped armor now with no pickups. It's going to be Cuckoo landing the killing blow, and now we are down to Fong on the run, as it's going to be Han led ring around the Rosie, and that'll be JL picking up the final fight.
Yeah, JL doing a phenomenal job at coming away with that fight. The peel and the amount of damage that is coming out from that Syra ultimate. You saw the heals, you saw the peels. It was just absolute insanity there, as JL's able to pick up all of those eliminations, and Cuckoo just doing a phenomenal job of putting on for his teammates there, as he comes away with a beautiful 2 eliminations. He's only got blue armor on him though still, so they're going to need to try and bring that up. And you know, that's the downfall of what ASE is trying to do there. They're running a comp that doesn't really play very well into this meta. The Furia Shen just not putting up enough damage and enough counter to the Syra, and you're not seeing very much value coming out from those Justina freezes. We saw a few, and bringing that Viper into that composition as well, it looks like it's about to work, and it's really close to having it work. It is just definitely something that is that hasn't been fully realized of the potential that it could become. It's definitely a very interesting composition, and I would love to see more of it. It just doesn't seem to have hasn't seemed to have reached its full potential yet.
I would say in general right now, it feels like a lot of Transformers comps are just struggling to really make a mark in the current meta. We've seen that Tianhai continues to still be picked even this deep into the season by teams, but I just have not seen it be used to great success, especially when you are just oftentimes left standing against very, very mobile characters who, if anything, are just getting faster and faster as time goes on with each new release. Now we are going to get a fight here, as it's going to be JL aggressed upon by SS1 here. Water looking for a prepped shot, going to be able to hook shot on top of Fong here, and then pop the ultimate. Temultural going to be the sustaining factor here. SS1 looking to dive in deep on this one, but on the far side of the fight, Cuckoo is going to be able to get up the rage bar on their own Syra, and now we've got to see a duel to the skies between these two teams. Here comes Furia ult on the far side of this one. JL wanting to try to sustain through this one. Schwan in a lot of trouble trying to get down onto Luo, who right now is doing a great job of keeping that armor about them in order to keep this fight going. Schwan now in a lot of trouble as JL are looking to turn the tide here. Water now in a very scary position alongside Juan. Neither of them have any armor. They're just going to be juggled. Water with no ultimate or way out of this one is down to a single touch. He's going to be knocked out here. Great stuff from OUG coming in on the tail end of this fight, as now they're going to look at the Furia.
As taking over that fight very nicely, as they're able to take out JL as well. All 3 members of JL are going to be going down, but fear not, ladies and gentlemen, they will return, as we are going to be seeing them jump back into this game. in a few instances here, as they will be playing with their Vermilion's Birdmite. They will have the chance to respawn and jump back into this match. As we're going to be taking a look now, it's Alliance also losing that Realm of Yang fight. They are going to be coming against ASE. I don't know if they've seen them, but it would be an interesting play for them to make if they were able to take out the members of ASE. And it looks like they have found Alliance. Both of these teams on Yang depletion, so they both need the Soul Blooms. This is going to be a very fun fight to watch. Seeing how this Viper comp can play into a Transformers is going to be a lot different. We're going to see the ultimates coming out right away. Justina into the Kylan ult to try and counter that. And look at that, the Kylan already getting taken down extremely low. Trying to do some peeling for him. It is going to be a little bit difficult for him to get out of that, and Yuma gonna take it so low. Immortality proc is gonna come out here as Yuma getting dropped very low. The Syra is gonna be able to do a lot to finish that job there, as we're gonna see him go down. Now the Monk is gonna be standing on his own, trying to peel for a Zippig. Missed, or Revenge trying to get away from that. We're seeing the freeze coming through. NY7 now taking some damage on this Monk, and it's going to be wraps for them almost, I'm pretty sure, as we're going to see NY7 just taking so much damage from this full sword of Xiaowen right now. ASE. Han is going to get himself grabbed, gets the one punch for a little bit of healing off, and that's what he's going to try and do to stay there. He does have full purple armor, but the stone form blocks are going to take so much damage, and into the parry we go. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance fully eliminated from the game. That's going to be our first team to get eliminated. 5-2-1 are going to be fully eliminated as well, as they die to the Yang depletion timer.
Well, I did mention it, and I think we saw it right there. Unfortunately, Tianhai is almost like CCing yourself in situations like that. Now, we're going to see whether or not Kakashi can show how it's really done on this character. Looking for the grab to start things off in this fight versus TEDRG. Looking for the engage right now. Kakashi has managed to get the grab up versus Xiao Nan, but right here in the middle of the shadow as well. This is going to be a very dangerous fight for both of these teams, as WX is looking to continue to apply the pressure that this Tianhai ult is bringing to the table. Looks like DRG for the time being are going to clean up quite nicely. TE in a difficult position without a whole lot of health, still having to fire through the Monk ultimate. Peak gonna be knocked down here, and that's great stuff. DRG just now need to finish the job versus Youth.
Yeah, and when you're playing as a Monk and you've got the support of your team behind you, just like we see Kakashi doing right there, he's able to get the grabs off. He's able to have his team stun his opponents for him, get that hit stun off, is able to come away with successful grab. That's when you're going to see the Monk lived up to his full potential. But in those situations, like we saw earlier with ASE, Alliance wasn't able to have their Monk really make anything happen. And as we're going to see here, OUG using that Wuchen port to get themselves out of danger right now. They're going to jump right back into this fight, as SS1 is dangerously low right now. We're going to see Yang already filling up. GG, as we see, they've claimed that Spirit Well with a buff. They've got the Draco Storm for themselves, as we are going to be seeing now. It looks like OUG just deciding to back off, though. Not really going for too much of an aggressive stance right now, as they are in no need of taking a fight right now. Getting eliminated at this stage in the game would be a huge detriment to their score, and they just have absolutely no benefit. Even if they come away with the eliminations, the third-party potential for them would be super huge after that. There's no use. They're out of ultimates. Oh my goodness, though. Xiaowen not taking any precaution right there, is going to be going for a fight mid-game and taking Wolf ZK out very easily with a beautiful parry. And look at that. That's Wolves' game as well. Fully eliminated with only 4 kills on the board. Taking a look, we are going to be seeing a bit of a replay here. And oh my goodness, JL with the free Realm of Yang with.
Yep, just happy to take that, gets the buff, and honestly, they're still keeping up that pressure. JL, a pretty comfortable position right now. They're going to have Draco Storm alongside GG, one of those top teams that we were talking about here. We're going to really make their mark. Here comes the engage here. DRG versus GG going to start off. LXM sent Sprawling to begin this one, as the Lightning Storm is going to be activated here. LXM taking to the skies, hiding on a tree trunk, looking for a new angle in. Kakashi trying to find someone on the rundown now. Is this going to be a rolling fight? CJ's assistant Sprawling. This might be a tough position, as LXM is going to try to drop on the backside of this fight. Kakashi sees them, tries to go for the head up play. LXM activating the Viper ult to start things off. Kakashi in response going to drop the Monk in kind, up in golem form now, looking for a grab. CJ's going to stay close on by the Tianhai, trying to make a play. Right now, it's WX already out of the fight, as the rest of DRG are looking to scatter, split, divide and conquer. This is going to be Donkey looking for range shots versus this Tianhai. LXM in a little bit of trouble here, as now we are going to get the double clap. Kakaxi doing a great job as the focal point of this one. Donkey sent on the run for the time being, but DRG still looking good. The problem is GG play patiently. They're going to wait for the monk to come out of the hold form, and now Kakaxi, even with the place, is going to have to fight against two. Is able to split this one. 330 in trouble. And that's going to be DRG wiped out, but what a fight by Kakaxi.
Oh yeah, he had the fight in him. He was looking very good, but you know, a 3v1 situation is not one that you are very likely to win. We've seen it happen once before. It was BBE's Roy Hee 3v1 monked at the first Worlds, but we have not seen a very crazy 3v1 in a very long time. We are going to be seeing now JL with the free buff, free gold armor, and gold weapons as on XX1. Very, very nice. Gold spear on a Justina. Definitely something that's going to be putting some fear in their opponents. As OUG looking to regroup a little bit here. They've got themselves back to full purple armor. That Vulpine Essence still on SS is huge advantage for them, as we're seeing some gold jades on Baby U. The rest of it's going to be purple and blue soul jades for them. Not the master translator like Severio, ladies and gentlemen, but I can tell you we are going to be seeing a, I believe that's a Salt Smolder on SS.
Yeah, we're getting to the end game now. 11 minutes in, still a little bit of time for the circles to close, but I think that in terms of the resources advantages that we're seeing being claimed, there's a clear front runners already defined, and now those are the ones searching for kills. SS1 going to prowl towards the center of the map now, looking for anybody to take the fight to right now. So they're in a pretty decent position, all things considered. Purple armor on Sun. I will say, Water's in a little bit of trouble here. Legendary weapon, but still on blue armor. They're going to have to try to restain themselves here. Maybe find a new angle against one of these teams that has been down a player. We just saw that BB will be able to proc a rebirth charm. Now, this is a team I love, but we haven't really been able to talk about by virtue of the fact they have been trailing for a long time now. So, Seb, we're going to see if that turns around today.
Yeah, it is going to be really nice if they're able to turn it around. I know lots of the time these players aren't able to pick up too much newfound momentum this late into the season, and I can't believe I'm already saying this late into the season. We're on bye week 3 already, ladies and gentlemen, and this is absolutely insane. As GG's LXM here is going to be just getting a bit of extra shopping done, seeing if they can make something happen here, as they are going to be holding off for a while, not wanting to play too crazy into it. But here we're taking a look at Roy Hee and the rest of BBE. They haven't really been able to find too much for them, as it is definitely not the place that they want to be in right now. Blue Armor's 1 elimination on the board for them so far, as it's not looking too great for them. Hopefully they're able to pick up the momentum, as the Spirit Well is going to be dropping pretty soon. And it looks to be the Mystic Might buff that's going to be dropping for them. They're going to want to pick up at least some gold armor for Cuckoo too right now, who does not have even purple. He's only got that blue armor on him. Not the place that he wants to be in here, as we're going to be seeing, oh my goodness, XX1 taking so much damage from these range shots. Cuckoo 2 going to try and get some peel. It looks like they're going to have to back off, as ASE is going to be the first to jump into this. We're going to see multiple teams trying to go for this, as the jump in to the Spirit Well usually gets very aggressive quickly, as ASE's Han going to be using that Moon Shard Storm on the Flying Knives to be able to create some extra peel. The gold focus finish on the attack, and wow, they're going to get it completely uncontested here. Interesting, as these players, it is not a Draco Storm buff, so these players are not going to be fighting for it as much, as the Mystic Might being the least picked of the buffs, not giving you too much of an advantage, only giving you that little bit of a damage reduction, but it does give you the ability to see where your other players are located. So it does help you, but not as much as some of these players would like to make it. So definitely some of the other buffs like Draco Storm, a lot more favored over that. And yeah, JL losing out on that buff very quickly there, as wow, they got sharked down pretty quickly, or forced to back off of their position.
Yeah, all things considered, GG only getting that 1-1 fight for the time being has had to just play on the periphery ever since. There's BB on the far side, the other team that's been lagging behind in regards to the kill rate. And so those are going to be the two teams that are just coming in without a whole lot of material advantage here. And we're going to see what that is going to convert into. Currently in the viewpoint of Xiao Wen, looking to approach upon this fight on the low ground up against the shadow. It's going to be BBE rolling alongside the rest of the team as everybody's going to try to descend and see who pulls the trigger first.
And we're going to be taking a look really quickly here at the rest of these teams. There's only 7 minutes left in this game as ASE still trying to jump in. Nobody wanting to engage onto fights really quickly here, as we are going to be seeing ASE getting that location scan off onto all of these teams here, as it looks to be the bow shots coming out from Xiao Wen as well, trying to see if they can get some range damage up, as they might be able to spot out BBE only on blue armor here. They could become the first target of the lobby. Nobody wanting to engage first, trying to see if they can get as much tip damage with range shots off as possible. Roy Hehe now trying to hide behind the ultimate shrine, seeing if he can get himself a little bit of healing going. NNE going to be able to toss him that F1 ability to get him a little bit of extra heal. Devon now will be able to get himself some healing in as well. Xiao Wen, we're back over to ASE, holding that high ground position with the bow. 18 players left, and that 80% Bane. Here it goes, ladies and gentlemen. This is what is going to make it so difficult. This Bane covering 80% of the playable area right now, forcing all of the players to rotate and cluster into very, very close locations to each other. And this is going to make it very difficult for these players to try and rotate through. If they do decide to try and remain in the Bane, they are going to be very, very probably getting hit by it and losing out. Jumping in, 5 minutes left into this game. Circle 5 closing as this next Spirit Well is going to be dropping in just a second here. That Draco Storm buff that I was talking about earlier, very, very coveted, as these players are going to try and jump in onto that. As soon as the Spirit Well drops, ASE looking to go for it a second time. They want to get that purple armor onto their Syra.
All right, well, that's going to be on the Spirit Will. ASE calling first dibs here, looking to control this for as long as possible. Water just immediately going to try to find an angle in on the Syra, popping ultimate to try to zone ASE off of this one. SS1 as the remainder going to try to follow through on this, but currently they're getting harassed by JL on the far side of this fight, as ASE are still able to hold center stage for the time being. Han, though, getting staggered could be enough to force ASE off this position, as now we have JL activating Furia ult as well, just jumping straight on into the melee here. Mist going to take a little bit of splash damage here from the projectiles, as now it's going to be Zhuo going down into turret form, taken back to the skies now, trying to find a new entrance point. GG are happy to just play artillery on the far side of this one, as ASE do not want to give control of the Spirit Well over.
Yeah, ASE are going to be wanting to lock this one down. It seems like they have found that purple armor boost for them, so we are going to be seeing them getting triple gold if they do manage to capture this. It looks like Xiao Wen going to take to the skies. Oh my goodness, getting hit by a dazzle from an opposing team's F ability, as the ultimates are going to start to get popped here. We're seeing the Syra ultimate from another one of these teams getting utilized, and it looks like that's ASE's Han trying to fight off JL's Cuckoo 2, who was in the Syra ultimate as well, trying to contest. It looks like they were able to back them off of their position. JL trying to come and contest this, but XX1 getting taken so low here, as Cuckoo 2, the one with the blue armor, wanting to find that desperately, as we're going to see the silence coming through from the F3 of the Faria. One Fang going to get eliminated here, and ASE claiming that buff. We're seeing the Viper ultimate getting released super early. Temi ultimate going to get popped too. So many players stunned, but wow, inside the Temi ultimate. Huge Tetsu stun coming out here. SS1 forced to pop that Takeda ultimate to try and block damage from these players. JL are going to lose XX1 as well. ASE picking up another couple of kills. SS going to pick up an elimination onto the last member of JL. ASE Xiao Wen going to cancel that Justina ultimate, and now Zhuan very, very low in HP. They're going to try and target him out with those shots. SS1 in absolute shambles right now in the middle of every single player's line of fire. all of these teams trying to converge onto that one location, except for GG and OUG bouncing off from the other side, sending those range shots in. Devon gonna get eliminated so fast. ASE's Mist picking up a beautiful elimination with that. Roy Hehe now trying to see if he can get that reset in. NNE is going to go down. Roy Hehe, the last remaining player on his team. None of his other teammates even had the chance to make anything happen. You can see the Viper stun coming out from OUG's SS, trying to see if he can get a couple of players with that. And it looks like he was able to get the target onto some of the members of SS1. Water is going to go down. Zuon taking so much damage here, trying to get out. And it looks like he is going to get eliminated.
ASE have control of this one. They just need to try to sustain it. Is this going to be another Viper ult going to be dropped here? Roy Hehe forced to ultimate just to try to stay alive as the lone member, though, as the Tianhai. He has no finishing powers, just trying to make it to the high ground in order to sustain here. But I think that this is going to be the end of the road for BBE as a team, as now we look elsewhere on the map. Roy Hehe trying to get grabs off, but can't really find anybody. Baby, you're going to be grabbed. OUG now split, might be in a very awkward position here, as Roy Hehe is going to get focused down by the ranged attack, now trying to make it away from the Viper ult fired off by LXM in the hands of GG. Here comes Han, far side of this fight. ASE wanting to get back in, going to use the Sire ult with which to do so, making their way towards a divide and conquer mindset. They're going to get CJs on the far side of this one. Han happy to venture in, use a laser beam to try to fire outside into the shadow. OUG getting split up here. SS in a lot of trouble. ASE trying to find the killing blow, as now it is up to SS versus ASE, looking for what they can to get the stagger here. Unfortunately, they don't have any armor left. Here comes the team up. Here comes the wipeout. ASE in dominant fashion are going to claim this game.
Wow, what a beautiful finish from ASE there. And look what I said, so the comp wasn't fully formed yet, but now they've got it locked down, and they were able to take away a beautiful game 1 finish as the MVPs and your victors of game number 1. What a phenomenal play. OUG with a very good finish into that second place spot. But wow, ASE doing a phenomenal job there at keeping up the pace and creating a very great final circle. Super entertaining and just phenomenal skill play coming through from all of those team members. I'm so impressed with that. They were able to come away with an off-meta comp that, I was kind of not too confident in the beginning. I was saying that, they needed to execute better. They weren't really playing well into this meta. I was excited to see how the comp would perform, and it performed phenomenally, way past exceeding my expectations on that.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, overall, I think that what we saw right there is just the value of that early game momentum. ASE was able to ride that high, and their highest competitors were also the ones that were able to win a Realm of Yang fight. They were able to just snowball into a collecting phase where they were just able to make strides above everybody else because they weren't afraid of taking a scrap. And meanwhile, some of the other teams that weren't able to get there are those that are just struggling with attaining momentum, not only throughout these individual games, but also the season as a whole. And so, Seb, with that in mind, I think there's a lot to do here to strategize between the game 1 and the game number 2 coming up.
Yeah, some of these teams have definitely got to look at it like, okay, we've got 5 games left to put it all on the line. We need to lay it down here, otherwise we're not going to go any further into this. We've got 1 bi-weekly left to put points up for grand finals. We've got so little time now. It's not the start of the season anymore. It's not anywhere like, okay, we're just setting the pace. This is make or break time. Bi-weekly 3, we're so close to bi-weekly 4 coming out here. It is extremely close to the end right now, and this is where we really need to step things up. Really quickly though, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our answer for treasure. This happens after every game. How many players chose Tianhai in game number 1? Answer in the Twitch chat with A, B, C, or D, and you will get yourself a lucky Spring Spit random gift if you get the answer right and if you are the lucky one chosen.
Absolutely. Wow. Now, of course, as per usual, Seb, the answer for that is too many people are on Tianhai, in my opinion. I'm still a doubter. I've been a doubter ever since the first time I casted Trios. It just kind of feels as if it's a character right now that isn't able to do enough in a group to justify how bad it is to do it separate from everybody else. And given that that's the case right now, I really like the way that Syra is being utilized, especially by those top teams like ASE in that last fight. A more mobile version of Tianhai, if you will, in a way. Still that focus focal point, still able to create great disruption. And then look at how that cascades into 19 kills for ASE, 22.8 kill points, 26.8 points overall. Now, that's the kind of pace you need to be at if you want to try to push for those very top of the tables here. GG, unfortunately, that one team that we thought could perhaps claim the #1 spot against YZG didn't get enough, only had 8 points there in that 5th position, tied with JL in the 4th position. We need to see a bit more from them if they want to play for that real big accolade.
Yeah, well, definitely 100%. And it's, you know, it's something that we'd love to see, and it's graspable. And all of these teams have the means to make something like this happen. It's just whether or not they're actually going to be able to do it. You know, sometimes these teams are going to start struggling a little bit more, and, you know, we are going to be seeing that. But, you know, ASE doing a very good job here in game #1. 7 kills on both Han and Xiao Wen. And like you were saying earlier, but the Monk, definitely not one of the strongest characters in the game right now or anymore. Personally, I've always been a Monk enjoyer. Watching the grabs happen is definitely something that it is really cool to see when it is executed very well. But oftentimes, more often than not, it is a very counterable hero. We do have to start, sadly, accepting that truth. You know, me personally, I just need to get out of denial and you know, realize that, okay, Monk is definitely not the strongest character to be on right now, as we are going to be seeing at these standings of game after game #1. This is just our standings overall. So 8th place or 12th place is still going to be Wolves, Alliance in 11th, SS1 in 10th, 9 is going to be OUG, JL is going to be 8th, and ASE is going to be 7th. GG still in 6th place. They've got a long way to go if they want to hit that 163 marker.
Absolutely the case. So far, nothing really shifting at the top of the tables. As you noted, all the people in that top 5 slot upwards are those who are not going to be participating in today's gaming. And so really what we're looking for are those people on the bubble, those people who are reaching towards the bubble. 12th spot is going to be the cutoff for those making it to the bi-weekly finals. And so whoever is able to make it over one another there is what you really want to look for.
Taking a look, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be our game highlights brought to you by China Unicom. We're going to be seeing OUG early game as they were able to take out members of JL pretty quickly here, as we do see the big fight going off. This is how they were able to claim that golden or red Soul Jade, the Bullpine Essence at Arcadia. OUG's SS doing a very good job appealing for his teammates, as JL's One Fang putting in super hard work to try and take out those other members of OUG. And the parry coming in, but it wasn't enough. As you see them take out SS1 on the third party and JL all in one fell swoop here, as this was a beautiful play that we got to see happen. OUG taking the crown there, and they had a really good game in the early and mid game. ASE, just with that Draco Storm, they were able to close out so much distance and put up so many more numbers than OUG was when it came to those final fights, those final eliminations, as Draco Storm just being such a powerful buff and taking out those OUG members one by one. CJS getting eliminated there as well from Team GG. And then SS putting up a decent fight at the end, was able to stay alive for a good long while against the members of ASE with that Viper ultimate, but then he goes down inevitably to the other members of ASE. And as we finish things off, we're going to take a look at our MVP board for the Justina. I believe that was Xiao Wen from Team ASE. And look at this. This is his second time MVP. 7 kills, 29,000 damage, 8 assists, and 10,000 of his damage coming from the dual halberds.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage for Justina, you know, someone that you're oftentimes seeing running interference, especially in the trio side. But that one shows that it's pretty easy to carry on this character, and I love the fact that ASE, I think, is rotating that carry ability amongst the 3 players, basically all of them certified killers, able to make a big impact. I'm sure we're going to see more MVPs coming out of them before the end of the season. Now, the question is, can we see more out of them before the end of the day?
I think we will. I think we are going to see a lot more of them coming out from the end of the day. I hope that we're going to get to see maybe, let's say, 1 more MVP coming out from them. Would be pretty cool. You know, obviously it is going to take a little bit more. They are in, I believe, 7th position right now. So they're in a very good standing to qualify for this bi-weekly finals. It's just a matter of how high they are actually going to get themselves to qualify at, because they could put themselves at 7th place or they could get themselves into that top 6 and even surpass GG. It is a tall order to do. There are some really high scores that we saw with YZG at the very top of that leaderboard. There are some high scores to try and topple, but you know, anything can happen. We've got 5 games left to play. We still have our Firefly maps to go as well. We're going to be hopping onto Holoroth next. It's going to be an interesting map that we're going to get to see played out here. And it really, I feel like we're going to come down to hero selects as well. ASE, I believe they were in first round selection there, or second round selection. So they still have that first round selection potential to be able to come through and do a lot more with a comp that they might be even more comfortable on. If they're able to do that with an off meta comp, imagine what they're going to be able to do with a comp that is actually dominating the meta right now.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's still a lot of flexibility, I think, that is available here. You can play the Monk if you want. You can play the Syra, of course, but I really do want to see a bit more blind date. I think that especially given that we are in a position where we aren't getting to the crazy action-packed maps until the very end here with the Fireflies. What this means is that early on, many people are getting to Final Circle, and Viper ult is devastating. It is such a game changer in those positions. We saw that. We saw a massive Temi ult as well in that Final Circle. That disruption, that ability to go for mass crowd control is an angle that I really want to see continue to be explored throughout the course of these next 5 games.
Yeah, well, we definitely got to see a lot more crowd control when it came to the Temi compositions. When we have a lot more Siphon getting played out, there is a lot more crowd control that we get to see, and it is very prominent in these games. When it comes to these other games, we haven't gotten to see too much of that because of the addition of Syra. Lots of these players have started to opt to go for more of the Syra Siphon and using Syra in comps that are less with Temi and Takeda, and we're seeing them with they're starting to try and use Syra with other compositions, and it's starting to work a lot better than the Siphon comp. So we have started to see that play through, and I do agree with you. I believe the Blind Date has become a super versatile comp, and especially into the meta that Syra has started dominating, where these players have started to play less of the comps that were prominent pre-Syra. I think that it is still a comp that does stand a really good chance against those comps.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, as we move into game number 2 here, are there any teams that you want to see a little bit more of? Anybody that you think maybe disappointed a bit in that first game that you think has the potential to still turn it around? I'm going to give my quick 2 cents on this. You know, I'm, of course, a big BBE fan. I saw the market watch for them to finally have that pop-off game. It seems like they're still incentivized to just kind of rat a lot of the early to mid game, and I need to see a shift out of them soon.
Yeah, I've always been... you know, an advocate for, hey, let's get the SEA teams to show a little bit more of what they can do. And I love the fact that we're getting to see these SEA teams try and compete in the CN leagues. And they're not up to that level yet. It seems like they are still falling short of the CN skill ceiling. And you know, it's really showing they're able to keep up in certain instances. And solos, we're definitely seeing, shout out Frostivus being able to put up huge numbers to the likes of the CN guys. But in trios, they're still a step behind, and you know, it's unfortunate to see, because it would be really cool to see them pop off.
Yep. Well, that was your daily BBE market watch. You will be able to catch me once again once I'm back on next week in the Carby out to yet again talk about one of my favorite teams that just is not cutting the mustard right now in this current meta. We're going to see how they're going to fare in this game, though, as we are looking upon GG as a team to really keep an eye out for. You know, speaking of that question, what team do you think underperformed in game number 1? I think GG is actually the answer. Yes, they got the Final Circle. Yes, they had some decent fights, but they did not have a kill stack, nor because of that the materials necessary to really take it to ASE and some of these other teams. And speaking of ASE, here they are trying to go back-to-back.
Yeah, ASE back-to-back would be insane right now. That'd be a really, really cool thing to see. If we got to see a back-to-back win from ASE right now, that would be definitely a legendary feat from them. As you know, with the top 6 teams being not in this game right now, it really gives the chance for these other teams who don't get this stage with the top 6 teams often missing. It gives them a chance to perform to an even fuller potential, to where maybe they would have been stopped if one of these other teams had made their way into it, if that makes sense.
OUG here now prepping for this game number 2 here. Jinyu SS Baby U. OUG was a team that has been doing great stuff across both solos as well as trios, and I want to see them be able to really forge themselves a true legacy here in this bi-weekly. Still looking for the breakout performance today.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna be performing. Like right now, they're leading the board in top 5 percentage, with the 57% of the time they are landing in top 5. So they are a very consistent team, but they are consistently putting up middle of the pack numbers. And so we definitely need to see a bit more of a jump. They had a really good game 1. They weren't able to close it out due to I think if OUG gets buffed there and they're able to claim the Spirit Well, I think the fight would have gone a lot differently. ASC was able to claim so many of those eliminations specifically because they had the Draco Storm behind them, and they were able to use that to their advantage. Whereas I think a team like ASE or a team like OUG, they were holding their ground really well. They weren't losing HP. Then, you know, one teammate gets caught out. Now you're 2 players left in a final circle, and it goes completely into that different direction that you don't want to be in. So having them there, they could do some really crazy stuff. I think that we're going to be seeing a decent amount coming out from them, but they really do need to step it up a good amount if they're going to want to, really shine and perform.
All right, well, here comes Alliance, a team that you had an eye on, and I think for good reason. Decent game showing out of them there in that first match. Unfortunately, I think they took a little bit of an early exit here, and so I do want to see them bring it back, really try to make it towards that very top of the tower here. As everybody gets prepped in, everybody gets ready to dive on into this next game. Are we on Morris Isles or Holloroth? I actually forgot already the schedule.
On Holloroth.
Yeah, there we go.
So game 2 going to be played on Holloroth, then we're going to be Morris, then we're back to Holloroth, then back to Morris, then finishing on Predoria. Trios, they mess it up a little bit. They get a little funky with the way that they bring out this lineup. But taking a look at our hero pick selections, our first round is going to be given to GG, WBG, ASE, and TE. Bamboo Esports Alliance, DRG, and Wolves going to be taking that second round. And our previous first rounds, SS1, 521, OUG, and JL, are going to be bumped down to that last round selection.
Yep. With this order in mind, got GG there at the very top, able to kind of get carte blanche of what they want. And so I think this is going to be that real challenge. Can they step up the tempo for these next 5 games and actually get that score line that we think could unseat that top position in YZG? They're going to have the opportunity to play meta here. What will they lock in because of that?
Yeah, it's pretty standard across the board there. We're seeing the Justina Feria comp coming out from TE as well. The Syra Viper Matari, one of our very coveted comps that we've seen. I don't think we got to see too much of, our Syra Zai Matari coming out there. I don't think we saw too much of that in our last game. But it is a very fun comp to watch play. Matari and Zai just bouncing off of each other with that F ability reload, the cycle that they have on that. Just absolute insanity when you get to see that get to full fruition. Artessa Viper, Wuchen Blind Date coming out from Alliance. BBE locking the Kyle Informer, as we're going to be seeing our last round selection. Syra double pick ban already. This is one that usually is going to happen. You're going to see Syra getting increased to 2 points almost every single time. It's just such a needed hero in most of these compositions, so you're not going to want to try and go without her into these games. We're going to be seeing now Blind Date for every single comp in that last selection here, as we're going to be kicking things off, ladies and gentlemen. Already game number 2. I'm so excited.
Yeah, very excited as well to be diving on into another game here within the realm of trios. This is such a fascinating format and such a fascinating set of teams to be diving on into today. A lot of people hungry, wanting to secure their spot with the last opportunity to do so. Here they all are about to take to Holloroth for game number 2.
Everybody locking in. We're going to get to see ability selection in just a second here, guys. So be sure to lock in as well. Get your popcorn, get your snacks, get ready, because this game is about to go absolutely crazy in just a second here. So we're going to be seeing, oh my, taking a look at some of our ability selections. Pretty standard across the board here. F1V3 for our Takeda, F1V1 for our Syras. Pretty standard, as our Vipers opting to use a bit of different abilities here. F2V1 for NY7 and Zuon going for F2V2. So we're seeing the difference in the ultimates. We've got the combo break versus our non-combo break, where you're still able to use your weapons. We're going to be taking a look at our second group of selections with ASE, WBG, DRG, and OUG in just a second here, as it looks like V2 OUG is opted for with the F2. So our F2 is going to be more damage, more knockback, less silence, as an F1V1 for ASE's Temolch. This is interesting. Usually the V3 is the one that we see getting used, as it refreshes your wisps, but they could be using the V1 as a counterplay, being that there are going to be other Temolches in the lobby, but being that there's only one other Temolch team, it could put them at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a scary overspec there could come back to bite them. Of course, at the same time, the refresh maybe not quite as necessary if you're able to hand off aggro, but that requires a lot of coordination, and really sometimes you get these very chaotic fights, particularly near the end where Temolch is most viable, where you want to make sure that all your abilities are on lock, and maybe you can't get those rotations. And so we're going to see whether or not this gamble is going to pay off, as here are going to be our drop zones. A lot up north, just trying to cluster around the gold zones for the time being. WBG dropping two others. That's going to be something to watch out for, as we did see a lot of engagements early. GG going to be alongside them.
Taking a look at some of these spawns, Imperial Village is going to be getting a couple of players, while as the Yushan Ruins going to be getting DRG to themselves there. And we're going to be also seeing on the bottom side, it's going to be a bloodbath near Matab, as we're going to be taking a look. CJS already in the scrap off against Xing, and it looks like he is going to go down. WBG picking up a kill right away into this fight, as we're going to be seeing Leo now trying to see if he can get the other members of GG to get a couple more eliminations under his belt. Looks like that's not is going to happen though. 330 is going to get caught out. Jane going to use that F ability to get some CC, and the grapple is going to come in as an assist there. The 1.0 going to get released, doing damage onto both of those players, with the parry going to come out, and the elimination is going to happen there, ladies and gentlemen, with a beautiful kill coming from them. And it's going to be two members of GG getting eliminated right off the rip, as we're flipping over to SS1 versus Wolves.
SS1 taking a lot of early fights down. Second game running and be able to kill ZK early in this one. Zwan trying to control the pace of this fight, as LJX is going to be sent sprawling and now on the run. Water going to be able to hand off the aggro, and a good cleanup from SS1. They just want to make sure they don't get reclapped upon us. Now it looks like Alliance have found their way into this position. Yoma going to already lose quite a bit of health and armor. NY7 in a similar position here, looking to try to stabilize this. Zwan is going to try to pop Viper ultimate to try to keep everybody locked on up. Good stun coming through. Revenge, I almost just going to be 100-0 here. Will be able to get a little bit of spacing off the walls. Juan now going to be able to get up to a vantage point, looking for a drop back in. Temolch is going to try to make, which are going to try to make some wind walls to sustain this fight. Looks like things for the time being have broken up a little bit. ALL not wanting to pull the full trigger, now trying to find a way on the run. Unfortunately, they're just going to be chased down. Zwan with great cover through. Water is going to be dropped here, unfortunately. Zwan going to use that as an opportunity to teleport everybody out. Now the question is, can Alliance get back into this one? They find an angle once again, and now they're going to activate a Viper ultimate of their own. NY7 looking for an angle in, dropping down. Yoma going to follow them. It looks like right now Zwan, though, is happy to play the patient waiting game. Unfortunately, gets caught out with CC. Now less than half health, going to have to go on the run. Revenge is going to find them. That's going to be SS1 knocked down in this extended fight, as now Juan on the far side of this one is looking to do whatever they can to sustain. Water alongside them, but here comes the cleanup.
Yeah, and it's going to come fast. It is going to be unfortunate for them, as we are going to see Alliance picking up 4 eliminations already off the bat, being the kill leaders of the lobby right now. SS1 still with 3 eliminations on the board, are going to be heading back to the Soul Altar, though, as we're going to be taking a look now at OUG. They found BBE just by Plumed Castle onto that northern side of the map, as they're going to be trying to see if they can get this elimination off. Looking for that aerial pull sword attack to get the double charge off. The F ability is going to come in from Devon. Devon loses so much HP though. He is going to try and get that ultimate off, but he's not able to, and NNE doesn't get the ult in time either. The silence going to come through, but it's not quick enough. Roy Hee still able to get into the monk ult, gets double grab, and this is Roy Hee on the monk. Oh my goodness, the Wu Chen port to save them. Peak is going to get himself grabbed as well. Another double grab. Roy Hee, the double grab, double slam. He is one of the best monks in the game. He's got the fastest hands in the game here. Oh my goodness, another grab. He's just still not able to capitalize off it, and I can understand why you are such an advocate for not playing monk.
Oh god,
he gets the grabs, he's able to make the plays, and he doesn't come away with any eliminations, and his team does end up going down as ASE jumping in on that third party.
Here's the thing with BBE, at the end of the day, so much of the lifting power is on Roy Hee. He's been playing carry, he's been playing sustain, he's been playing support, and it just doesn't seem to matter. They just cannot get the good trio together in order to actually make a mark. And unfortunately, if your main player is on Tianhai and the rest of your team can't capitalize, it's going to lead to knockouts, it's going to lead to awkward positions like that, and BBE will be denied that kill. Now, we do have another fight started up here. OUG trying to get on the chase down, Youth trying to make it to the hills to start things off, splitting the fight. OUG is going to follow through, catch it out. Youth behind the crates right now. Baby U's on the run down. Here comes the handing off of aggro. Jin Yu gonna come through. There's the killing blow.
And there we are. TE's Youth going to get himself eliminated there. Shin Yu picking up a nice little elimination for himself there. So we are going to be seeing now, just getting a bit of loot back up. 6 eliminations for ASE now as they have taken that spot of kill leader. It looks like OUG, only 2 eliminations on the board for them. That was only their second kill, as Alliance still on that second place with 4 eliminations on the board for them. And we're taking a look at where WBG is at right now. They were able to pick up those 2 kills on GG earlier into this game, as Yiran gonna now be going for a bit of extra loot. It looks like they've been gotten themselves pretty scaled as far as early game goes. They have 2 sets of purple armor on 2 of their members, which is gonna be definitely a huge advantage for them for the rest of this game. And now they're trying to find that third purple for Yiran. Getting that scaled before the first realm of Yang is definitely a place where they're going to want to be at. And so having them in that position right now, they must be very happy with where they're at.
Yep, still in this period right before we are going to get into the realm of Yang fights. Everybody just jockeying for position. And here's your update. Alliance coming out ahead with 4 kills, but ASE already in 5th place. Do not want to go away without a chance at going for the back-to-backs. The double already knocking out 2 teams, or at least killing 2 teams, setting themselves up well for a massive material advantage. They're going to translate that into more aggression soon.
Taking a look at our map, we're going to be seeing where these players are sort of located and taking a look at some of their loot paths that could be happening right now. OUG has found themselves DRG players. Oh, and we're going to see that last second teleport out into with that Viper ultimate, was able to get a bit of silence off onto one of their players, but it looks like a DRG going to be trying to come through with that huge Feria ultimate right now, and it is putting in a lot of work. The Wu Chen port out by OUG is going to bring them to safety right now, as DRG was just putting too much pressure onto them, not giving them enough room to breathe. Are going to be backing off of this fight for now, as DRG are going to try and jump into this. They want to follow suit on that, but OUG still has some of their ultimates available. Baby U, though, needs to get some healing in before the fight gets back too heavy. We're going to see that Syra ultimate invested now. WX98 is on the Valda, still has that Valda ultimate available. We haven't seen a Valda come into play, and I didn't even notice that they picked that.
Yeah.
Wow. The Valda coming into play here. OUG just waiting for the team to take the teleport through.
Yep. Just waiting here, looking for an opportunity. Just gonna pull the trigger now. DRG still in loot mode. OUG taking to the high ground here, maybe looking to get the drop up against an unsuspecting WX98 and company.
And it looks like they're just going to be hiding close to the Enigma here. OUG going to see if he can get some location scan off by hitting the Bell. Bell has already been hit. He's wondering where they are. You know, it would be a good idea to sort of figure out exactly where these players went. WX98 is going to find the location on them. They are going to be able to spot out where DRG has ended up going. The huge pull sword slash going to come through, and we are going to be seeing big damage coming in, but the BLADEPOINT is going to do such a huge job for them, as now Kakashi is going to get eliminated. That Tesla stun doing no help for the team of DRG, but so much for OUG there. You're going to see the Viper, or the Invisible from our DRG member is going to be able to use that Phantom Step to be able to avoid the stun, but now it's 2v2 right now. OUG Shinyu has been eliminated. Baby, you getting dangerously low, but we're gonna see the pillar getting dropped now, and now they're trying to see if they can get the elimination on the WX98. The parry is gonna come through, and WX98 does get eliminated. Now in the 2v1 situation, Dongqing in the mech is going to be forced to go away and heal, while OUG gets their one remaining member that was down up. Now Dongqing gonna try and kite this out, see if he can make it to a portal. And Baby U's gonna follow. SS gonna try and jump into this as well, as it looks like they are gonna find him out. And here it is almost inevitable for them to get this elimination. The 3v1 situation, Dongqing gonna try his best to kite this out, but it's gonna be very difficult. And there you go, he goes down, ladies and gentlemen.
Good on OUG, finding their mark, making it happen. Sometimes you see in places like that where very aggressive initiation it's had, that sometimes the turnaround just occurs, and from there you lose a lot in a very dicey position where you want to go for those Rebel Yang fights. But here's 5-2-1 getting some kills of their own, setting themselves up well, right on top of what is going to be a Soul.
Yeah, and the Spirit Well coming through for them, as we did see BB has been completely eliminated from this game, unfortunately, so soon.
Man.
But you know, it's an unfortunate one. But they've got 4 more games to make it back. We're gonna be taking a look as our first realm of Yangs have seemed to have already popped here. As WBG's Leo jumping in on the Syra is gonna lose both Xing and his other teammate there, Yiran. Ultimate's available for both of them as well. This is an unfortunate spot to be in. He goes out of the ultimate, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. ASC's Han winning that first runway Yang. We didn't get to catch any of those fights live as we were watching OUG versus DRG. It was a very interesting fight that we got to see there, though. So, you know, we are going to see them pick that up. 5-2-1 going to be able to get that Mystic Might buff from the Spirit Well as well, giving themselves a bit of extra loot, giving them a decent position to be in there. You know, not the best, but they've got a good stack right now, and they've got a buff. They're going to be able to see where these players are at. It's a decent position to be in. It's not the best, but it's a pretty decent spot, as we're going to be jumping into this next phase of the game. And we only got to see one Yang fight, which is super surprising.
Yeah, only one Yang fight. It didn't really look like it was heavily emphasized by these teams, which I'm a little bit surprised by, as most of the time that is what then cascades into a lot of aggression mid-game as people are looking to get that Yang depletion off of them. Other people have their Vermilion Bird Smite, and therefore they say, hey, we got a free fight in us. Let's see if we can snowball this game harder. So going to be a very interesting texture, especially for a Holoroth game, now that isn't really the case. DRG eliminated alongside BBE as well, and the bottom of the screen. Thank you for coming back to the BBE stock watch. Unfortunately, it is plummeting right now. So we're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to bring it back in the future, of course. But as it currently stands, definitely in an awkward position here. DRG and company looking to reset things for the time being. Now, that is WBG, I believe. Is that them over there with the depletion needing to make a mark?
Yes. Yes, that is them, and they need to get onto that Yang depletion. They definitely need to be making something happen pretty quickly. WBG is in a very tough spot right now because they are the only team with Yang depletion. So this is going to be a lot more difficult for them rather than having multiple teams that have Yang depletion. It's going to make it a lot harder for some of these, for them to try and find a team that's going to want to take a scrap off in this early game right now. And so finding that team, maybe they might try and go for 5-2-1 since they have the buff. It would be a sensible move to try and take that fight. But, you know, we're going to see it happen. They're going to try and take a fight, but it is not looking too good for them right now. Yeah,
absolutely not. Well, we got Leo up here on the high ground. They saw 5-2-1 descend below. The question is, are they going to pull the trigger, look for the chase? The answer is yes. Ivan going to be set on the run. Not really a whole lot of people around them. So that means Cyrus is going to raw ult this one. Looking for the follow through. Pampy going to drop down. Trying to find an angle, not wanting to go too deep, knowing that Cyrus can just melt through these health bars in an instant here. Teleport going to be activated. 5-2-1 trying to get out of the canyon. And that means that with Weibo having to climb on up, I think they just get away.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be able to make their escape there, and they're going to take themselves into the zone where they are going to die to the Yang depletion. It's an unfortunate game for them right now, but you know, it's got to happen every now and again. WBG gets eliminated by the Yang depletion. So we're going to be seeing now OUG getting aggressed on by SS1, as it looks like they are going to just try and rotate closely together. Not really trying to go for a hyper engage right now, but keeping tabs on them, letting them know they're there, saying, hey, you know, I see you. You know, I know you're there. We're not going to fight it out right away, but, you know, give me 20 minutes. I got you.
What I'm a little bit worried about here with Wolves, TE, SS1, all these different teams kind of clustering up with one another in these very tenuous positions where a fight can occur is, you look at ASE there, 5th spot overall, 9 kills on the board for another game running, the chance to bring it back to back. You get into a bit of a tragedy, the common scenario. A third party by ASE in a position like this is devastating because it basically puts the game out of reach for any other individual trio.
Yeah, it does make it hard, but it is going to give teams like GG, teams like OUG and Alliance, they still have the opportunity to make this game theirs. Late game, it can change everything. There are opportunities that these teams are going to have where they are going to be able to get a lot of eliminations coming up. If by chance ASE is going to be able to come away with a lot of eliminations in that final circle, then even if they don't place first, they are still going to be reigning as MVP. But we've seen teams go from 4 eliminations to 11, 12 kills in that final circle. It can happen. It has happened a lot before. SS1 now already trying to go for a little bit of extra eliminations. And wow, this has really not been a Yang game. Nobody going for these realms of Yang right now, as we're going to be seeing Zuon now taking a lot of damage. SS1 Water going to try and send something out here, as TEZ just going to back off here. Nobody really wanting to engage. No ult zone going to be popped to the Faria mech, knowing it is not allowed to go over there, not wanting to cause any more trouble. They're going to back off here, keeping the 2 ultimates that they still have, trying to get the heals off for peak, as OUG now going to be sending in some more shots, as the cannon with the meteor there. Wow, so much damage from Baby U and Shin Yu, both on those cannons, trying to catch LXM out. He's on so low HP, gonna be forced to pop that Temi ultimate, but OUG's SS with the pull sword is gonna be able to come away without a kill.
Yep, good job, OUG rallying, looking for another angle in. SS1 and JL fighting down on the low ground for the time being. But notice, while this is all happening, ASC just going to get themselves a Draco Storm here. This could be a very big title changer as we move deeper on into this game. 13 minutes left. This is 3:30 on the far side of the fight. Coming down from the Syra ultimate, trying to find a sustain necessary to get back into this one. Jinyu looking for a flanking angle onto multiple members here, as OUG as a group are now going to try to defend themselves from SS1 on one side and 5-2-1 on the other. Fat Milk trying to dive in as well, as we see a fight around this hut begin in earnest. Fat Milk still on the periphery of this one. GG looking for some plays, are just going to find themselves in awkward position after awkward position. That's an elimination, as now 5-2-1 on the edge here are looking to find a new angle versus SS1, who have defended themselves there with a bunch of Wu Chen wind walls.
We are going to see here SS1 backing off here, and it looks like Alliance and ASE going to be getting some White Tiger's Prowess and Draco Storm buffs here, as Mist going to be able to pick up that Draco Storm. It's a huge buff for them. And did nobody go into Yang except for ASE?
Yeah.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm not 100% sure. Like, this is completely foreign to me, the concept of nobody going into the realm of Yang. Like, I've never seen one Yang depletion team in the first round and only one team going in and getting a free Yang after second. I think the points are so close for these bottom teams like WBG, TE, DRG, 5-2-1, and BBE. They need to put themselves into that top 12. They're not risking the Yang depletion. And I could be wrong, but that just seems like they're playing it extremely safe right now.
Probably too safe in my opinion, but at the same time, you see what happens if you do pull the trigger in a bubble round. WBG loses to that Yang depletion there because they decided to go in, try to contest on that first one. You lose, and all of a sudden, that's a sixth of your day off of the map by virtue of a single mistake before you could really rack up the kills and the points. And so I understand the rationale, but I think that in order to make a mark here, in not only make it to the bi-weekly, but show that you're competitive in the bi-weekly, a little more needs to be done. Otherwise, ASC is just going to run roughshod over everybody because they have that cushion of scoring to where they could play as all out as they so desire. And in kind, we've already seen them cascade that kind of advantage into a victory today.
Yeah, and ASC, they've already skyrocketed. They're in 5th place right now.
Oh, yeah.
Compared to where they started the day out in, I believe, less than 7th. They were down in the middle of the pack, and now they've climbed themselves up to a position where they could actually be in contention for a very, very good start for this next couple of games. And if they keep up this consistency, weird.
One way to put it for sure.
It's so weird to see the way that this is happening. Like I'm still just so confused about the realm of Yanks. Like it has been almost tradition. No, I wouldn't say like specifically actually a tradition, but everyone goes in the Yanks. As soon as they were put into the game, all of these teams were using it to the fullest of their ability, and it was just a staple. It was always Yang fights. We get to see the Yang fights, but we don't get no Yang fights right now, and it's it's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that the Yang fights are a big reason as to why aggression is incentivized, and I think that by not getting those, we're gonna get a very different kind of late game, and it could be one in which, even though you want to get that top 12, you're still being denied the opportunity to do so by virtue of ignoring Realm of Yang. It's just that it's harder to grok because all of the decision makers as to who's coming out as the front runners within an individual game now turns into who is going to be the first to be forced out of the spacing game that you play at the very end here. And if you don't have the materials from Realm of Yang, it's very possible that a team just cannot hold for that long. They're going to collapse in, and we could be seeing a real recorrection coming game number 3 where people actually try to emphasize Realm of Yang again.
Yeah, and I have gotten a little bit of inside information. Shout out to Severi, who's saying that this has been a bit of a theme coming through in the past couple of weeks. It hasn't been extremely prominent. Granted that, most of the time we're still seeing Yanks, but it has started to become more of a trend as of like a decent amount of time where we have been seeing them start to stop taking Yanks, which I just find absolutely preposterous. But we are going to be seeing now the Spirit Well is Draco Storm, so these teams are going to want to start to go for it here as and Alliance look to capture this, and it looks like they are going to be completely uncontested on the side here as NY7 can be able to get this quickly as as you can see, they're going over, capturing a little bit, going off because they want to hold it till the very last second.
Wolves closing in, ASC alongside them. Notably, ASC in terms of material are kind of in an interesting position. One of their players still on that rare armor could be in a difficult position if they are the first ones caught out here. Overall, though, still very confident, looking to make a mark. Everybody just operating, shifting on the borders of the shadow here, as this is Alliance, I think, with Free Soul Well not really being aggressed upon by anyone. SS1 is on the high ridge, looking for maybe an ability to dive on down, but with 521 in the background, they don't want to risk getting third-partied.
And the third-party risk is definitely one of like the biggest things when it comes to these final circles. It's I'm not going to engage because I don't want somebody else to engage onto me. Even if you're so confident that you're going to win a fight, that if I take this fight, I know I'm going to win, I know I'm going to be able to kill them, you're going to use your ultimate to take that fight, and now another team's going to turn around. Okay, they're weak. They just came off a fight. We're going to take them out, and it's a chain reaction that's going to start. And all of a sudden, before you know it, the entire lobby has started to focus onto that one team that's getting low, and then all of a sudden you're the team that's low, and then the cycle just continues and repeats itself over and over and over again until there's only one team left.
All right, well, battle line's currently being drawn already. A very different texture to this end game, as we have about 6 minutes left on the clock here. 5-2-1 with Alliance on the far side, Wolves and ASC on this other ridge. Alliance just looking to scout for the time being, taken to this air, maybe trying to find a way in, as it looks like Wolves and company actually kind of want to pull the trigger on this fight. ASC going for the engage to start things off. Missed a little bit divided from the rest of the team here, as ALL are looking to clap down upon them. Han on the far side gonna fire off Syra ult in order to get a little bit of regroup going for ASC, and they're gonna make the most of the situation. Now big juggle, revenge caught out. This is a disaster. ALL looking for the initiation, now in trouble. ASC just gonna keep the pressure on as the rest of Alliance run to the hills. NY7 the only one on their side that still has any health to speak of.
NY7 gonna try and back off this a little bit, as we're gonna be seeing that Moonbane taking over so much of that playable area, making it very difficult for these players to rotate. We also see that no ult zone popped, and that is gonna make it incredibly difficult for these players to try and utilize their ultimate abilities. We are going to see ultimate is going to get popped though from OUG's SS. They're going to be able to catch up the members of ASE. Oh my goodness, Mist is going to go down here. Han extremely low in HP. This could be it for ASE right now. OUG doing a very good job of taking them out. SS1 going to be jumping in. F ability to barely miss that. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? ASE going to be fully eliminated here.
Great stuff. Things turning in an instant. I thought maybe they could turn that around with the Temi ultimate, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough, and that means ASC are going to be denied that opportunity to repeat, and now it's up to 5-2-1 to try to leverage this position. SS1 and company all still up. ALL looking to recover in this position. It's going to be ZK firing off the ultimate first, looking to just give space control to their side regarding the Solwell. Alliance, though, wanting to keep the pressure up in its current position with everybody up. They are going to look for a re-engage. ZK almost ousted from their position, having to take back to the skies. TE also on the far side, sandwiching them as 5-2-1 are just looking to play the range game from afar. OUG gonna dive in as well, and this may be the final scrap of the game.
And it's looking to be an incredibly fast-paced final scrap. Like, this game has just been incredibly weird. We saw the Yang entrance in the Predoria game. We saw that the normal way that these games are going. Players are starting to take the fights extremely early here, which has just been absolutely unheard of. It's very interesting to see how this has been played out here. And ZK taking so much damage here, gonna be forced to use 2 Justina dashes to get himself out. He's got 2 more, but the Tessa Charm's gonna come through. OUG gonna try and get ZK out here, as he's gonna try and get 1 pot in before the Tessa Charm's gonna come through. SS1 Zuan gonna try and make something happen with the Viper ultimate, and it looks like Shuon gonna be able to pick up that elimination that OUG started off, and now TE jumping in on that third party onto SS1 right now. They know the ultimates are burned. Perry's gonna be coming in on the other side. SS1 gonna try and blink out using that Wu Chen port. Alliance's NY7 to get Youth with the stun here, and there we go. That's gonna be it for Youth in just a second here. But oh my goodness, Baby You gonna come in with the cannon shot, steal the elimination, and NIHQ gonna get elimination off onto NY7.
OUG looking to fight inside a hut here. Revenge divided away from the rest of the team, and already Alliance is in a very difficult position. That's gonna be another one dropped, as now we got NHQ blowing up here, looking to bring it back. Wolves will be eliminated, but JL is getting pressured. That is going to lead to a Viper ultimate. Jinyu going to be stunned off of that one. OUG falling down to the low ground, able to keep this fight going, though, as now they're going to be going up against SS1. While on the other side of this one, it's 5-2-1 versus SS of OUG and Jinyu, both looking to just get a little bit of a spot on the cliffside wall. We're going to be able to pepper shots down at SS1, who have created a base camp down there that they're going to use to hold for the remainder of this game. Ivan now looking for initiation here on the Tesla, having to fall back for the time being outside of Shadow here, just looking to give space to their team. Peak just going to get juggled, and it loses their armor, staying up on top of the trees. Unfortunately, Zwan's going to get on top of them. Peak managing to stay alive for the time being, gets stunned up though, gonna drop now and moving down to the low ground, just buying as much space for themselves as possible. This absolute madness is up here. OUG pull out multiple cannons, but they need to get out of the way of the multiple Viper ults being dropped this way and that way. Jinyu down onto the low ground, 5-2-1 in trouble now, all except for the Wu Chen eliminated, I believe, and there they go, all gone now. This is going to be down between OUG and SS1, all occupying the cliff face wall, looking for an angle against one another. Jinyu relatively healthy, gonna try to dive into this one. Baby U alongside them, both of them trying to just stay in advantage with the cannons. They need to stay above TE and the remaining members of Alliance. Yoma going to try to get as much space for themselves as possible, down to a single member. They basically are a free kill for whoever wants it. Jinyu going to try to get on top of them, gets disarmed for the troubles though, and that could lead to a scramble scenario with the rest of the team. SS1 basically out of this one as well.
Yeah, OUG, the only full team remaining. Yuma had a nice parry and got a good amount of sap damage there, but wasn't able to capitalize too much off of it. It looks like Zuon, though, is just going to be standing still for a second there, unable to get out of the onslaught of Yuma into the Octa Slash, but SS going to steal the kill. 5 players remaining, Yuma and OUG. Peak is still alive though. Peak remaining into this game, trying to run away, but is caught up into the zone right now, taking so much zone tick, is going to be very, very low in HP. And oh my goodness, that the lake of damage there at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know, if you're on that bottom side of that lake, you fall down into there, you're going to be taking so much damage. It ticks out, and there we go. Shinyu getting the pick off on to Peak. And now Yuma, the only remaining player. And look at that cleanup. OUG with the win. We thought it was going to be ASC, but they got cleaned up so fast. And OUG, we said, I don't know, maybe a team with a couple of eliminations could come away. They had 12 kills at the 2-minute mark, and they took out every other player. Yuma got 1 kill on 5-2-1. Every other elimination they were able to come away with. I think they hit the 20 mark. I'm not 100% sure, but they had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, congratulations to OUG for a fantastic showing. A very different look from game number 1. We still aren't into the Firefly zone, so the aggression in the early game isn't quite there. But the fact that everybody de-emphasized collectively those realms of Yang meant that we got a very chaotic final circle, some very long drag-out fights, as the finishing ability from one team or the other wasn't necessarily there as it would be if you got those big buffs near the end. And OUG were able to capitalize on the chaos of it all and get themselves not only a victory, but a dominant one at that.
It was very dominant victory. You can say that again, and you can say that again and again and again, because they controlled the entire lobby, even with a team with the buff Alliance. They had that White Tiger's prowess to the very end there. They were not able to come away with it. Yuma was trying to get some exit frags for his team as he almost got the kill off on the Zuon, but the Octa Slash was not enough, as that pole sword was just dealing so much damage. And you saw that zone tick coming in, or what we believe to be the zone tick, the shadow from the bottom side of that lake on the peak of the map there. You are taking tick damage, and Peak was losing so much HP just from being in a bad position. He wasn't in the zone, but he's still taking that tick damage from the Shadow Lake, and T's Peak does end up going out there. What an incredible play from OUG. They were able to completely capitalize on all of those eliminations, closing the game out in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. I love those final circles where you have that big topographic difference, where you fight up and down on the cliff face wall. It is very demanding of just having a great lock on to your movement skills, and honestly, OUG were able to walk away with it all. But in regards to what selections were being made throughout the course of that game, that will be your answer for treasures this time around. How many players chose Syra in game number 2, A4, B5, C6, or D7? Make sure that you drop the answer there in the Twitch chat for a chance at some prizes.
And you better get those prizes, ladies and gentlemen. Answering the question by simply putting a letter in the chat. You definitely want to be in the running for those. There's some very cool and very nice gifts. Who doesn't love free stuff? I say it every time. Free stuff is amazing. We got to take it. You've got to capitalize on it. Capitalize just like OUG capitalized on this win. This was an incredible kill run. We're going to get to see the standings in just a second. I don't know exactly how many kills they finished with, but it was a lot of eliminations. At 2 minutes left, they had 18 eliminations with a total game score of 25.6. Those are some YZG numbers right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. OUG with a dominant showing, a lot of that just cascading from good positioning and then good navigation of a final fight, especially in a position where Realm Gangs are maybe being a little bit left off the table. We could be seeing them repeat this time around. You know, I said that last time, laying the groundwork there for a big play coming out of ASC, who still came in third place with 9 eliminations, but they were not able to get to the final battle there, disrupted by a massive Viper Ningle.
Yeah, that Viper disruption at the end was incredible, as we are going to be seeing SS with 10 kills on the Viper, F3v3, 3 kills for Baby U, and 5 eliminations for the Tessa Shin Yu. What a crazy play. 14 assists on the Wu Chen. That's how you know your support's playing his role. He is not a healer. He is assisting on almost every single elimination there that the team has. 14 assists. DRG, as we're going to be taking a look at the standings, 18, 45, 48, 53, 53 for TE and WBG. And WZ already knocked out of finals contention with a 53.5. They are not playing today, so we will not get to see any more chances from them to try and make it back into this. Right now, it's up to WBG and TE, who are neck and neck to try and come up and get. They need 10 more points, though. That is the difficult part right here. Is 63.2 is the threshold, and the threshold is only climbing. The only stable threshold for them to try and pass would be 81 points. And by the end of the day, it's possible they could make that happen, but 81 is the only team that they'll be able to surpass, and that Bauda, the team on 81 points, won't be able to climb even further. And now taking a look, it looks like OUG has surpassed ASE and is now at 92.1, with ASE only at 86.3. Finishing that game, they still got 9 kills, which is a lot more points. They were in third place, but they are still not able to climb up high enough to surpass OA, SR, and FPX, who have an incredible number of points.
Yeah, really stacking up, but look at how far YZG is even away from FPX and SR there. That is a team that you said already has won those back-to-back bi-weekly finals. They're looking to do so again, but here's ASC, a team that I really think could take it to them if they're able to correct some of the mistakes that they made at the end of that last game. Maybe a little bit too overconfident in their positioning, disrupted by the Viper ult, eliminated it early, but before that point, were by far and away the leaders on kills. But I said at the same time, Seb, you proved that didn't ultimately matter, as OUG walked away with full 18 by the end of it all.
Yeah, and like you said as well, like it was ASE with the win off of OUG's mistakes in game number 1, and now OUG with the win off of ASE's mistakes in game number 2. We're going to be taking a look. This was the original fight that we saw, as opposed to that round with Yang. OUG's SS just putting in so much work in this early game. They were able to do a lot as well when it came to that early game compared to ASE getting those 9 eliminations. And there we go at the end. And these are our highlights, brought to you by China Unicom, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And Yuma gonna get himself parried out here. And there you have it. The cannon shots from the top are going to come away with the victory. Viper as our MVP here, ladies and gentlemen. Usually, we get to see Viper a decent amount of times. This is SS's 4th time MVP. Focus Slide, Vajra's Grip, Overlord, Scattershot, Fire Arrows, and Target Lock with an Attack Jade. 14,000 damage. Look at the red bar going off the page a little bit there, as we're going to be seeing 28,000 damage from our 10 eliminations and 7 assists. Absolute insanity coming out. He had 12,000 damage from the Viper skills and ultimates alone, which means that that last little tick of damage that you get for connecting when the ultimate ends, and the F2 where did almost as much damage as his pull sword. And he had a gold pull sword. That's just crazy.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It's just the fact that Viper is able to take that carry position. It shows the fluidity, I think, of a lot of these teams now. Very well deserved MVP. But I want to talk about the fact that, we got Justina in the last one. We saw people such as, Roy Hihi of BBE being put as on this Tianhai as the kind of core member of that trio. I think it shows that there's still a lot to be explored in regards to team compositions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a bit of a break, but we'll be right back with some more NARAKA action and game number 3.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Nyarko. We are about to go into game number 3. We've had games 1 and 2 played already, and we've seen outstanding performances from both ASC and OUG in games 1 and 2. I believe they finished first, second, third in first and second or second, third for all of our games played so far. We're jumping into game 3. Do you think we're going to keep on the trend, or do you think we're going to be switching over? Another team might start to take over the scores.
Well, volatility is definitely a part of NBPL, and I think it's the reason why I'm very happy that we're getting these 6-game days, just setting ourselves up for the bi-weekly finals, because it really helps the cream rise to the top. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that any individual game is going to go down to just the teams that are at the top of the rankings. You could have a surprise play from the very end. I believe that one of the first games I casted, actually, it was a BBE victory, though they had to very much come from behind, and beyond that also, they managed to do so without a whole lot in the way of kills. And so with that in mind, we could be getting some other front runners coming through, claiming a victory. But overall, like I said, I think at this point of the season, the top competitors have gotten there for a reason by virtue of volume and their consistency.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it best right there. Like, it's definitely a consistency game. It is. You can play really well in one game. Like, we've seen some teams, they have one crazy pop-off game, and then they underperform for the entire rest of the bi-weekly split, and they might not even end up making the finals. It is really a race for consistency. You could play consistently in the middle of the pack, and then keep yourself in a good position to be in that top 6, or you could play really well and then your mental tanks because you play super well, you lose a game, and you start to tank. And that's what we could see happen to ASE. ASE's Han actually being one of the players that has the 3rd most average damage, with CXZ being the first, 7 average assists, 2.1 average kills, 11,000 average damage. And we are going to be seeing he's actually tied for 2nd with the most average assists. ASE's Han with 3.9. It's crazy that CXZ has an average of 7 assists, where sometimes teams can't even get an average of 5 kills, 7 kills.
Yeah, this is really showing the titans of the format, those players who are at the very center of it all, and those looking to make the biggest mark. You know, TXJ, a member of YZG at the very least, currently at the top in so many of these categories, a real statistical outlier, someone to watch out for. But it also shows that there's a lot of people right alongside them making it work for their teams. LXM for GG, one of those players to watch today in particular. Here we go, back into replays, trying to see what's happening from the player's perspective here. You see just how much there is to follow through on right now, as this is Water playing that Viper Ning, making a mark, diving on in, looking to clean it up.
This was SS1. They do end up going down, but look at this parry that we see. But the peel from the Tessa ultimate to prevent the damage here, and Zuon getting himself eliminated from the full sword of SS on Team OUG at that final end there. They were trying hard. They had that double parry. If that Tessa ult doesn't come through, OUG loses that game. And that double parry with the pull sword punish would have been absolutely insane if we saw it go through. But that's that lock-in for the team. They see the double parry, instantly they turn around Tessa ult, prevent the parry damage. It's quick. That's that min-max stuff, the minute micro decisions that these players have in their games, that they're trying to create that you just miss in regular gameplay. That's a pro level play that you're not going to see very often.
Absolutely the case. Now, at the same time, the flip side of it all is that what you get from a game like this is the ability to make a lot of decisions, but not everything is going to go exactly the way that you want it to. And so trying to conserve and reduce variance is a big part of this one. And I think that one of the ways that we saw that was that de-emphasization of the realm of Yang in game number 2. And I want to talk a little bit more about that as our players get ready to dive on into our 3rd draft. Do you think that this is going to be something that's Holoroth specific, maybe even time specific, or later on in the season are we going to see a re-engagement with Realm of Yang as a means by which to snowball things?
I'm really hoping that's not, like, this isn't going to be a trend that we're seeing, because I love watching casting, being a part of the Realm of Yang fights. I'm hoping it might just be something Holoroth specific. I know at the early stages of Predoria, people were saying, oh, it's such a big map, it's really hard to find people, don't go into Yang for solos, because you're not going to be able to find people at the end. But players in the Nbpl, they were still doing it, they were risking it, and you know, the risks of losing and getting on that Yang depletion were outweighing, or were not being outweighed by the pros of, like, you get so much loot, you get the buff. The Vermilion Burn Might early into the game is just such a huge advantage to have. Being able to make mistakes is something that is really coveted. And all of these fights with the pros right now, the skill ceiling has gotten to a certain level. It's in solos, but it's in trios as well. The skill ceiling has sort of gotten to a place where all of the players in their skill level are very evened out. But when you have an advantage over a certain team, like a buff, like armor advantage, like a weapon advantage, like soul jade advantage, these are all the things that these players are searching for to try and give themselves a leg up on their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Realm of Yang is going to be something that will come back into the fold once you get a early game that yet again focuses upon that aggression. If somebody is coming out with 3 or 6 kills in an ideal scenario prior to Realm of Yang, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't pull the trigger and jump in for that one. So I think that maybe that was just a one-off where things went a little bit even or split in such a way that nobody wanted to take the risk. But as we go deeper on into the day, we're probably going to get some amount of re-engagement with it. And I'm right there with you, you know. I love Realm of Yang fights. It's so exciting that we get those completely clean 3v3s or 1v1s depending on the scenario. I think that when you look at that versus the chaos of the end game, which is also exceptionally fun to watch, it's a very, very different style of play. And it allows for some teams that maybe aren't great in those coordinated, chaotic scenarios late game to make their mark and get up ahead enough to where maybe their management of a very dicey multiple team situation doesn't matter quite as much.
And exactly that it's a place where these teams can go all in into a fight without risking anything, without risking their entire game. They can take it to a extreme level without having to risk the fact like, okay, we might all die here and this could be our entire game. We could be completely finished out, but no, they have the chance to bring it back. And that is what everyone loves so much about these Realm of Yang fights, is that it gives you that opportunity to really push your skills to the limits, and you could benefit from it so much coming into these games. And taking a look at our first round selection, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be BBE, Alliance, DRG, and Wolves on that first round. Second round selection going to be going to SS1, 521, OUG, and JL. And the third round, last round selection is going to be given to GG, WBG, ASE, and TE.
All right, well, game 3 locked in. We're about to get on into the draft here. Very, very excited for this one. Here's a look at Alliance. This is a team with some interesting background coming in from games 1 and 2. Good aggressive play, but they couldn't actually keep all 3 of them up, especially in that game number 2, and therefore couldn't make quite as big of a play as they, I think, desired as we moved on into that one. Now, here is the character select screen. Syra, Temult, alongside the Takeda Nobutada, gonna be grabbed here by ALL, and this has basically been the meta composition. There are, of course, variations off of that. BBE gonna get a Syra for Roy Hee, but that's NNE actually going on over to Azai, which Dong is also gonna pick up for DRG. Love to see this character, especially in trios.
We haven't really gotten to see too much of the Zai gameplay coming out, which has been very disappointing for me. Is like Zai has been taking over lots of the other regions. Meta, Zai, Matari, Syra has been the dominating comp in NA, in EU, and it hasn't really been shown of the full force that we've gotten to see too much of it in CN, which is unfortunate. It's a super fun comp to watch. The fact that Zai is able to use her F ability not once, not twice, but 3 times going into a fight, refreshing it almost instantly. You use the F ability off of basic cooldown, then you use it off of the Zai ultimate cooldown, then you use it off of the Matari ultimate cooldown reset. It just over and over and over again. It is one of the most beautiful things to see in the game happen, and I'm absolutely loving seeing the Zai gameplay coming out. We're not seeing too much of it today. The comps that are succeeding a little bit more aren't containing that Zai, and we haven't really, we're seeing the Viper comps. Blind Date has come to play today.
Yeah, and I'm very happy for that. We saw the disruption yet again mark actually the doom of one of our top teams there in game number 2. And so I'm looking for more of that. I think that also, if you're in a position where Realm Game becomes the focus once again, Blind Date is actually very interesting as a means by which to deny Yang depletion from people. And Weibo actually found themselves victims of that in game number 2 as well. Had to be to die inside of the storm by virtue of just unable to access the team. They decided to aggress upon a team with the Wu Chen. They were out of there in an instant, and that was all that they wrote. And so here we go, hero picks for all of our teams across the map right now. That is going to be another Faria picked up, this time in control of the Wolves alongside the Syra and the Justina. I don't think that this character has been doing quite enough either. Maybe I'm just so anti-Transformers in this position, but it feels as if neither of these characters are doing enough.
Yeah, no, and I definitely agree with you on that. Kylan Monk, when it first got brought into the meta, was shown very performative. The results were extremely positive as Kylan, a very, very strong hero on his own, paired with Zping, very, very good duo. Adding the Monk into that, the CC that you got from the Kylan slashes, being able to grab out of mid-air while these players were getting CC'd, was really strong, but it just seems to be faltering in the hands of players that aren't able to capitalize with it. With the likes of OUG right now, we might actually get to see something really crazy coming up from that Monk comp. They are going to be pretty isolated in their spawn by the Shadow Jade Mine. We are going to be seeing some of these players close to that Zest Winery area. That's BBE and by Sunwing's Rest as well. JL on that side too. We're seeing Alliance there as well. We're seeing TE, and it looks to be Team GG on the backside of the Eventide Temple there, going to be going for a play on that edge of the map.
All right, well, there are your drop zones overall. I think it's actually pretty well distributed outside of a cluster center screen. I love the fact that Morris Isles, though, usually you're getting a surprising amount of action in these recent patches. I feel like this traditionally was a map where maybe people, especially given their knowledge, either decided to cleave towards breakpoints or just played passively for a lot of the early game and maybe went in for a Realm Yang or two. Now it feels like the action is a lot more apparent as right off the bat, we're just getting the fist slugging it out. GG meeting up with TE deep inside of the canyon here. LXM already going to be eliminated, and TE are looking to follow through as GG are picked apart. 330 in a very difficult position. Still, unfortunately, only on Fist's peak, trying to sustain this back up. Going to be able to get a parry. 330 goes down, and what an opening.
Yeah, it's always the crazy start here, as we are going to be seeing NiHQ going to be getting eliminated, as well as DRG facing off against Wolves. Wolves going to be losing down one member. ZK is going to be getting sharked down as well. DRG able to pick up 2 of these eliminations already, trying to find the third here with that fan doing a really good job of peeling. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final jump LMB from Dongqing is going to be able to finish off that kill. OUG now finding themselves into some trouble, fighting off against their rivals right now. We're getting that little bit of a rivalry going on. ASE is going to be getting some peel going on for them, and it looks like Shaowen able to get out of that fight really quickly. Missed, going to be taking the brunt of the damage, finding himself a parry, is going to end up getting another parry off on that side now. As we're going to be seeing Baby U is going to be getting that heal though, so Missed going to get eliminated. SS on the support now, jumping over to that Zping, and they are going to take him out. The Zping ult saving them there. What a crazy finish to that fight.
And it looks like we got more action right off the bat here. That's going to be one member of DRG just carting the other way. Didn't quite see who. I think it was Kakaxi, who now realizes, ah, man, I healed up, but the rest of my team is still deep in this one. Dunk no armor, barely any help left available, trying to find a way back into this fight, as we're going to see Yaron drop for WBG early in this one. Leo going to be sent sprawling, but WBG as a whole are unable to make it happen. DRG clean it on up. They're going to be another one of those teams that have that shot in the arm of momentum. Now, will this actually translate into engagement with the Realm of Yang?
And there we go, DRG having that Bane drop too, just giving them such a huge advantage into that fight. Devon not wanting to enter into this as well, though. We're not going to be seeing them fighting this too aggressively here, as it looks like they are just going to be hanging out around the outskirts, seeing if they can pick off a couple of stragglers. So it looks like it's not going to be the case for them there, but we are going to be seeing DRG already re-aggressing into a fight. It looks like they have found JL here, wanting to get active, one to get. Shout out Duncan Oogly, as we are going to be seeing JL now going to be popping that no ult zone to try and prevent the onslaught of DRG. We see that Zai ultimate is almost ready to turn around into that fight. It looks like they're not going to be going for it here, as BBE has jumped into the fight now. Triple berry from Roy Hee to be able to come up with so much extra damage, but he's going to go down. 2 members of JL get eliminated. DRG is to be able to come and pick up those kills. Roy Hee now forced to pop that ultimate, but his teammates are in the no ult zone. They're going to try and come closer to him, but DRG is still ready for this onslaught here. They're going to get the heal up, and it looks like BBE is going to escape with their lives, but that was a very risky play for them, as DRG was able to clean up so many eliminations there. What a crazy play that we're seeing once again.
Yeah, while this happens, DRG just gonna bring out the mop and bucket and go for the cleanup crew. That's gonna be X1 out of JL, knocked out early. BBE want to go for the re-engage now. Roy Hee knocked down, gonna lose their armor. WX happy to play right on top of them, as we're also just stuck in the middle of Bane's Breath amongst it all. Donkey looking for the chase down. NNE gonna be blown up here, and unfortunately this episode of BBE Market Watch is going as all the rest. Unfortunately, I recommend shorting them at this point.
Another Bane. If you have any stock in BBE, I would
sell.
I mean, you could, you know, wait a couple years, but selling doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world, as we're going to be seeing now ASC back into some scrap-offs. It looks like SS1 has now been the jumping into this mix. Zuan gonna get hit with that Tesla Charm right after popping that Kylan ultimate. Is gonna try and make something happen, but almost to no avail. That Viper ultimate is gonna come out, and this could be very devastating for them. This is the V1. We are gonna see the Kylan getting brought down. He does still have that immortality proc though, so this could be a bit of a bad situation. Water is going to have that monk ult, which is going to allow them to take some more space. ASC going to be forced to back off here, and they are without second lives. We did see ASC getting eliminated pretty quickly into that first round of the game, so they are going to need to make up a lot of ground if they're going to want to place high into this game. No eliminations on the board for them though.
Notably right now, SS1 doesn't have an ult on their Tianhai, which is water, and Swan has already been split out of this one. I think this is the time for SS1 to try to get out of dodge. I don't know if they're going to have the opportunity, though, as ASC are going to probably pick up the kills that they were looking for. Already one on the board. Juan in trouble. Good double knockback here. I just don't think it's enough, as there we go. Knocked out in an instant. SS1, we'll see you soon.
Definitely not the best situation for them to be in there, as it was in a pretty bad predicament for them, as we're now going to be taking a look at OUG, who have 3 eliminations on the board for themselves. ASC with 3, DRG with 11, ladies and gentlemen. They were below TE and WBG, and now they're at 59 points in contention of knocking Wolves out of this game. They just need Alliance and Wolves to have a couple more bad games. If they keep this momentum up, they are going to be very high onto leaderboards.
How does DRG have 11 kills already?
I just no idea.
Well, we talk about momentum. If somebody's not taking Realm of Yang in these games, I'm going to cry, because this is perfect position right here for DRG to just walk away with a massive swing in points. And they need it, right? They're at that bubble 13th position. You aren't making it a bi-weekly if you aren't able to hop, skip, and jump over the like of Wolves there at 12th, or ALL. Still without kills in this game, by the way, at the 11th spot.
Alliance, they have been falling short of what they need to be doing, and it is pretty unfortunate to see that happening right now. But you know, there are lots of times where these teams are going to be starting to fall short of the positions that they want to be in, and you can start to see the decline right now. Wolves not looking to be in a very good spot right now. They haven't had that many great games. They weren't doing awful early on. They weren't having the worst games ever, but they are starting to really falter in their scores, and it is really showing how hard their scoring is taking a hit. And we're going to be taking a look at the spawns right now pretty quickly of these Realms of Yang. We're seeing these players are going to start to make their way towards the Yangs this time. It looks to be a one-off of the games on Holoroth. You know, we might get to see it on our next Holoroth game, which is going to be game number 4 after this game here. So we could still see that happening in game 4. It looks like WBG and I don't know who that is on underneath them are going to be going for a scrap off at the Spirit Well instead of going for that Realm of Yang.
This thing currently stands right now. Things are quiet, I think, around most of these Realms of Yang. So it could be the case that people are still very much on the game plan where they aren't emphasizing them. OUG definitely looks like they're prepping to dive on in. As you noted, because we're in trios and not solos, there's no Realm of Yang pass, which means that it's often a mad scramble to dive straight into this one. OUG just going to spend a little bit of time outside for the time being. Will be locked out, actually. That means it's going to be multiple teams actually trying to emphasize this. It's going to be GG versus Alliance to start us off. Let's see how they take this, guys.
CJS going to go for the ult right away here. With Alliance's Revenge, going to just try and take to the pillars. This is how these players are going to try and play. They do not want to mess with that Monk. Doing a really good job of kiting that out right there. But Yuma going to get himself grabbed right now. That is not the spot that he wants to be in. So we are going to be seeing CJS going to get the slam into the regrab. And this is where that ultimate is going to start to work for them here. And they get the punch off. Yuma, 1 HP in a dream. They get the follow-up. Now trying to get the elimination onto NY7. It looks like it's not going to be put into their favor. But they get the follow-up slashes with that Kylan ultimate on to NY7 there. As the Monk ult goes down, CJS able to use some huge follow-ups with his dual halberds in hand. And now in a, I believe, 3v situation, Alliance not looking very good right now. But the parry going to come out. Revenge able to get the punish damage on to LXM. Bell going to get popped for CJS. He's now only got those gray weapons in hand. Gets the double charge off on NY7 though. And Revenge putting in a lot of work onto those opposing players. But it looks like it's not going to be enough, as CJS and 330 are going to close that out, and GG picking up that Realm of Yang.
You know, you talked about that 1-2-1-2 stack that we got from the teams winning games 1 and then game 2, of course, ASE being one of those. GG is kind of that third team that you would expect to be in a conversation, but so far today hasn't really been showing out in the way that we expected. This was the only team that we thought had a shot at taking down YZG if they just racked up a ton of points today. We've seen them have massively efficient days in the past, and this is the first time that we're really seeing them shine here. So those kills in Realm of Yang could lead to a victory for them. We're going to see if they're going to be able to now measure up against ASE with that Draco Storm, the RG, and then 5-2-1 even the other teams with the Vermilion Birds Mites.
GG is one of those teams that they've very rarely changed their roster through the entire history of the NBPL. They've had a very similar roster since just about day 1 of their NBPL careers. I believe it's changed maybe once or twice, but they have been very almost exactly the same in who they've had as teammates since the very beginning. So they've been with each other for a long time, and they've had a lot of ups and downs. Right now, they're going to be going into a fight against 5-2-1. 5-2-1 not even needing to take this fight right now. They've got 3 eliminations on the board, no Yang depletion needing cured, but they see a Vermilion's team, and it looks like they're going to try and capitalize on this Monk here. CJS getting extremely low. Kylan Ultimate going to get popped now, as we are going to be seeing Ivan going to try and go for some assists on this Kylan ultimate here, as it looks like Wolves going to be jumping into this, and this is the trouble that 5-2-1 is going to bring themselves into. They don't have a safety net. Even if they got those eliminations off on to the members of GG, they don't have that safety. Oh, they do have Vermilion.
They have Birds
What
Might,
am I saying? I'm not even noticing that. The Birds Might coming in and putting in huge plays for them, but SS1, now Wolves in the mix. I believe Alliance is here too. So many players jumping in, 3rd, 4th, 5th party. 5-2-1 is going to go down pretty quickly though, as Wolves now trying to make some extra plays happening in on the 3rd party. It looks like SS1 needing to claim some soul blooms to try and fix the mess that they've put themselves into right now. And jumping back into the mix is Water from SS1. They need to claim that bloom fast, trying to get this elimination off onto Team GG. They want to go for the teams that have that or that have the buffs, so that they are fighting a team that is prepared to die if they really do need to. Huge play coming through. LXM is going to end up going down though. ZK picking up that kill. We're going to see the Monk ult coming up here, and Water going to try and make some moves with the hands.
Yep, Water though, without a whole lot in the way of range. Unfortunately on this hillside, it's just hard to get people that are able to crest over the top of that. And so with that in mind, not a whole lot could happen on that side of the fight, but now we got Syra ult pop down. The other edge of this one is this is going to be Alliance just radiated on all sides. Revenge trying to keep NY7 topped off, but here comes the revenge fire from LGX, who's also using a Syra. CK looking to get down onto Revenge as it's sent from the skies. Now this is going to be a tough situation for Alliance. Did they overstay their welcome now that they don't have the Syra providing coverage is the question. Revenge all locked up. And this is going to be Wolves' ZK diving in, looking to just get their armor restored. And while that happens, here comes the hand through. TE now going to get on top of these Alliance members. Peak giving chase up on top of this Peak. Looking to get NY7, who's going to drop back down on the low ground. Multiple hook shots coming out. Here's the follow through at HQ. Someone still in the midst of things is also going to find themselves just getting run over by the phase rush here. Now in a very awkward position. They were looking for an escape. Unfortunately, they couldn't find it. TE going to clean this one.
TE picking up some nice eliminations. Let's just go take a look at our kill board. You know, OUG on 3, pretty normal. ASE on 4, pretty normal. GG on 4. JL on 4, SS1 on 2, as well as Alliance. Wolves on 5. DRG on 14. 14 eliminations for one team. Second Yang hasn't even started yet. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing an absolute masterclass of early and mid game here. This is insanity that is going on right now.
Yeah, highest rates of kills so far throughout the course of a game, 15 minutes still on the clock. The question is, can they bring it home? You know, so far, I don't think that anybody that's been in the kill lead at this point in time is the one that actually translates it to the end, except for maybe SR or ASE in game number 1. I'm already getting all my timelines mixed up, but this is the most dominant showing that we've seen early. DRG should just be able to hoover up every buff on the map from here on out. We do have ASC in a fight right now. Multiple people getting spread to the side there with a big sprawling shot coming out here. Zhuan desperately trying to make it to the hills to get out of the way of the Viper Ning ultimate that was dropped their way. Zhao Wen now up on top, prowling for this member of SS1. Will catch them out on the cliffside wall. Zhao Wen actually going to be the one landing a killing blow there as ASC look to continue their reign of dominance. Now here comes Weibo though, dropping down. Mist going to see them. Decides that they don't want these hands. We'll take to the skies, and while that happens, it's second round of a Realm of Yang OUG versus TE.
This is going to be an interesting one. If TE is able to come away with this eliminations here, it is going to be huge for them. OUG really needs to get these kills. I believe they're missing ultimates on one of these players, though. So Shinyu going to pop that ultimate super fast here. We're going to see a big parry onto TE's Peak. Peak needs to pop that Syra ultimate soon, as we're going to see the Fairy ultimate getting popped. Youth is going to get himself grabbed, though. Those range shots going to be dealing so much damage, but the heal going to bring him back up, and he's stunned to the point where he can't even go for the slam. OUG Shinyu still trying to get the grabs. He gets the grab off onto Youth, trying to see if he can collect Peak. Now, isn't going to be able to get it. He goes behind the pillar. That's the second time Shinyu has not been able to come away with the drop. And now Shinyu trying to back away here. And it looks like SS is gotten eliminated. TE doing a very good job at putting this into the 3v2 situation. Kylan Slash going to get avoided. That's a huge loss of health for him. Is not going to be able to get that siphon off. Shinyu trying to go for the parry. Shinyu is almost eliminated here. Gets the kill. Youth is going to be able to pick up the kill. And now it's a 3v1 situation. And wow, TE was actually able to come away with the kill.
All right, well, JL remaining on the periphery of this Spirit Well. Could just be theirs for the taking here. We do have WBG assembling on high, maybe looking for a way in. For the time being, though, happy to play this slow. They don't want to be the people to engage, create a third-party scenario already in a very difficult place. Team as the front runner, so far ahead, as we saw right there with the score lines being what they were. It means that there's not really a big incentive for anybody except for that front leading team to pull the trigger, lest you just kind of fall apart to someone with a massive material advantage. There's 13 minutes still off on the clock. That's plenty of time to farm up for yourselves and hopefully make the final circle.
And they definitely do still have a lot of time on the clock, so that it is not something that they are going to be wishing that they are wishing they won, of course. It is definitely something that they were really kind of hoping that they were able to put into motion. But, you know, it's not something they are too worried about. They have a lot of time to make back all of the ground that they have lost. And right now, they are in decent standing. So we are going to be able to see that happen here. OUG did win that previous game, but you know, sometimes that momentum, so like we saw with ASE, they got really up there with what they needed to do, and they ended up losing out on so much of what we saw in game number 2. So we are going to be seeing now this replay versus 5-2-1. CJS doing a really good job of sharking down Pampy's HP on the other Monk side here, doing a really good job of blocking for his team and going for the grabs only when absolutely necessary there. Isn't going to be able to connect on many of the grabs, but does keep Pampy's health at bay. LXM is going to get grabbed out. We're going to see Fat Milk get grabbed as well. They're trading almost exactly identical with each other. I've been going to get grabbed here, and this is exactly identical with the Monk fight there. As a now LXM going to try and make something happen on the Kylan, and we're seeing Kylan plays coming through with the huge slashes. Ivan going to get himself eliminated into the 3v2 situation and then into the 2v1.
Yep, good stuff overall by GG to convert off this Realm of Yang. Pampy now juggled on the far end of this one. Left alone, unfortunately. They're the last one left alive, and while they give the run around for a little bit, it's not enough in that replay. So 5-2-1, kind of in a desperate situation here. There is water hiding in bush. Question is, will Pampy be able to find them out? They're going to walk right past it for the time being, searching for more of a fight.
And we're going to see now OUG and 5-2-1 going to fight each other. This is an interesting fight that's going to start off, as we are going to see the ultimates getting kicked right away. Ivan on the Kylan, and we aren't seeing the Monk. Monk is going to come out now, though, and the peel is going to be just enough. Fat Milk is not going to get himself grabbed. Shinyu losing a lot of HP for that. Now trying to get that grab back onto Ivan. We're going to see both zipping ultimates going to get invested now, as Baby U is the one extremely low on the side of OUG. Ivan is in a very good position. SS is going to get himself grabbed. Pampy, as the ult is going to come down, trying to see if he can get one last little exit grab. He gets the one onto SS. The slam damage isn't going to come through, but he does get pulled back. SS1 now is going to be in for very good third-party potential here. SS getting very, very low, and we're going to see Ivan getting that last hit of damage, and it looks like 5-2-1 is going to be taking out the Titans. OUG here. Oh my goodness, the dominators of game number 1. OUG getting brought down by 5-2-1. 5-2-1 really showing up to play this game.
Absolutely, they need to, of course, right there in the 17th slot. It's going to take a lot to drag them up to a place where they're competitive, but this is a good start. The problem is they still have to deal with DRG this game, who are right now still at 14 kills, still are absolute titans, and TE have also raised their stock up to 9 kills for this game. So this is definitely going to be a tale of two titans here. GG still also in this at 7 kills for themselves. SS1 trying to do what they can to stay alive in this one. Water gonna have to pop ultimate just to avoid dying to the storm and to 5-2-1 on top of them. Looking to move their way out here. The question is, where do they go alone?
It is going to be a difficult one for them, but we're going to see them try and make their way into the rest of this game, as we are going to be taking a look now. GG's CJS just trying to see if he can get an exit grab. It's not looking too good for him. He's getting sharked down by the entire lobby. WVG wanting to confirm this elimination, and it looks like Leo is going to get the kill confirmed. Bane getting dropped down as well, going to be dealing some damage to the members of DRG, and this could be trouble for the team DRG right now, as it looks like Kakashi is going to get the elimination onto ASE Xiaowen. Looks like they might be able to get the revive, though. We're flipping over now. GG's 330 is going to get caught out by the triple charge off of that Tessa stun, and that's just an unfortunate situation to be in right there. ASE's missed. Going to get the kill again onto DRG WX98. I believe that they have lost 2 players now. Dongqing, the only remaining player of the team. You overheat, you get 14 kills, and you start to go down. This is so unfortunate for them right now.
Yeah, this is a very scary position here. ASE gonna use this for a sneaky revive on Han, who's just gonna get hit by another Bane's Breath. That's an awkward position to be in, as now ALL are gonna close upon their position. Mist just gonna try to run to the hill. Xiaowen trying to hold off the tide of ALL. Moving on in. cross it up. Here comes JL on the far side of this one, and unfortunately ASC has been divided and maybe conquered. Yoma trying to get in on top of Zhao Wen, gonna get repelled on the first attempt. Here comes the second hook shot. Once again, Zhao Wen on pole sword is gonna try to defend from them. Revenge now on the follow through here. It's gonna take 2 to take down 1, but it doesn't matter as ALL have that advantage in numbers. Zhao Wen in a lot of trouble now, up against the side of this wall, nowhere to go. 3 members on top of them. This could be the end of ASE.
And ASE going down quickly here too. All of our top teams like OUG, ASE, DRG losing all of their members really quickly. The likes of Alliance, Wolves, WBG are taking out these top players. It looks like TE as well have come to play today, claiming that Draco Storm buff. They've got gold armor on so many of their teammates right now. I believe all three of their teammates have the gold armor. They won their Realms of Yang. They've been playing this game incredibly strong today, and they're doing such a phenomenal job. They're really climbing to try and beat out Wolves or Alliance for that 12th place spot. And by game 3, if they're able to capture that, it's very good props to them, as they are doing the absolute best right now in this lobby by dominating. Even though DRG still has 14 kills, and they're going to try and hold that last player to take their placements in a little bit further into this final circle, I believe it's going to be TE's game to lose right now.
Yep. And I do not understand how we got to a position where that's what we're saying, right? Like, you saw those top line competitors, of course, TE, great team doing great stuff, especially in this game, but they weren't the ones racking up those kills from early, and now look how the conversation has shifted here. Credit where credit's due to 521 to ALL as well for sticking around for as long as they have. Unfortunately now and 521 in a position where they're just having to camp out on low ground. They're getting hit by a lot of cannon splash damage as Wolves are able to occupy the outside. For the time being, TE trying to get on top of them though, as we do have Yoma, Revenge, and the remaining member of ALL clustered up on low, just trying to keep things quiet for the time being. Is Cuckoo 2 the last one to JL left alive as well?
I believe so. I believe it is. I'm not 100% sure, but I do think that there's a strong chance that he might be one of the only remaining players right now for JL, as all of our dominating teams that we usually see taking over the leaderboard are starting to diminish, as we're seeing now. TE's youth, this composition, Feria with the Justina and the Syra, has started to become extremely prominent, and I'm loving it. I love how this is starting to work out here. Different off-meta comps. Oh, JL's still fully up. Jail is up.
Oh, they were just up on top of the tower. Yeah, they were outside of the camera view. All right, well, I'll say right now, TE are able to control the spirit well, and JL, as a rallying force, could be the ones to try to dive in and make a mark here. We got Faria versus Faria action to start things off. Youth just try to pepper shots up against Iran right now. WBG want to try to venture into the spirit well. Unfortunately, Iran's going to lose half their health for doing so, and now with the continued ranged fire, they could be in a lot of trouble just trying to find a place by which to recover. Alliance still occupying Temple on the far side of this whole fight. TE doing a good job of holding the high ground, as Waybar down below just completely clustered up in desperate straits right now. As Syra fires upon them from below. Leo could just be knocked down in an instant here. Viper ultimate also going to be activated here. Youth trying to break the tether, will be able to do so. Looking back on the approach down low. Leo out of the one-touch situation, trying to get out into a safe position. Youth may try to deny that opportunity, as now Jing is also caught out. That's Weibo just going to be eliminated in the blink of an eye, as Youth in company now have to contend with another team up top, firing down those cannon shots. Looks like that is actually Alliance or JL, who once again find themselves on the furthest edge of this fight. 521 still in that lower ground, has done a great job sustaining for as long as they have, but I imagine the resources are beginning to run dry. They may have to make a move soon.
Yeah, and this is the tricky part, is like you're burning a lot of resources. So getting that spirit well, where these other players are not able to claim any of those items for a certain amount of time, is extremely coveted, because you're able to hold healing items and resources there until the end, and these other players are not able to go near it. So you can burn the items that you already have in your inventory and then go back and get those ones at a later date. It allows you to hold so much more. So we are going to see, though, TE's Youth with the Aurora Burst is going to be sending some big damage off. He gets a silence, but we are going to be seeing that player able to escape that after a second there. We are going to be seeing both of these players escaping. TE's Youth, though, trying to make something happen with the Justina freeze. It looks like it wasn't going to be too successful. He is going to be getting hit with that will form hook that we're seeing coming out to play from the opposing members. It looks like JL's got the will form hook and gold dual halberds in hands on Cuckoo 2. Wolves down on the top of the hillside. Revenge and the rest of Alliance on the top of the building. Cuckoo 2 taking the rest of the inside of the building as JL on the bottom now. 5-2-1 still in the game. 6 eliminations on the board. DRG is also still alive. Dongqing has his ultimate available. Going to use that F ability to try and kite out of that situation because he was getting into a bit of a mess there. As we are going to now see JL starting to lose a lot of HP. They're going to see that ultimate getting invested though. He is going to use that to try and get the stun off. And it looks like he gets a kill from the ultimate onto Yuma. And now XX1 trying to back off. One Fang is going to go down. And now Pampy picking up a kill. ZK picking up a kill with that Feria ultimate here, able to just do so much, cover a lot of ground. Cuckoo 2 going to go down to Iban, and it looks like 5-2-1 might be ramping up to take this here, as TE still with all their ultimates available though. You got to watch out for that. They are losing a lot of HP though. Iban just doing a beautiful job at kiting right now. Fat Milk picking up an elimination. 5-2-1 up to 10 kills on this game. DRG still alive though. 14 kills, bringing that all the way to this stage of the game is absolutely insane right now. As SS1 Water now trying to make something happen with the Monk grabs, but getting pushed back by the Feria. Pampy on the Monk trying to get the grab, is going to get the grab onto Youth, trying to go for the double though, isn't going to connect off of it. TE Xiaonan trying to peel. 5-2-1. I've been trying to make something happen. Juwon going to get grabbed. Pampy going to try and go for one more grab.
Yep, Pampy diving right back into the thick of things, looking for a grab. We'll be able to get one here. Youth knocked out. That's a big turning point here. TE, the other team with 3 left alive. 5-2-1 may have turned the corner, and this could be their game now, as we will see Pampy descend from the golem form. They are looking to put the last nail in the coffin here, as LJX, as representative of the Wolves, is sent a running back towards the edge of this ever-closing circle. Revenge trying to stay alive for as long as possible, but they have lost their armor, and they have very little time left in this world. I've been going to take to the sky here, looking for a big duel, looking to put that last little bit of damage out here to put 5-2-1 in a winning position, as it's going to be DRG knocked out of this one. 5-2-1 still with all of their players left alive here. Wave of God, they're going to be able to catapult them in the standings up to 15, and they're looking for even more, as that's going to be Wolves eliminated. 5-2-1 will take this one home.
Oh my goodness. 5-2-1 with the MVP?
Unbelievable stuff. Coming out of 5-2-1, defying all expectation with an incredible showing in Final Circle. Congratulations to them for a deserved victory.
If you would have told me today that I would come on the broadcast and 5-2-1 was going to take an MVP, I would have laughed in your face. Anybody would have told me that, I would have said there's no way that 5-2-1 are going to take an MVP. They have not been playing very strong. They obviously have some things they need to work on as a team, but I am so happy to be wrong right now. 5-2-1 just crushed the entire lobby. TE had that in the bag. They were so strong coming into that final circle, and 5-2-1, no, they made it their own. But props to DRG to be able to keep their score alive. They had one player left for so long, and they were able to keep that 14 points and get them a couple extra placement points, which did put them at a very good advantage to stay decently high in the standings.
Absolutely. We're past the halfway point, and already 3 different teams all claiming victory, and I'd love to see 5-2-1 as the last one to round us out on our first 3 games. This is a team sitting low in the standings, one of those ones that can bubble up, that can lock themselves in for a spot here in the bi-weekly finals with a few more showings like that, but now the weight is on their shoulders. Can they bring this back in the second half?
And it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. If 5-2-1 can bring back, if they could get 3 games like they just had, there's a chance that they could actually qualify.
Oh yeah,
it is a very slim chance, but it is still a chance that they could qualify, which would be insane, because I don't think we've ever really seen on the trio side the members of BBE or 521, very rarely do they ever qualify for the biweekly finals since they've been in the Pro League, and it'd be amazing to see them do that. This is just insane. The fact that they have gotten themselves an MVP here, the way that they did it, they had such a strong game. They were playing like one of the CN teams. They were playing it so well, and hey, they won on a Monk comp too.
I know, right? I think that in a position like what we saw right there, Sustain was kind of at a premium, and in that case, the Tianhai actually was a good hedge. It did a lot of really good things. Once you get into position of an advantage, you can start running people over. I'm just worried that, you know, it's hard to rack up kills on, and we saw that a few times before. 521 actually still not being the team with the most kills going into final circle, but turning things around with great target selection, I think was a real highlight of that one, you know? Being able to knock TE down a peg, feeling confident in being able to fight a team that you know is beginning to climb up in terms of their resource pool. I think that it really is credit to how they were able to approach that game. And I think that therefore they're one of those comps that was actually able to pull off the Tianhai. We can maybe even see it come back here, as I do think that priority on it as a pick has decreased throughout the course of the season.
Oh, 100%. I agree with you fully that priority has started to decrease. Like we got to see it played a lot at first. We saw the comp coming out when it was first introduced into the Pro League. We saw all of the teams going to pick for that. They were going for, if you weren't playing Syra, you were playing Kylan Monk. And now we've seen it starting to shift more Syra heavy comps, because that is what is winning games. And now we're starting to see the comps that have won games today. We've seen Justina as an MVP. We've seen Viper on a blind date as an MVP, because OUG just phenomenal on the blind date every single time. And we get the final win from our Monk Kylan comp. We have seen that a lot more than our Justina wins, but it was still a phenomenal play. And I'm still too stunned to speak for 521 getting a 22-point game. There's been days where they haven't gotten a total game score of 22. So I'm so proud of 521 being able to put up that many eliminations. 15 kills, 4 ranking points, the multiplier giving them that 18 to put them at 22. DRG managed to get second place by bringing their kills. They got a kill at the end. So 15 eliminations with the 1 ranking point, putting them at 16. Just over TE to get third at 14. Wolves going to be at the 10.5. ASC with the 10.5. OUG, winners of game number 2, are only on 3 points there. They are not doing too good game number 3. BBE as well. The stock price, like you said, just in the dumpster right now at 2 total game score there. They were able to pick up a couple of kills, but, you know, that's not much else. And look at this, evenly spread. I like this. 28,000, 29,000, 28,000. 5 kills, 5 kills, 5 kills. Fat Milk, their backline support, is putting in just as much work as the Kylan and the Tianhai. Love to see it.
Yeah, love to see it for sure. I think that zipping is something that we don't get a whole lot of. You know, she's seen some amount of solo play. Trios, I feel like she's actually kind of fallen off for sure, especially as just in general, you aren't seeing a lot in the way of heal compositions to begin with. But right there, it shows that it's still very valuable to almost fully blanket entire person's damage. 29k healing is just absurd. It allows for these extended fights to go the way of things like this Tianhai. Once the borders of the game begin to compress and you just don't got that much space to move, all of a sudden, hey, that Monk is going to be the center of all things. Now, here we go. These are going to be the standings overall. 18th place, of course, it's BBE. Keep taking those stock prices, fellas. I'm about to buy this team out.
Yeah. I also just have to mention that I love that all of the 521 players have matching glasses. I think that's very cute. And very good on them for winning this game. It's actually really cool that they won, that they MVP'd this game. And yeah, back at the top of the scoreboard, ASE has surpassed OA at a 95.8, and OUG has climbed into that 6th place position. So they've already qualified. They don't need to even be putting up the points that we're hoping that they are for these next couple of games. Allowing these other players to sort of fight it out to see who is going to qualify for that 12th place is going to be a lot more entertaining for us in the long run anyways. So
Yeah, absolutely. Overall, these top teams, they're here mostly now as preparation for the bi-weekly finals. They're here to lock in, understand what they want to do in terms of their strategy, and then they want to take that full game plan into the bi-weekly. So here we go. Some highlights, of course, brought to you by China Unicom. Here we go to start things off. It's OUG early on in this one, trying to slug it out with a fist, going over to the Nunchucks. Baby U doing a good job of opening things up, now turning that aggression on the remaining members of ASE.
Yeah, we saw ASE going down there early, but they were able to bring it back and pick up some eliminations closer into the mid game. They had this risky fight versus SS1 where they didn't have their revives, but they did come out on top. They end up coming away with the win there, and that TE was able to pick up a lot of nice eliminations here mid to the middle of the beginning of the end there, as Alliance was able to pick up a lot of eliminations too. TE picking up a couple of kills there, but 5-2-1 with all of their players remaining and a fully charged Kylan ult, knocking everybody out of the zone and taking everybody away from any sort of chance of victory. It was textbook, and it was phenomenal.
Oh yeah, and here we go. Final screen at the very end. There's the Tianhai standing tall, but it's actually gonna be the Kylan getting the MVP at the end of this one. 4-5-2-1. I don't think we've talked enough about this character in trios. That ability to just dish damage, dash across the map, really work as this chaos maker that then your CC elements can play off of, I think is super important, and Ibin is very deserving of this accolade.
Oh, 100%. This is his second time as MVP. 5 eliminations with 28,000 damage, flying knives, and his ultimate, of course, the Kylan Blade, going to be doing so much damage. It is just such a crazy ultimate, and like you said, the ability to dash and deal damage. You have your mobility and your damage, and pairing it with the Z-Pig, where you are expending health in that V2 version of the ultimate. So expending that health and getting that health back from the Z-Ping, as well as getting health back when you hit a player. You do gain a little bit of siphon when you're hitting a player. It is an unstoppable combo when put in the right hands. And in game number 3, it's the hands of Ibin, able to perform perfectly to finish them that beautiful win in game number 3. We've got 3 more games to play. Do you think we're gonna see a 5-2-1 qualify for bi-weekly 3 finals?
Every single time that I've seen one of these games, I'm motivated by something else to cheer for. And this time around, I think, I'm going to say 5-2-1. They can do it. I think that they understand their burden. They have to play aggressively. They have to make their mark. And they're going to be enabled to do so as we're going to be moving into Night Match where Fireflies are available. So you build that early rage. You can make some crazy calls. So we're going to throw it over to a quick interview. And while that happens, we're going to see how all these teams prepare.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，卡卡西先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自第二季的卡卡西。
欢迎卡卡西来到我们赛后采访。Okay, first we would like to say, you really like a little pity because the latest game I just thought that you're really excellent, and I would like to know, so how like you and like 98 just what happened for you？ 那我这边特别想知道，刚才那把真的太可惜了，最后真的就差一点点啊！那我特别想知道的是，这把对你和98到底当时发生了什么呀？
当时我们看到那对红狐在跟一对佛打架，然后那对红狐传走之后，然后我们就决定去开大收那对红狐，然后我们过去之后，第一时间那个符就炸了我们一下，然后他那个狐狸正好开了个大，然后晕到我们俩，然后那个时候我们晕在符里，然后被晕了之后，那个符又连续炸了我2下，然后他给我拉起来之后，98又被炸死。
好戏剧性的一幕，真的非常戏剧性的一节啊。Okay, so for us, because at that time we just saw like hero combination, that team they are used the Viper, and we thought that we have chance, and we just used the ultimate and just want to rush them. And at that time, we just like we are really in a hurry, and at that time, like they have the charm, and the charm just hurt us again, hurt once, and after that, their Tasha used their ultimate, and after that, the like charm hurt us again and again. That's why we just died at the latest game. Oh, really pity！ 我真的想说非常非常的可惜，不过也可以看到今天DRG其实表现也是非常的好啊，再一次就觉得你们这个整个状态都起来了，接下来祝你们继续加油了。我们来看一下今天的赛后，我们今天赛后采访当中要给大家送出的福利是什么 ？Let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so we can see today's question is which hero did DRG 卡卡西 use in Game 3？这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中卡卡西用到的是哪个英雄？哎，说到英雄啊 ，so let's talk about the hero combination. Is because like we use the match pass in the Trolls game, and I would like to know how you're understanding about the hero combination now in the game. 那我这边也想先问一下卡卡西啊，讲到我们的英雄和英雄阵容上面，在我们进入到了我们比赛新的版本之后，觉得3排的阵容当中，哎，有没有什么调整呢？
最大的调整就是现在会有较多的人去选择玩神庙嘛，因为神庙比较克制大佛，然后但是我们就是在神庙那个体系当中选择用水娘去代替冰女，因为冰女虽然上限高，但是她也容易暴毙，然后我们就选一个水娘稍微保守一点的。
我觉得也是一个创新创意啊。Okay, so for now in the match path, we think that a lot of like their team they use the Furia, and to like cooperate with Furia, a lot of team they choose the Justina. And for us, we think maybe Velda is a better choice. A better choice than Justina because it's like it's have like more skills and have more like chance to survive in the matches. That's why we're now still consider about the hero combination now in the match path. 好的，我觉得我们选手应该已经准备就绪了。Okay, I think I'll please prepare and let's start counting. 那我们接下来就要邀请我们的卡卡西给我们来进行一个倒计时，英文的3、2、1 ，OK 吗？好，来。
3, 2, 1
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请卡卡西给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个。
答案是 C.
Yes, the correct answer is C. And congratulations, if you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered. So please pay attention. Okay, so at last, because we know like today we are going to, it's the last day and last chance to qualify for the bi-weekly final. And like for this season, the last 2 bi-weekly for like DRG is really like a hard time. You know, the first time is 10, another time is 12, and I would like to know so how you comment on your team right now, and like do you have confidence like today you will qualify for the bi-weekly final? 那我这边要问一下卡卡西，虽然说刚才这把真的打得非常的好，但是我们也知道今天也是周决的最后一张门票了嘛。在上2个周决当中呢，其实 DRG 拿到了一个是第1双周是第10，第2个双周是第12。那我们也觉得，其实对于一个在大赛当中屡屡拿到亚军的一个队伍来说，这样现在的成绩肯定是，很多人肯定会觉得是不够的。我特别想知道你目前怎么评价一下你们的战队，以及这个双周自己的目标有没有信心？
这个双周至少我感觉我想至少拿个前3，然后因为去年的话是因为我们至少有一套阵容拿分很高，然后红湖的话也是还算凑合也能拿分，但是今年就是都比较平庸我们的阵容，然后就希望能尽快练出一个拿分多的阵容嘛。
那希望你们现在多多磨合，接下来还有时间就要让你们加油了 ，OK？ So for like the last year for us, we really have a hero combination we are really good at, and also the like hero combination like Viper we are also good at and have a lot of like killing score. And now for the match pass, we're still like cooperate with my teammate. And my wish, and I think in this bi-weekly final, we'll have the top 3 in the Trolls game. 那我这边就希望祝你们今天加油，也祝你们在这个周决当中可以大放异彩，完成自己的目标和梦想。OK， 好，谢谢卡卡西 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけのもの
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL for the second half of our day here of Trios action. My name is NARAKA here with Seb, diving on into match number 4. I'm super excited to be alongside you for what has already been a crazy day of action with some crazy teams making it to the top. 5-2-1, a victory in their hands. Can they bring it all the way to qualification here in the Biweek finals is the question on everybody's minds. And Seb, what say you on that topic?
I'm hoping it happens. I am not the most hopeful because I've put my hope in some teams before, like, you know, rest in peace to J Team. But I've put my hope in some teams and they have failed me a lot of times. I'm a big cheerer for the underdog. I always love rooting for the one that might not make it. More often than not, they don't. But we have seen some pretty crazy turnarounds by the likes of some very unsuspecting teams. So we could see it happen. We could see them climb up to the top, but they've got to beat out the likes of Wolves and Alliance, who are on that bubble right now, close into those point ranges, in 12th place, in 11th place, in 10th place, and then in 13th, 14th, and 15th. That is going to be those 6 teams that you're going to be looking that are just on the cusp of either qualifying or getting barely knocked out. And I believe we've got one team that's in there. So you can take out one team, that's 5 that are in that contention, because WZ is not playing today. And I believe they're in that 15th place spot, 14th, 15th place right now. They have dropped pretty low considering that they were in 7th or 6th place starting the day off.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what we're looking at here is a lot of pressure being put on teams who are going to have to play aggressively, get as many kills as possible, and they got to do so as we move into the maps that are also very much sided towards that more aggressive play. Fireflies are about to become a big thing. We're about to look at these night maps, and we are about to see sparks fly. So I think this is the right time to tune on in, lock on in, not only because you got great viewership rewards if you guys are staying on in for our broadcast, but also because this is really going to define what we're looking for at the end of this bi-weekly.
Yeah, this is really the make or break time. Like we've been saying, you've got 3 games left to put it all on the line, and you're either qualifying for the bi-weekly finals by the end of this or you're not, and you're going to be taking your time and going back and trying to prepare for bi-weekly number 4. And it's just a very tough position to be in if you're down in the ranks right now. You've really not got to let it affect your mental too much, because you can have a really bad mental hit right now, and you will be struggling if you're not going to be able to stay on top of your game mentally.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be one of the big challenges here, is staying locked in. This is a game where you're given many hundreds, thousands of decisions per round. And if you aren't able to answer all those properly, you're not maximizing your potential to make the final circle, to do so with the big resource lead. And so being able to decide, hey, I'm feeling a little bit tired, you know, it's an endurance test as well, jamming 6 of these games back to back to back to back to back. I don't want to go to Roma Yang or something like that, because then I could get depletion and we could be out of it if I'm not feeling up to its snuff. It could really cascade into some very difficult games and bad situations in regards to those who are looking to qualify. And so this is really where the big names are going to be made and where the stories are going to be told.
And if we're looking now, OUG's SS has climbed to the top for average assists on our comp when it comes to Z-Ping. He is our number 1 Z-Ping when it comes to that Kylan zipping monk comp that we've been seeing so far, and he's been playing it very, very well. He's passed even QGG from YZG, that Titan team. Zuwan in that 2nd place there, as we are seeing. Then we're also going to be seeing Cuckoo 2 from JL, and on the monks 330, always the god of the monks. He's had the fastest hands ever since he stepped foot on the scene so long ago, back in 2021. And Xiaonan number 2, Kakashi number 3, TXJ monk number 4, and LJX from Team Wolves is going to be that 5th place monk overall. It's a good spot to be, but if your teammates can't compliment you, it is going to be very difficult to make anything happen, even if you are that good.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Now, Monk, like I said, definitely de-emphasized in more recent games. I'm still a doubter, but we've had some standout performances. Winning a team on the Monk composition, for instance, there is something to keep an eye out for. Yeah, there are going to be some replays from that game number 3, 5-2-1, actually, one of those winning teams, the Monk composition, taking to one of these Rebel Yang fights where you just immediately pop, try to go for grabs, and from there cascade that into a win. As it currently stands, Campy Water just trading with one another, but SS1's Monk definitely getting focused out a lot harder right now than what we're seeing out of 5-2-1. Just the damage output that we see from this composition outside of the Tian High is really what makes this work, and then you get the double grab, and that is just all value.
Oh, so much. They get the finisher as well. Ivan was able to pick up the elimination onto the other player, and Zuon on the Kylan was able to kite for a little while. That immortality proc coming in nicely for him.
All right, well, that is the kind of team that is playing with fire in their belly, but they know that their backs are up against the wall. 3 games between them and a chance to make it to the bi-weekly finals. This is where the stories are made. Who is going to be able to take it home here as everybody prepares for what I think is going to be a scene setter for the final 3?
Taking a look here, we're going to be seeing Water Zuon and Shuan from Team SS1. This is a team that does have some potential to do some big things. I'm pretty sure that they're already in a safe spot for qualifying as of now. So they're not needing to make too many waves, but getting extra placement points and pre-post points going into those bi-weekly finals is always something these players are looking to do. TE as well, they had a really good run, but were shorted at the end by our resident 5-2-1, came in and finished off that win in game number 3. TE is definitely on the lookout for a win here. They could use it. They really want to be able to come up. I believe that they are pretty close to coming away with the qualifying, but I'm not 100% sure if they are below the qualifying line right now.
Yeah, we'll see that ranking again relatively shortly to see exactly what we're looking at for point trends. But here's Alliance. This is a team that, yet again, always is in the middle of the action. Whenever the camera pans onto a big fight, I half expect Alliance to be there. But they haven't been able to convert that into a consistent set of 1 fights. And because of that, it always feels like they've been on the back foot in situations where if they want to be able to really make that mark and propel themselves up the leaderboards, they need to just chain together victories, maybe also wins in Realm of Yang in particular.
The Realm of Yang is really the game-changing area, because if you can't convert your wins in the Realm of Yang, you're always going to be on the back foot when it comes to cleansing that Yang depletion. You're going to be lower on the scale in terms of loot, and you are going to be missing out on lots of opportunities. Instead of looking to get kills to add to your placements, you're looking to survive and stay in the game. And you're not even looking for the elimination per se, you're looking more just to shark out that soul bloom and cleanse the Yang depletion. This is where that, that decision making comes in. Is sometimes Yang is a good idea, but if you're consistently losing on the back foot, you might just try and go for those spirit wells. You might just try and get extra loot scale to try and maybe take out a Yang depletion team or a team that has Vermilion after first Yang. There are the different ways that these teams are going to try and do it, but definitely the tried and true way to put up as many points as you can early and mid game is win your off spawns and win your Realm of Yangs. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go to hero selection for game number 4.
Yeah, really excited for this one. I'm interested in particular about how the hero selection changes throughout the course of these games. I think one kind of composition that hasn't really been working out are the compositions where you're going Syra plus some other characters who are a little bit more damage focused or mobility focused without having at least one kind of bastion on the team. I'm not saying necessarily go for the Monk here. That might be a little bit of an overinvestment there, but I'm still liking Temis. I'm still liking things like Takeda's being picked up here, but we're seeing also maybe shift off that. That was a Matari, I think, for the first time in trios that I've seen in a while being picked up actually in that first round.
Yeah, and it is odd that we haven't gotten to see too much of that. Like Takeda and Tumulch, when paired with Zipping before Syra was introduced into the meta, was one of my favorite comps to watch, and it was so dominant. And until Syra came in and changed literally everything about the game, it was the reigning champion comp. There was never a doubt about it. And now we're seeing it change. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that's just an icon change mistake there, but it looks like Devon has Matari selected instead of Syra, or instead of Tessa for that blind date composition. If they're playing that, you know, good on them. They're trying something new. But I'm not too sure how that's going to work for them.
All right, well, everybody locked in. Battle lines drawn, about to jump into game number 4 on the day. There we go. All of the teams looking confident, knowing what their jobs are in this position. And in particular, you're looking at 5-2-1 as that team who has that burden of, with the momentum that they were given from game number 3, making it to the finals of this bi-weekly in a very unlikely way. Here we go. Stats as well as a layout and loadout for all of our teams here. Yeah, that's going to be a Matari for LXM there. And I believe, like you were talking about, there was somebody on a blind date comp with a Matari. That's BBE. Devon going for that is a little bit concerning, given that BBE aren't even getting success with meta picks at this point.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that it still is a visual bug. There have been instances in the past where we've seen that happen, where we've gotten a bit of a visual error, and when we see them play in the game, they're not going to be running that. But you know, if they are running the right ultimates, this is a little bit concerning. You know, we'll see how it works. If they pop off, I will completely retract all my statements, and you know, we can go see. But I don't see how that is going to play out. You know, we'll see. We'll see how that happens. But interesting composition coming up from them there. The Matari pick on that is a little questionable, but you know, at this point, you know, they're just having fun with it. They don't really need to. They're very, very low in the standings, and it's going to be difficult for them to qualify. So, you know, maybe testing things out right now is what they're trying to do, and you know, it could be exactly what they need. Just a little bit of practice with some off-meta comps, with some things that they're not too sure would work, but they're going to try their best to make something cool happen with them, and you know, they can keep progressing forward with that. You know, granted, it could.
Yeah, it could be a shock to the system, maybe wake BBE up and some of these other teams that are also going for some a little bit of off-kilter, off-meta picks. But I will say at this point, BBE is kind of playing with house money in that there's no way they're making it to bi-weekly finals. You got a few games here to experiment, see what other teams do as responses to your on picks. And maybe from there, you can either get a highlight play, get something to go for your reel, or maybe even beyond that, actually make a statement. And from there, look to bi-weekly number 4 as the time where you finally are able to bring things into your favor. But to start things off, we are going to look at 5-2-1, that team that I said had that whole world upon their shoulders. They had a chance at a fight early there. Looks like for the time being, they're just going to be 2 ships passing. That'll allow for 5-2-1 to farm on up. But here we go. Early Viper ult, and that's going to be an NY7 from Alliance trying to enter on into the field. And unfortunately, X1 already taken down means that JL's lost a crucial player. And I think that this fight is very much already over, as Fong is going to be approached upon by NY7. Looking for a little bit of space here. Taking to the sky. There we go. NY7 just going to plink them. Stop any approach as possible with hook shot, as JL still tries to turn things back around while down a player. Cuckoo 2 less than half health. Yoma gonna be on top of them, has a little bit of armor still left available. Cuckoo 2 taken down, and that is only going to leave this Mario clad figure in Bong, who will be sent sprawling middle of river. There's the knockout punch.
Yeah, the Temmie skins, the new ones, the overalls and jeans, you can get different, or the overalls with the t-shirt is my favorite Temmie skin now. I've got the black on gray, which I think is one of the best styles. They've got many different colors that you can unlock. I believe there's 5 different colors, and they are a very interesting skin. It looks like Wolf's gonna use that Tessa charm just to get out of dodge, but they bring it back around, and 5-2-1 looks to have the upper hand for a second there. Ivan was almost making something crazy happen, but the third party from TE not going to let them do too much right now, and Wolves are going to end up going down, as well as one member of 521. TE going to back up here. Fat Milk. Looks like it could be a 1v1 situation, but 521 Ivan going to jump into the mix as well. Now in the 2v1 situation, as Peak completely isolated from his teammates, as Youth is going to be jumping back into the mix, though. In the 2v1 situation, Ivan needs to get out of there and isolating his teammates. It looks like his other teammate took the L for him so that he could escape. And now Roy Hehe jumping into the mix now. As we can see, oh my goodness, we're going to see able to survive this, and they have the Matari on their team. Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, Roy Hehe already being taken down here. Devon in a lot of trouble. TE gonna be all sent back. That being said, they are still 3 strong, and now they are on the hunt. BBE going for another third party, and they still can't make it work. They are gonna be able to res Roy Hehe for the time being, but Peak and company know that this is an opportunity for kills, and they may try to go for the re-engage here. Xiaonan down on the lower edge of the stairs here. Peak slowly trying to approach on the way up. Cannon shots from above. BBE looking to buy some space with them. Unfortunately, Peak has found the entry point, now on top of the Roy Hehe in trouble, trying to find a parry, won't be able to get much of anything as they find on the cliff side.
Yeah, the Buttery Rocks, definitely a difficult place to take your fights to, as the movement has to be perfect, otherwise you are going to get a lot of error, and the triple charm into the S escape here is going to allow BBE to go for the reheal, but it is going to make it difficult for TE to collapse on anything, as it looks like Wolves now jumping back into the mix, as GG and TE all in this scrap off inside this building right now, and NiHQ just sticking to the outside right now, trying to remain with the teammates, catching any stragglers. Youth is going to get himself eliminated. ZK picking up that elimination. Peak now in the corner is going to get spotted out, getting himself knocked down. All of these players trying to follow suit, though, as LJX now taking a lot of damage. The F ability invested, but gets knocked back here. We are going to see the overhold coming through, almost getting an elimination, and there it goes. Peak is going to get a kill in this situation here, and now into the 2v1. It's going to be a little bit difficult with the Viper ultimate invested. Peak might be able to get out of here. He doesn't do so, though, as now Roy Hehe jumping into the mix is going to be able to get 2 eliminations here, as BBE picks up a couple of kills as the rest of these players head to the Soul Altar, and the fight goes on.
All right, BBE hodlers, you guys are doing something here. 2 kills on the board, love to see it. I like how strategically they're playing. Roy Hehe and company actually want more. That is going to be a leaded charge in up against Viper Ultimate. Devon trying to make a mark here. CJS trying to stay center screen for the time being with the war axes. They are able to keep a little bit of health around them. Zai trying to dash forward, doesn't get anything off ground pound. Syra Ultimate also taking to the skies. BBE staying relatively healthy. Roy Hehe in a little bit of trouble, though, getting hit by laser beam. CJS yet again up top here, sees Roy Hehe and company move for the teleport out, and may continue to give chase now with the chain whips available.
Zai ultimate in full swing here, as we're going to see now. Devon trying to scale out of there, using that F ability to go into gold focus to try and escape. But now Roy Hehe, who came in for the peel, is going to be unable to assist. NNE getting caught up as well. That Zai ultimate lasts just so long, and they're able to deal so much damage with it. And there you have it. Devon, last remaining player alive, is for BBE, going to try and take that portal to get out of there as fast as possible. They're going to follow suit and try and pick up that kill and finish off the likes of BBE. We're flipping over now to OUG versus SS1. Zuon going to try and make something happen with the Matari dash. We're going to see the dodge into the Assassin's Lunge. Oh my goodness, baby you. Gold dagger in hand, Assassin's Lunge already. That's a huge play here, but both Syra ultimates are going to be popped. Baby you has that Decina ultimate available as well. The healing coming through, just absolute crazy healing. He's not losing a single bit of HP. Every bit he loses, he gains back. Freeze going to come through, gets the double freeze off into the replenish. We're going to see Zuon trying to go for the parry, gets another double freeze off. Going to try and just back off here. Doesn't want to get hit by the likes of that Zai ultimate, as Zuon now trying to jump into this mix. SS trying to make something happen with the flying knives. Zuon going to pop him onto Baby U. Baby U is 1 HP in a dream right now. SS on the back end. SS1 is just chasing Shuwon Zuon able to get the elimination onto that. Baby U wants to take that gold dagger to this next fight, but it looks like he might lose it. Oh my goodness, the peel though from his teammates to help Baby U survive right there was absolutely enormous. But that burn damage could be it for him. He's able to get a bit of healing in though, as now Water trying to see if he can get that charge attack off. Not able to connect, and Shinyu now taking a lot of damage. Water forced to use that F ability to back off.
Yep, Water able to get at least one regen proc of their armor going. Unfortunately, there's going to be since probably yet again. OUG still on the chase. Juan trying to do what they can in order to split this fight and keep things even. Unfortunately, Water is going to be killed by Baby U. And OUG are going to be able to walk out of this one in very, very good shape here. That being said, one gone down is it looks like we have a third party coming in on the far side here. So this isn't over just yet.
Yuan, huge parry there, able to come out with a lot of damage, but doesn't get the full capitalization. We do see him now with that gold dagger in hand, is going to be able to do a decent amount of damage to Baby U before Baby U does end up getting out of there with that Justina ultimate. They're trying to get the revive off onto SS, but SS1 doing a really good job of preventing that. Zuon now taking so much damage. We're seeing another Syra ultimate getting popped up here. Zuon trying to back off as that Matari ultimate activated, and Water now forced to pop that F ability, is going to be able to get that ultimate off though. Zuon back into the mix. This fight is just going back and forth. It is amazing that these players are able to hold this as a 2-on-1 though, or a 3v2, as Juon Shinyu now is going to go down though. Baby U in the 3v1 situation, it's going to make it very difficult for him to survive this.
Yeah, Baby U trying to get on the run now. Unfortunately, just has nowhere to go. Good stuff by SS1, working as a coordinated team as 3, taking them down. Now we're in Realm of Yang here. WBG versus GG. Who's coming out on top is the question. Is CJS wants to make sure that is in fact GG. Yaron already going to lose armor to start things off. CJS getting over to the side outside of Temi ult in order to try to sustain before venturing right back in. Chain whip, CC out of 3 members. A lot of damage coming out here. WBG at a very scary scenario here. That being said, 330 has already been taken down. GG could be in trouble if they are unable to find a re-engage in time and actually get a knockdown going. Good stuff right now to try to divide and conquer, as that's going to be Yaron taken out. That being said, Leo also going low here could be enough to finally get GG this 2v3 advantage. Xing now trying to hand off aggro, using that pole sword to buy a little bit of space, but CJS is going to be on top of them, looking for the answer right back, and that will in fact be GG taking it home.
GG with the beautiful finish there to completely annihilate the likes of WBG. They're going to be able to pick up some nice little goodies there. I believe that's Assault Smolder on the Soul Jade. That could be Advanced Heal, if I'm not mistaken. As we do see ASE's Han now on the outside is going to be able to get a nice little grab off onto Jail's One Fang on the Mulch, as a Mist now forced to get a bit of peel going. We're going to see the punch coming through into the attempt at the regrab. One Fang getting extremely low though, as they're able to get Cuckoo 2 out of ultimate here, going for the grab, just trying to hold as long as possible to get that ultimate charge down as fast as possible. Having that Syra out of the game for that long, very versatile right there. As Pampy now going to be jumping into this mix, getting knocked away. He is going to need to pop that ultimate pretty quickly, trying to get the kill onto Han first though. And this is the Soul Bloom getting captured by one of his teammates. Now they're bringing it back over to the likes of JL, where JL and ASE keeping up the fight. Wolves jumping into the mix though with a huge Tessa Charm into that Viper ultimate. Pampy going to pop that ultimate, holding it to the perfect time. We are going to be seeing now trying to go for that grab onto XX1. Isn't going to be able to connect onto that one. Gets the grab onto ZK though. Tessa Charm is going to get popped in response to try and go for the assist. We're going to see the jump as far away as possible to try and avoid any extra damage that is going to be brought onto it.
Yeah, Pampy taking a lot of range damage right now, so unfortunately they aren't able to do a whole lot to count high in this situation. No yoinks to come through. 521 just melts at the base of this cliff. Pampy gonna have to descend outside of Golem form. Barely any health left available. Forced out into the storm. Nowhere to go with a repeating crossbow. Slowly whittling them down. Here comes the Viper ultimate as the Wolves are looking to scatter TE though on top of the remaining members. There's the teleport out, and I think it may just be home free.
Yeah, Zedke had a really nice parry there, and he was able to get at least a little bit of damage off on to his opposing players before the TP does hit. But he was in a good situation. It was the right call to make. That parry was huge, though. And it could have, if they would have stayed just a second longer, they weren't going to risk it, though. They needed to make sure they were out of there as fast as possible. We're going to be taking a look now, seeing NY7 of Team Alliance. Blue berries for the team right now. Blue armor, blue weapons. SS1 waiting in the wings, as well as Wolves around them. Everybody has gotten into that crazy scrap off. So we are going to be seeing things start to slow down a little bit. All of these Vermilion teams are going to be taking their lives back to the Soul Altar. And it looks like the only team with the buff remaining is GG. As well, DRG does have that, oh my goodness, we're seeing LXM now trying to sacrifice himself to the... We're going to see him sacrifice himself to the poison mushrooms here because he's trying to run out that timer on the Vermilion's Bird Mite. And just as a team jumps in, so we are going to see them get the kill credit, where usually they want to try and avoid that happening. And now NY7 jumping with a huge Viper ultimate. Euron going to be getting killed for by Leo, but ZK with the headshot from the musket going to finish off that kill.
There's still 16 minutes left on the clock. You're getting a full-on close circle war here. WBG up ahead. Leo just going to try to buy some space. Get away from the rest of this fight as he's the last one left alive. Unfortunately, with the Realm of Yang depletion on him, this could be end of the road for the 16th place team. And I think that here, the curtains fully close on any opportunity to make it to qualification. 5-2-1 already eliminated from this game. Also heartbreaking to see. That could be their chances of catapulting above TE and Alliance, finally leaving them. As we are going to see Leo caught out here. DRG swarming, picking them off.
DRG doing a really good job of finishing off that elimination on Leo there. They're able to see it. They have the discipline to only go for that elimination. They don't burn ultimates there. They see Alliance jumping into the mix now as well, because we are going to be seeing that Realm of Yang dropping incredibly soon as these teams start to make their way towards these Yang portals. It's about to drop. It looks like TE is going to play it safe, going for that Spirit Well. SS1 and GG are going to the Yang portal near the top. We've also got JL, ASE, Wolves, all going for that, whereas BBE looks to be going for the cave to try and unlock some extra loot from the Morris Blessing inside.
Yeah, as it currently stands, JL making it into another Realm of Yang. They're going to be facing off against GG this time around. This could decide winner of the lobby, actually. This is going to be quite the duel. Two teams very hungry, of course, for continuing to build their legacy. Here we go. Initiation CJS taking to this guy to start things off.
CJS can be able to get a couple of hits of damage off on in the sky. Gets an uppercut here, but the F ability invested to prevent extra damage. Cuckoo 2 going to be going into that ultimate right away. We're going to see the burn damage coming up from CJS. F invested, though, to be able to prevent most of that. We're going to see the overhook coming through. Trying to go for that parry. One Fang was able to hit a big parry off, and now we're seeing all of these ultimates getting invested. That's the second F ability now. We're waiting for that Matari to pop ult here so we can get that third F ability on the Zai. But now no damage coming through from the Zai here. We need to see the Matari ult come out, and there it is. Now F ability going to be popped, not in time. No value from the Zai ult at all, as GG's 330 is going to go down. LXM going down, and JL just absolute insanity right now. Trying to go for that parry is LXM, but he does not connect, and XX1 picking up that kill.
Yep, Han in the Golem form, looking to continue this pressure. SS1, though, doing a good job playing patiently, and now they have a weak member of ASE to try to follow through on. Tuan doing a good job on cleanup. which is different than the Juan starting with a Z, by the way. I just realized who's been knocked out from very early on in this Realm of Yang. Missed on the other side, makes this right now still an even fight. But Juan for SS1, having the chain whips available, it makes it so hard for Zhao Wen to do anything in this position. And so SS1 are going to be able to take home this Realm of Yang fight.
It's Shuan, Zuan, and water. It's definitely a difficult one to try and figure out. The names are extremely similar, and then you've got water. Obviously, it's the easy one to remember. So we're going to be seeing them try and make their way back into the rest of this game here, as they do win that Realm of Yang. We're going to see them doing a little bit of shopping, and thanks to that Draco Storm buff, they're not losing too much HP to the zone as they're regaining it, flipping all their money between these players, buying themselves some gold armors, some extra little goodies, some soul jades, as we do know the Immortal War shop, a little bit different from your regular ranked shop. You've got a timed area where after a certain amount of time, certain items go on sale, and they are extremely rare items like gold weapon or gold armor. You have your extra gold soul jades, and they do cost a lot, but when you're getting that many kills, you are able to afford it, like we just saw there.
All right, well, we're moving to end game now. 12 minutes left on the clock. 2 Draco Storms and a Mystic Might on the table. TE, of course, claiming that Mystic Might. JLSS1, the other one's coming in to this late game with the buff. Next thing we're going to be looking at is Spirit Well and where this final circle is going to enclose upon.
GG's CJS now. Just kind of playing it safe, playing it slow. They're on the Yang depletion, so they do need to see if they can come away with some eliminations fast. And it looks like ASE has spotted them out. So ASE going to try and find a Soul Altar close by, go for the revive, and take the scrap off against this team, because they know that they're on Yang depletion as well. Just based off of the mannerisms, it looks like Han is going to spot them out. They're going to go for the revive here and try and see if they can make anything happen.
Yeah, just this last little quiet moment. Teams just prepping. I'm very interested to see what this ranking that just appeared on our left side is going to tell as a story, because, you know, for as much as we've been emphasizing 5-1, their early elimination in this one could put them out of the running. But DRG, TE, still very hungry, looking to make sure that they can claim themselves a spot. That's also going to be crucial to the story being told right now. 6 kills apiece for those two up at the top of the standings. ASC all the way now in third have gotten 6 kills to their name, but it's GG as the front runners there with 9. That being said, they are currently in a dicey position here. Yang depletion on them means that they might have to pull the trigger on a fight soon.
Yeah, they only have 2 minutes left, and if you've ever tried to get an elimination with 2 minutes left, it is extremely stressful. And not to mention when you're going up against the best in the world at the video game, you are not going to be wanting to fighting against a team that's super strong. You're going to try and pick your fight, and it looks like they have found ASE here, and this is going to be the fight that they're going to engage onto. Blue armors on some of the members of ASE. This could be a very, very good fight for them, but ASE, very strong team. They could still come away victorious from this. As you're going to see CJS going to start losing a lot of HP right now. Now, the ultimates are getting popped straight away. None of these people have time to waste. Han trying to go for these grabs, and it's going to be Zai comp versus Kylan comp. Looks like GG was able to back out of this pretty quickly. All of the ASC members investing their ultimates. GG able to back away, and they're going to be able to jump in as soon as that ult timer goes down. And oh my goodness, JL jumping into the mix too. This is spelling disaster for Team ASE.
Yeah. Yet again, we have a final circle that's going to enclose upon a very interesting topographic feature here with this big cliff. Center stage, GG going to drop down using that height to start things off. Nunchuck hits 330 on the chase down near the null field. We're going to see whether or not that comes into play here. It looks like Donkey is actually going to go for the engage on top of it. 330 also leading the charge right into this one. VRG fighting on the periphery for the time being here. Very awkward position. I think we got a visual bug, someone there in the storm. So ignore that for the time being, as we do see continued rolling fights. It looks like for the time being, teams are going to split up, just try to stabilize. Peek over on the far side, looking to recover a little bit of armor. Nobody wants to pull the trigger while the null field is still down.
Yeah, it's the bodies in the storm. The name tags you can see in the storm are the dead bodies of the members of 5-2-1. actually. So
Oh, rest in peace.
no visual bug, but it's sad nonetheless. As we're going to be seeing the Spirit Well starting to go for the contest here, as JL looks to have claimed this, and they are going to be coming very close. SS1's going to want to jump into this. The Tessa Charm starts to fly. 2 members getting caught, as Wolves are going to be able to make way with that, as we are going to see the Temi ultimate getting jumped down for insurance. All of these members are jumping into the mix now, as Kakashi going to bring in that Viper ultimate, getting knocked back though. Wild Wind Sprout coming into play. WX98 losing so much AP. Going to try and make something happen. We're seeing the double charge coming through from the Flying Knives. ZK going to try and drop in with an Aurora Burst, but the Zai ultimate going to do so much. TE Xiaonan going for the huge silence, and now Wolves jumping into the mix, as we're going to hear as well. Shuan, 1 HP in a dream right now. The ballista shots from up above are going to be absolutely lethal. Shuan taking so much damage right now. SS1 Zuon now is going to be jumping back in. ZK popping that Viper ultimate to try and claim this. They're so close to being able to get this. All they need, that Aurora Burst, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Draco Storm onto Wolves.
Draco Storm onto Wolves, and now the rest of the teams are going to be set and running. They want to try to wait this out for the time being. 142 seconds left on the clock. May not be able to do so, as it's SS1 and JL alongside GG all grouped up with the Wolves in hot pursuit of them, looking to descend and bring this to their advantage. And Zuon is already going to be called out here. Nowhere to go, I don't think. SS1 losing one out of nowhere.
SS1 going to get caught out. Zuon is going to lose his life. The stragglers are always going to be the downfall. You have one member of your team lagging behind, and that's going to be it for them, as we are seeing now GG and everyone just moving as far away as possible from Wolves as they can. They're trying to jump into the zone and rotating and away from Wolves. Look at that. They're running away in terror. SS1, GG, and look at that. They catch out JL's One Fang, lagging just a little bit behind. The silence is going to come through, and One Fang goes down. Look at how quick that was. Absolutely surgical.
Perfect stuff, showing just how strong all these teams are. Except for BBU, who are still alive, but only got 2 kills. They may be in a little bit of trouble here once they get found out. For the time being, we got a duel in the outside zone, though. XX1 unable to get back to safety in time. ZK of the Wolves just going to recover before going over, getting the Soul Bloom, getting whatever loot that they can. And now they're looking for even more. The Draco Storm already being put to great use, only halfway done. So the Wolves are not just out of this one yet. 9 kills already on the board. They want to be able to get over the GG mark of 11. Current front runners here in this lobby with all 3 members up. They could be the one obstacle between Wolves and a victory.
And they are looking stacked. Look at the Jades that we've seen coming through for this team right now. They have an incredible loadout. Gold Jades on everybody, 2 on ZK and LJX. They have got one of the most amazing setups right now. They have that Draco Storm buff. Oh my goodness, 2 members of BBE are going to get caught out by the Tessa Charm there. And Devon, 1 HP in a dream. He's going to get hit out, and Wolves LJX actually are going to be the ones to pick up that kill, as DRG ran their prey right in to the likes of the Draco Storm team. And they're going to find NNE though. They're going to be able to come away with this elimination, as DRG's Kakashi with the spear going to be able to take that kill away. And now jumping into the mix, GG trying to come through with a huge third party. Syra ultimate going to get popped immediately here. Tessa ultimate to try and counter, but it looks like it's going to be unable to do so, as they cleanse that soul. WX98 goes down, and I believe they've lost another member as well.
Another so well available. Wolves just looking to go back to back on these, as we're going to say ZK activating their Viper ultimate, actually opting to just focus down Cuckoo too, and that's it. And with that, they do get the stun off, and I think they will get the TOD on top of it as well, as the Wolves will swarm this lone member and knock them down.
Yeah, they pop the ultimate right before they're about to capture that Spirit Well, because the buff does give you that extra refresh and allows you to refresh your ultimate as soon as you get out of there. So free ultimate right away. So we're seeing that come through. He picks up that elimination. uses that ult. We're going to see the silence come through from not only the ultimate, but the Aurora Burst and his F ability. But ZK now taking a lot of damage. We are seeing the Syras starting to target that Wolves team out right now. ZK taking so much damage. When we force to use that combo breaker ultimate, getting a little bit of damage reduction, uses that armor swap perfectly. SS1 Juan is going to get eliminated now. Water trying to prevent that from happening, but it was to no avail as ZK and the rest of Wolves still back in tip-top shape now, trying to find the elimination onto Roy Hehe as they're holding one of the best locations in the zone as well, being able to do an absolute phenomenal job to pick up that kill.
All right, well, action is just going to continue here. TE on low ground, going to be able to get good spacing for a future fight as GG are within 10, looking for even more. Wolves up top, trying to find an entrance point up against the remaining members of GG. Currently in a position where they're just able to pepper with shots from these cannons above, as unfortunately ZK is getting whittled down right here. A lot of ranged play from every single side means that the ability to focus down the team with the buff is coming to play here. White Tiger's prowess for Wolves, not necessarily getting them the same dividends as that Dragon's Might from earlier, so we're going to see what the answer back is going to be. BBE somehow still in this, by the way. 2 players only left alive. They are just trying to rat for the rest of this game.
Yeah, this is not a position that you want to be taking some aggressive fights right now, because you are in a very difficult situation to put up a lot of points. So you're going to just try and hold, get as many placement points as possible, try and pick up an exit frag, while Wolves do something that they became famous for, and they ended up having to nerf the White Tiger's prowess buff because of them, and they're going to do something called Thanos snapping the lobby. Every time the White Tiger's prowess hits a proc, it knocks everybody back, as we're going to see it happen there, but they have given a little bit of an immunity. We won't get the full Thanos snap off like we got to see in the old days, and oh my goodness, ZK is going to go down here. The Tessa Charm might save them. Oh my goodness, they are on 17 kills, so this could help them out, but it looks like ZK is going to go down, so they're only down to 2 members. LJX has been eliminated as well. 1 remaining member, and that's going to be NiHQ. He's going to try and hold off the forces of TE, but TE are looking to be the strongest team right now. Kakashi is going to get hit by a huge Tessa Charm from Yuma there, as we're now going to see him getting eliminated. That is the last member of DRG. TE, full team, though, has the ability to come away with the win right now. And now ZK is back alive. They were able to get one of their players up. ZK just going to hold at the top with that ultimate. Is not going to be able to come away with elimination, though, and is going to go down. TE's picking up that kill. Alliance's Yuma, the last remaining player in the 3v1 situation. Can he do it? I doubt it. But TE are going to pick up this 12th elimination to finish this off, using all the ultimates possible and to finish this game with a bang.
Yep, there's the clean up. TE walking away with the victory. And what a way to do it as well. The Wolves, the true threat of the lobby, focused down, caught out at the wrong time. And you can see the frustration on their faces, knowing that that should have been their win. And of course, the pickup of points that they are going to get from those kills, I think is still definitely going to benefit that team. Actually, no, they did come out on top. My bad. I was looking at the wrong team at the end there. Congratulations to Wolves. Oh my goodness. Completely out of it there.
Yeah, they don't win the last person standing.
Yeah.
But they do come away victorious when it comes down to who had the most amount of points. It is going to be given to Wolves. The fact that they had 17 eliminations in that final circle, they were able to finish off, and they are going to be coming away with the MVP. They do not get the overall win. They didn't get the bonus multiplier for carrying those kills to first place, but they still had a 3rd place finish with 17 eliminations, which is going to be better than a 1st place finish with 11 eliminations on any day. The multiplier and the placement points are not going to be enough to put TE on top, which is unfortunate since they've been performing so well, and they weren't able to finish the cleanup by getting the amount of kills that Wolves did, but they were able to take out Wolves. So, you know, different things are happening. It was absolutely insane to see that TE was able to come back and actually turn it around and get the 1st place finish at all, because Wolves was just dominating everyone. But that one misplay that we saw, ZK getting caught out, he goes down, then LJX is next. It's just a cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. And so while Wolves, I think, really wanted that multiplier, still coming away with a solid game plan that translated into good plays up until the very end. What I think this means is that it's a team that has that last little point of refinement to be had, but as it currently stands, you know, great performance by them. We're really looking at those standings though, Seb, and like I said, as the dawn begins to rise in the background, you can see it all of a sudden bright on my side of the screen. What is happening in kind is that the sun is setting for some of these teams at the bottom of the bracket. Those rankings are getting ever more solidified throughout the course of today. 2 more games left on the docket. Do you think anybody's going to be able to make it past that bubble into that vaunted 12th place position?
Well, we're gonna have to take a look at the scores, and it'll be very close. But I think one team, we still have 2 games, like you just said. So we do have the opportunity to be able to come away with a little bit more. And those teams that are in 13 and 14, 15, they have 2 games. But Wolves just had a very good performance, and they were in that 12th, 11th place position. So now it's going to be an even higher points threshold for them to try and make it into.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, we are going to see those rankings here in just a moment, but here's the scoreboard for that game. And like we said, no multiplier there for Wolves. Wolves still coming out ahead though, because 17 kills on the docket is a great thing to see. Not the record for the day, not the record for the league, but you know, high volume from early on. They leveraged it well, and I think that that's why you're seeing the full 19 points being brought through. TE though, second coming in, kill points definitely up there as well, but the ranking points just that little bit higher, actually 18.4, making it a lot closer and showing the importance of hanging on until the very end.
Yeah, they did a very good job there. So you're going to see ZK with 10, 3 for NiHQ, and 4 for LJX. This is going to be our second Viper MVP that we saw today. F1 V1. I believe we saw play it. I don't think that ZK was on the V2. He wasn't on the ultimate that you could attack. I believe that there might be a little bit of an error there. But beautiful plays coming up from ZK there. He had a phenomenal game, and it really just goes to show that like it can be anybody's game here, because right now they have climbed so high. Right now it's WZ, who started in 8th, is now in 17th place. So 521 is at 70, DRG's at 74, Alliance is at 79. Alliance was qualified earlier today, so we are going to take a look at this. 81, 70, 521 would need to get 11 points in 2 games. If they're able to do what they did in game 3 in the last 2 games, that's possible. But Bauda, 81 point threshold right now. They are in 12th place and they're not playing today. And as you can see, ASE has jumped to 3rd place. They've passed SR. GG has brought themselves back up into that top 6 at 100 points, and OUG at 97.1.
Yeah, YZG, I think at this point are going to be pretty much in that untouchable bracket, but credit to ASE for a great day of competition. 52.3 points racked up so far. They could get even more. You know, we haven't been focusing upon them in these past 2 games quite as much, but they're always there racking up kills from early on, and that's what I love to see out of teams.
Taking a look, we are going to be seeing our highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Alliance able to get some kills off in the early game, but we did see them get third-partied pretty quickly after the fact. And you know, Alliance is just they're not having their good strong end games like they used to have, and we're not getting to see them perform incredibly crazy. We saw 521 try and make something happen early on, and it just kind of went downhill from there. BBE was close to making something happen as well, not really doing too much. JL, very, very strong early mid game and Yang performances, but when it came down to that end game, they were just not able to deliver. It was a little bit underwhelming when they came into that final circles and weren't able to perform. ZK from Wolves, look at this. Just, oh, he was on the V2 ultimate. I was mistaken, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see him throw an attack out. The Moonshard Storm mixed with the Aurora Burst putting in so much damage. We saw them there, and then this was the downfall. TE able to come away with a beautiful elimination at the end onto Alliance's Yuma, as they weren't able to bring too much in. They still got the second place placement, but they weren't able to do too much with it.
Yeah, maybe at the end of the day, we just got to trust the process and trust the system. I was saying a visual bug earlier. You were saying it wasn't me too. Ultimately, shout out to the production side for just running such a tight ship. It's really us at the end of the day. We're the ones that miss all the details here. But this is ZK coming away with his first MVP on the season here. Doing so with that Viper needing 10 kills. The lion's share on the most the team for Wolves here, and you can see what that is off of. Hong Sword, of course, going to be the main damage dealer here, but good distribution overall for the 24,000 damage. 8k, 5k, 4k for the top three. Damage without weapon skills and ultimates, and Hong Sword really shows the fact that ZK was in the driver's seat from moment one, rotated through his composition, his Soul Jades being Wing, Wind Spout, Assault, Aurora Burst, Rupture Gale, Orb, and Burn, Sap Soul Jade, and a damage reduction.
Aurora Burst put in a lot of work. Being able to silence into the silence proc from the Aurora Burst was very, very valuable for them, and it was definitely one of the big reasons for claiming a lot of those eliminations near the end there. They had a very, very strong finish to that game, and they weren't able to pull it off all the way. Like we saw, it was pretty unfortunate that they weren't able to pull the entire way off. But sometimes it happens. Taking a look here, we are going to see our answer for treasures. Which player chose Justina Gu in game number 4? Was it A, Baby U, B, OUG's Shinyu, was it C, DRG's Wushin 98, or D, DRG's Kakashi? Which player, which team, mind you got to check that. Was it OUG or was it DRG? And if you find the right one of those, then you got to pick between A or B or D or C.
Excited for the question in which I got to figure out if it's an X or a Z to start off a name around here. Seb, you seem to got the pronunciation down right, but you said you lived in China, right?
I did, yeah. I lived in China for a while, so my limited Chinese, my pronunciation was the one thing I worked on the most, so I didn't sound like too much of a foreigner. And we were able to get by on pronunciation alone for quite a while. So if anything, I can pronounce the very few words that I do know.
Good to hear. Yeah, I got to start picking up a lot of your skills here. In particular, throwing for a loop of that interview. It's Kakashi, I guess, or something along those lines. I'll keep working on it, guys, grinding out here my ability to pronounce names here in the Nbpl. You're doing phenomenal. You have been casting this game. This is your first Nbpl season, and you're doing great. This is it has been an absolute pleasure to cast with you today, and it is going to be amazing to cast with you in the future. Yeah, it's been fantastic casting with you, and I appreciate you saying that, because really this is the best place I've ever been for casting. The most exciting place to be, of course, Nbpl, diving on into game number 5 very shortly here. And I gotta say, this trios division, I hope to see a little bit more of it as of late. Been on that solos duty. I've been loving playing solos and watching solos, but really it feels like trios, this is where coordination becomes such a huge premium, and seeing how different teams are able to navigate that situation is something that has been really valuable. And in fact, we're gonna see what that coordination is like here as we listen in on the comms for these players of Wolf.
Getting to see the comms is something that's super interesting to see. And look at that, the Aurora Burst coming through. Wolves just cleaning up the lobby. We can just... The concentration of these teams and being able to do this is just so cool.
Yeah, overall, it's just been a matter of these teams finding good targets and then actually following through on selection while being aware of the surroundings. You can see how each player has a paired communication in order to fill those 3 different dimensions of the game. Here you see the call out in these tight scenarios, Viper ult being used as the CC, and here comes the follow through. Great stuff from this team. Wolves definitely, I think, have a great position to be the first team to actually do the repeat on the day. You know what? Maybe not in terms of actually coming out in first for the actual lobby, but first in terms of points scored. It could happen again if they keep that aggression up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen back-to-backs happen before. We're no stranger to it in the Nbpl, and they are a great team to make it happen. As we are going to be jumping back-to-back games, 5 and 6, ladies and gentlemen. We take no breaks in between, except for just to show you a little bit of highlights and just do a bit of recap. We're here with you the entire time for this one. We are going to be seeing, jumping into this, it is going to be a big one. Game number 5. It's basically, if you can't do it by 5, the 6th game is not going to be much of a difference maker, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is the matter of us getting towards the end here. Those people who had the opportunity to, through the course of a few good games, get to the qualification position are now down to having one miraculous game. And that burden is often a very, very hard thing to overcome. And for some of the people that are actually near the bottom of that ranking bracket, not even one miraculous game could bring it home. You'd have to get every single kill in the lobby and then some, I think, in order to be able to max out on an opportunity to jump up the board. BBE are out of it right now. I think that they just got to continue to explore the champion pools and what they are doing as players, coordinating together. I would love to see them just go out, come out swinging, and then go out swinging. So far, they've managed to get to final circle multiple times, but they are just sitting there unable to and unwilling to engage.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate to see that, but you know, sometimes those things do end up happening, and you know, we got to see a shift in gameplay. If we're gonna see some cool stuff, let's see a big shift in the gameplay right now. But you know, it's game 5. It's make or break. You got to bring that energy, and you have to be on top of your game. If you're going out here early, your mental is going to be completely tanked for game 6. It's like this is the crossroads, the defining moment for some of these teams in the bottom 12 right now. They have to make it completely their own, otherwise they are going to falter and they are going to become in the bottom and they won't make it into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go, game 5 out of 6. We're gonna see what the character selections are as we are moving into the most important games of at least some of these teams' livelihoods to make it to this bi-weekly finals. Here are our lineups. Here is the pick order. BBE, GG, SS1 gonna be in the set up at the very top there. But for first round selection, we're looking at GG, WBG, ASE, and TE all picking up first. ASE, TE are both teams that I think have the chance of taking this one as well. Wolves got to be very wary of them.
Yeah, ASE and TE are sort of, we had OUG in the mix there for a bit, but you know, they sort of haven't really showed too much more. So I think ASE and TE, they're kind of rivaling for the top right now. GG as well, still in that conversation. They got themselves up to 100 points in that area of where they wanted to be, but they still need a little bit more of a push if they want to surpass some of those top players. And I doubt YZG is going to get past here. It is almost impossible to pass them in 2 games to get the amount of points that are required. I believe it's over 60 points to try and pass that record. So YZG will definitely be in first, but ASE could still be gunning for that second place position. They could still have 2 crazy pop-off games, and they could still make it happen. Right now, we're looking at the members of Alliance and DRG, the players who are down a little bit lower right now, who definitely need that boost in game number 5 to be able to carry themselves across the finish line in game number 6.
All right, well, what do we got here? It's going to be the zipping composition for Wolves. This is something that we saw piloted to great effect earlier on in the day, so happy to see it back, and actually enough emphasis that we're actually going to get a hero point increase on the Matari, which didn't really come through for the first 2 to 3 games of what we saw today. All of a sudden popping up with a little bit more focus. SS1 going to grab it as well, as it's going to be JL going to the exact same composition, zipping Tianhai here, going to be that very solid core, and then XX1 going to be the one doing the damage over there, as we have OUG grabbing themselves the Syra with the Temi and the Takeda. That's what we saw locked up multiple times early on in day number 1, and people kind of shifted off of it, but now we're into the night, we're into the Firefly maps. This is where I want to see aggression, where I think a Syra could be a real disruptor.
Yeah, as we're jumping in, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 5. This is the breaking point. This is what you've all been waiting for. I know we have one more game after this. This is the game that really is going to determine the outcome. Will they, won't they? Will 5-1 cross the threshold? Will Alliance make it into that top 12? Will these players pass that 81-point mark? That is the question we're asking here. We're taking a look at abilities right now. Pretty standard across the board. It doesn't change, and that's why earlier I thought we had that visual bug, because we never see changes in the abilities, we never see changes in the compositions, and so when it happens, it must be a visual bug. It can't be somebody actually choosing that. But we do get to see a little bit of a difference making coming out here. Devon, they're going for the same comp. It didn't work for you guys. Don't play it again.
Well,
This is
there's our
frustrating.
on that side. Yeah, frustration for sure. I think it can still work. You know, anything can still work at this point. We've seen victories from the, you know, count high compositions that I've bemoaned in the past. We've seen interesting stacks of abilities also come to bring value to the table. But here we are, ready for game number 5 on the day, back here on the Morse Isles to start things off. And here are our drop zones, relatively grouped up, some big high value drops with some big teams as well. That's going to be GG up to the north side of things. And I'm very interested to see what this is going to lead to. Wolves are kind of alone, so we won't be getting the most aggressive start out of them, I don't think, unless they and JL just sweep into each other. But that's going to define a big no man's land, actually, middle of the map. Most people just on the periphery of things, looking to move inwards as the game progresses.
It's usually how it starts. We don't get to see too much crazy action popping off right off the rip in the center of the map. It starts towards the outskirts and collapses into the middle, where we're seeing a couple of these teams have dropped right on the top of Eventide Temple. It seems like the named locations are usually not ones where the players like to spawn at in the NBPL, but DRG's WX98 already taking so much damage here. Dongqing trying to come in for the peel as the members of BVE are trying to make something happen, but they bring it back around. One member goes down, and now it's a 2v1 situation. NNE with the fists only isn't really able to make much happen. And we're seeing Roy Hehe trying to jump back into the mix. Dongqing could get the 2v1 situation here. We're going to see the Tesla Charm getting popped off, and it doesn't connect. And now the 2v2. And oh my goodness, they went at that fight in a very questionable way. BVE getting themselves eliminated so quickly, in a very unfortunate fashion.
Yep, Youth in a lot of trouble. Gets a good dash in, actually. Maybe able to find something on the cross up here if his teammate is going to be able to follow through. But Xiaonan, unfortunately, not there in time. Killing blow go to be landed. GG still relatively healthy. Nas 3, they will find victory. Now moving over, there's Wolves actually getting into a fight. This time against WBG. Wasn't expecting this so early, but we're going to see whether or not they're going to actually get value out of this. Double counter sprawl means that LJX is kind of all alone trying to stabilize this one. Gets to the Oink versus Yaron, holding them in place. Not really a lot of follow through on damage, so they're just going to have to chuck them off the side of the building for the time being. Yaron in a little bit of trouble because of that, as another team enters into the fray here. Leo in trouble in River, trying to just duel up against LJX 1v1, and now the member of the Wolves going to be sandwiched here. Good juggle back, staying healthy throughout this one. Jing on the far side of this fight going to be chased down. WBG, without their main fighter in Yaron there, I think are going to be taken out as a Leo. The one-touch scenario will not survive for long. Good stuff. Wolves showing aggression early, and that could bring them even further up the rankings.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance at 79.4. They are close. They are very close to coming away with that 81-point threshold that they need to pass. DRG is at 77.5 with 3 points already on the board for game number 5 here. And at 5-2-1, it still needs 11 points to be able to come away with it. And taking a look here, we're going to see Wolves, who've jumped up to 7th place, facing off against SS1. Absolute annihilation. The 1-2-3 fist blades combo into the follow-up from the F2 from the Zai was absolutely crazy there, as we are going to be seeing the grabs trying to come through. Water is going to get himself grabbed out. Shuwon able to avoid the grab. Zuon now is going to be dodging 2, and the third party coming in. Water and LJX are both getting grabbed out, and there you go. DRG picking up their 4th kill, having a phenomenal early game, and they're going to follow suit on to the members of SS1. Look at this. Big brain play. Bane dropped. Dongqing going to go for the no ult zone proc. No Shio ultimate, or sorry, no Zai ultimate to fight against there. They aren't able to pop, and look at that Bane hit. What a beautiful duo of RNG and skill coming out from this team. Absolute insanity. Water goes down. Suwon, the last remaining player. They're trapped in this right now in the 3v1 situation. DRG with a phenomenal finish, and they have the Bane's breath to keep them alive.
DRG, another one of these very aggressive teams who've been benefiting from being so. Jumping up to the 12th place spot here. Very happy to do so at 81.5, but they are not out of it just yet. ALL Alliance still very much hot on their heels, 79.4 points for them. And so this is what we mean. For a lot of teams, they're out of it now. There's no way to get back up to the position that they need to be in here. WBG, 64 points. Gonna be hard to catapult up, particularly as they haven't picked up a kill so far. BBE, congrats to them. 1 kill so far on this game. But still, at 24.5, there's just no way that they're going to be able to climb towards that cutoff point. And so it comes down to these few core teams. And you can see ALL burning those hook shots, wanting to get over close to DRG, maybe for a contest here. They know that they need kills under their belt if they want to be able to jump up above a team with already 7 kills in their share. JL on top of DRG as well, maybe the next target for this 12th place team to try to get ahead of 0 points for them. Same thing with TE at 85.4. This is really where the hotness for these teams is going to come through. Who is going to be able to carry their momentum from good performances in other games here?
Yeah, and DRG already passing that threshold by 0.5 of a point, where Alliance, they need to get some points on the board. I'm still believing in 5-2-1 to be able to come away with some crazy sort of victory here, which would be absolutely insane if that were to happen. It would be one for the history books for sure. If we're seeing 5-2-1 come away with 2 games where they're able to surpass these other members, the next point that's fixed that they're able to come away with points is 95.5. Taking a look though, we are going to be jumping into a fight. BBE is able to pick up a couple of eliminations. Wolves now taking so much damage. Look at how well BBE is locking down the situation with those blades, the flying knives, and the F2 to finish it off from the Matari. What a play.
GG still trying to clean up. Wolves here in a little bit of trouble, to say the least. ZK just going to get fully juggled there for the cleanup. And that is a brutal way for Wolves to encounter elimination. Now, like I said, they built up a decent nest egg. I don't think that they're in the realm of getting knocked down below their current slot of qualification. But it shows just how much some of these other teams wanted. GG still just trying to prove that they're one of the top teams to compete against in total. 3rd place right now, 4 kills on the table. And the more that they ramp up, the more that they can gatekeep as well that 12th place spot from the likes of Alliance, 5-2-1, WBG, the last few that are in possible contention for moving into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, they're in a really good position right now, and they don't need, like, even though they have gotten themselves eliminated this early into the game, they didn't need to have a really good, well-performing game. Their last game put them over the line of contention, and they kept them there. They have held that spot, and they're not going to need to have a big game. The teams that are needing the big games are going to be Alliance, and we also need to see 5-2-1 if they want to make anything crazy happen. DRG has crossed that threshold, but they're not out of the woods just yet, because if they don't get any more kills for the rest of the game and aren't able to carry these eliminations as far as they would like to, they would end up losing out on the points. Well, they wouldn't lose out on the points, but the placement would allow these other teams that are lower to collect a lot more eliminations and come away with a crazy victory comeback over top of them. And look at that, NY7 with the Mortal Defiant Soul Jade in the back pocket just as an insurance option. Always good to have.
Yeah, absolutely. OUG, ALL in a little bit of a handshake scenario right now. On wait for the Realm of Yang. That's where they're going to try to duke it out. Or at least they're going to be mashing their action buttons to try to get into duke it out. Looks like they will spawn in. It's actually going to be ALL versus ASE, though.
Alliance versus ASE. This is make or break time for Alliance. If they lose this Realm of Yang, I don't think they're going to qualify for the bi-weekly finals. And oh my goodness, no, they're winning the Yang. It's a 2v3 situation. ASE's Han gets caught out by WBG's Xing outside of the Realm of Yang. It's so unfortunate for them. They're going to try and win this in a 2v3 situation. They are losing their one most important member, though, their Syra, and it is just going to be so difficult for them to be able to come away with any sort of victory against a Zai, a Syra, and the Matari. The Matari ultimate hasn't even been popped yet. We are going to see that could come out in just a second. They don't even need it, though, as Mist just getting absolutely trampled over. It's a very unfortunate circumstance that they put themselves in.
Absolutely the case. You know, we often talk about this kind of game theory aspect of Syra v Syra, where the question is who's ulting first and what kind of energy and resources are you able to expend from doing so. But hey, if there's no Syra, there's no question as to what's happening there. And speaking of ults being popped, I think that was just 2 Viper ults on the horizon that we saw fired off here. Pampy diving on in, looking to get the massive stun, going forward off that hook shot. They're going to be able to pick up one. Donkey in a lot of trouble as well. Pampy looking for the follow through. BBE, I believe we're eliminated there. That is what that means. Real tragedy for sure for all of us hodlers.
Oh my goodness.
Stands 5-2-1, laying waste to the field. ALL looking for even more damage as they're going to find their Syra ulting off on this one. OUG following through with one of their own. Temi just trying to create as much of a scatter scenario as possible as NY7 will get on top of SS from OUG, who will take the air, jump backwards, looking for space, looking for an angle. Unfortunately, right up against the wall, it's going to be NY7 with all the damage in the world on this Zai, using the chain whips, using the flurry of blows. Now it's a one-hit scenario. The rest of OUG now trying to rally, trying to make sure SS has the chance to escape. May get the opportunity. NY7 has to turn all of their focus back up on Baby U and company. And while they're doing a good job of holding this for the time being, eventually they will lose their ultimate, and in kind they will use the utility. There you go. Big ground pound. Baby U in trouble. NY7 still alive, able to get the rest of Alliance around them. And look at the value they're getting off of that one. Jinyu now in trouble. SS trying to get back in to help their friends, will be denied the opportunity for Billy, and Bird Smite will be used, and Alliance walk away with the win in that fight.
Look at that. Alliance have surpassed DRG, and DRG have just gotten bumped down. And look at that. 5-2-1 has 5 eliminations, and they're hungry for more here. They're going for the eliminations on to JL. They're able to get the Tessa stun off into the play, into the silence. One Fang could get eliminated really quickly here. They need another silence off. They weren't able to get it. The Monk Call could get popped here, as we might get to see that happen. And it looks like 5-2-1 has fallen into a bit of shambles right now. This could be very dangerous for them. The third party from WBG was definitely not what they were looking for. They are going to be able to Wu-Chen port out of here, though. GG following suit. This is not looking good for 5-2-1. Looks like it might come down to just DRG and Alliance for that qualifying spot as they're battling it out. TE is actually very close in contention, tied with Alliance at this point. If TE doesn't have a good game, it could be going bad for them as well. We're going to see now that Zai ultimate getting brought down. Ivan in a lot of trouble, is going to be able to hit a double Tessa Charm off onto the members of TE. They're just going to kill him before the timer procs, so they don't even have to cleanse that Tessa ult.
All right, well, GG starting off the fight in earnest. 330, just using Syra to continue to put pressure upon SS1 from above. Our side of this one, we are seeing Water trying to work as a stabilizing force with the Syra ult of their own. That being said, as it currently stands, it looks like GG has the lion's share of health to start this fight off with. 330 gonna fall back away from this one. Go up top on the Zai, doing a good job. Solid angle shooting. Will manage to get them another kill. 330 has to run to the hills.
bars. Sorry. GG's 330 is going to be getting sharked down now. SS1 Zuon extremely low in this situation, though. We're going to be seeing 330 getting sharked down in the 3v1 situation now. And there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. That could be it for him. LXM, the only remaining player on Team GG now, as SS1 still on that full Yang depletion. ASE with one player left on Yang depletion. And we're taking a look, 85.9. TE was able to pick up an elimination, though. So they have climbed a little bit quicker. We're going to be taking a look at our Realm of Yang replay. This is Baby U versus OUG versus GG. And Baby U just taking so much damage. The peel from the Syra on his team, Shinyu, doing such a good job at keeping him alive, but he's not able to make anything happen. They're bringing it back around, though, turning this fight on its head. They're able to take CJSL really quickly here, and then they bring it back. Ultimate down for both Syras. They have the opportunity to heal thanks to the Tumult's ultimate. The last charge of the Furin Shove is going to give them the elimination into the 3v1 situation on the 330.
And here we go, seeing how OUG is trying to reap those rewards. Everybody lining themselves for the last 15 minutes of this game. So far, these lobbies have been quite chaotic. A lot of kills coming through before we actually get to a decisive final circle in a way. Alliance, one of these other groups, just trying to buy themselves a little bit of space here in preparation for what's about to come.
And chaos, like he said, is about to come. There's nothing else that you could say. It is always going to be the most chaotic when it comes to these ending last couple of games that we're playing on the day. It's the make or break time. It is now or never. And they're definitely putting on the show that we asked for, ladies and gentlemen. There's no question about it. They have got themselves into a very strong... Are they only playing 2 players into their Yang? Oh, no, okay. They've got the 3. They've got to have the 3. Yeah, they have 3 players there. The names are all stacked onto each other. We're seeing a second team enter into the Realm of Yang Alliance, looking to do the same. They need to keep those kills up. And TE is going to get in. DRG are missing themselves the opportunity to pick up 3 more eliminations. That could be a huge detriment to them.
Absolutely. Another Realm of Yang going to be accessed here. It's Alliance, TE, facing off against one another. You have an even 3v3 this time around, and so this should be a pretty even fight. Xiaonan already losing half their armor, though, off of the solid projectile Phantos, I believe, there from the side of Alliance. TE in general, a little bit more scattered than I think they want to be here. Youth trying to divide and conquer NY7, unfortunately. Here's the handoff of damage, and really, I don't think that this is going to go anywhere for TE. Xiaonan having to activate their ultimate a bit earlier than I think they desire. Revenge in kind, though. Getting yoinked in Syra ultimate, and actually delaying the value from laser beam here is going to be huge for the side of TE as a stabilizing force. While this is happening, NY7 going to lose all of their armor. Peak, though, now hit down into lock stun, is going to be in trouble. Xiaonan has to activate the golden foot, jumping forward, trying to buy a little space for their team. Gets the yoink versus another Alliance member. That could actually be enough. NY7 now on the Zai, rushing forward. Peak goes down, and I think that should be enough. Alliance almost losing it there off that crucial misstep in Syra, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they know their angles. They were able to weed out Xiaonan, and they are able to use this flamethrower. It's a great effect. Now take down Youth and therefore claim the buff.
And that NY7 on that pull sword, if you can see, if you notice, every time he goes for a slide, he is going into a focus attack because he's got the focus slide Soul Jade equipped on him, allowing him to slide into somebody and follow up with a crouched attack from the pole sword. Huge follow-up damage potential as well. You're able to knock your opponent out of position, hit them with a pole sword slash for free, and then oftentimes get a focus attack, and it does assist when you are jumping into that fight. Alliance now choosing to go for the White Tiger's prowess, or they've got the, this is OUG with the Draco Storm. Alliance has the White Tiger's prowess buff, as now we are going to be seeing them jump into the Soul Altars as we're flipping over to the teams that have lost the Realm of Yangs, as they are going to try and cleanse this Yang depletion. They've got about 4 minutes and 35 seconds to do so. Taking a look at the Spirit Well, trying to find a perfect place to drop in and claim the loot of these players that they are going to try and eliminate. Taking a look, though, really quickly at the scoreboard, TE has now dropped below Alliance, and DRG is only at 83, putting them in a very tough spot. They need to get to 87.9, because Alliance and TE have put up so many points.
Yeah, the bar continues to rise here. Good stuff on TE, now creating a decent separation between them and DRG, right on the cusp. But we have seen scenarios where 8 kills can cascade into so many more. That being said, good distribution at the top. OUG at 11, ALL at 9 means that DRG are not guaranteed to just walk away with this lobby, but they are in good position.
Oh yeah, they've got a good spot, right? But they've already got 8 eliminations, and they still have a long way to go if they want to. And they are on the blind date composition, which is why they did not go into the Yang. As we're going to be seeing JL's Onefang was going to be the one to lose. The Team JL did end up going down here, as it looks like these Kylan comps are losing to the Syra comps over and over again. Baby U is going to get knocked out, but the Syra heals are going to be coming through very strong for him. We're going to see now XX1 losing so much HP. Fan on Takeda. It is very, very lethal weapon. We're going to see the flying knives coming through. That double charge is going to connect into the Furin shoves. Big parry going to come through on both SS and Baby U. Baby U forced to switch over. ASC getting eliminated as well in that instance, as we were going to see now Baby U getting knocked over. As you can see, he's got that focus slide as well. They do somehow manage to pull back and win this fight. You're going to see now Baby U jumping into the sky, trying to go for that focus attack. XX1 very, very low in HP, and we have the Syra ultimate again here. And this is how the fight turns around, ladies and gentlemen. We get one player eliminated. XX1 tries to go for the heal, but gets stunned out. F ability invested, and he goes down. And there you have it, folks. OUG on top.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic showing from OUG here. Another one of these teams that has just been so consistent, and maybe not necessarily building themselves up to the very top of the tables, but time and time again, they are racking up kills. They are very deserving of this second place spot for sure. And they do so without, a level of flash that I think some people would expect.
Yeah, it's grit, it's grind, they're not flashy about it, but they're professional and they get it done. It's not going to be fancy, but it's going to still put points up on the board. And we just saw as well, DRG lost a member. Alliance have found the rest of the team here, and they're going for the eliminations. This is an interesting play. DRG is going to lose 2 members here. Kakashi's going to try and get away, but this is an absolute blunder. They've had 8 eliminations. They're only on 83 points. They need this game to go well for them, and the 1 or 2 teams that they need it to go bad for are the teams that are succeeding the most in this game right now, as 11 eliminations and as about to be 12 comes on to Alliance. DRG takes their game 5.
JL using this time to heal back up. 8 minutes in a relatively sparse lot coming on to the very end here. Still definitely a lot of people available, but we're going to assume that T is just eliminated here. And with that in mind, what we're looking at is SS1, JL, ALL, OUG, and then I believe one member of 521 who is, by virtue of 2 dicey games in Game 4 and now this game, kind of are out of it.
Yeah, they had a really good Game 3, and they just kind of sort of fell back into their old pattern. I don't know what it was exactly that made them pop off so much in that game beforehand, in game number 3, but they need to find that energy again, otherwise they are not going to qualify. They need now more than 20 points about if they want to be a sure thing for qualification, and it's going to be a very difficult feat, but it is possible. SS1 is going to lose a member here, and lots of these teams that have just been lingering around are losing members very fast. It is only 12 players left as we speak right now. This game is going extremely quick compared to what we usually see in NARAKA. We see the final circles taking a very long time. There's 7 minutes left with only 12 players remaining. SS1 losing a member, and 5-1 with losing a member as well. They only have that one player left. JL and Alliance and OUG, the only teams with full teams.
Yeah, and that's not something you see too often. We are getting to the point where things are too constricted to ever imagine that Revive is in the cards. Sometimes you see some pretty late utilizations of resurrection tickets. That's not going to happen this time around. You got to play with what you got in this situation. We're going to see who comes down the top because of that. SS1 activating their ultimate early up here versus 3 members of OUG all trying to occupy high point on this rock. Water now actually kind of sent on the run here, just trying to use their shards in order to get heals as much as they can, knowing that they are dead meat if they come on out of this ultimate with OUG all on top of them. So they're trying to buy some space. Zwan and Juan on the back end of this one also trying to come in and protect their player. No armor available. Water just having to try to scale rush themselves to a safe position. Unfortunately, they're caught at the door frame, and OUG going to be able to come through, pick up that kill, and now this is another team down a player.
And it's unfortunate. Everybody's losing members so quickly into this game. OUG doing a very good job of cleanup, as we're seeing as well, where Alliance was also doing a good job of picking off those stragglers. They took out the team that was the biggest threat to them. And let's take a look at where TE is on the standings as well. Are they still alive? We haven't seen too much action coming out from TE this game. They have got themselves back into qualifying, so they are in a decent position. Alliance has overtaken them, but DRG was the closest to them, and now they are fully eliminated. It's coming down to a numbers game. Mortal Defiance on 2 members of Alliance. They're set up to go, as we're now going to see the fight for the Spirit Well. Keep in mind, there is a moving ballista very close. Those train tracks you see, a ballista is going to be close. There is potential for the ballista play to get invested in it. And I believe it will cross over into that Spirit Well safe zone, allowing these players to try and use that ballista as soon as it passes through. I don't think we are going to see it though here, as it looks like these players have opted to just go for that ultimate, as OneFang trying desperately to grab out of the sky OUG Shinyu. And he's going to be able to connect with it there. And now these players are going to go for that follow-up into the zone. The F ability invested to avoid that guaranteed regrab from these other players. OUG now taking full control over the circle. JL's XX1 now trying to contest again. It looks like Baby U just going to back off, and we're going to see Alliance try and go for the cap.
Yeah, Alliance is in a good position here to try to go for it. They have the coverage of Revenge, already using the Syra ultimate to buy as zoning space. Temi is going to hand it off as well for further control. NY7 actually going to have to get on top of this. OUG using the opportunity after the Temult ultimate in order to try to approach. Now they're going to be the ones on point for control. Good job playing Repulsion there versus Alliance, who are looking to force their way back in. That being said, Sandstorm has now expired, and so this is the time for multiple teams to try to dive in. SS1 on the far side doing a good job playing the ranged attack game. That being said, OUG now actually going to try to get over. They're cleaving on in to make an impact, as JL are now going to try to hand over control. Decent job holding on, even in this position where they are currently being aggressed upon by all sides. Here comes Alliance back in to try to force them off of the zone. But I think that this could be it. OUG as a 3-stack are going to try to trickle in to try to force out JL, who keeps control for the time being. XX1 doing a good job in the driver's seat, activating their ultimate on Kylin in order to do as much as they can to just wipe through these team members. That being said, Staggered and CC, they lose a lot of their health. Now it's going to be OUG back on top of the Spirit Well. The question is, can they stay there? Baby U has to peel back and find some heals. Yoma's going to be after them, and so this could be a dangerous situation, as both SS and Baby U are now without armor available. Syra ultimate from above here, going to try to continue to occupy space for OUG, but I don't think there's going to be enough coverage to make this worth it. Baby U needs to try to find a way to heal out of the situation now in a one-touch scenario. Somehow manages to recover in this position. Unfortunately, Chain whips are going to be too much. That's going to be one gone.
Yeah, Baby U going to get eliminated there. It was so close to being able to have that Syra heal him out of danger, but it was to no avail, as we are going to see SS1 starting to take over the chase of wiping out these teams. OUG, after losing that one member, have started to fall apart a little bit there. as we are going to be seeing now JL trying to go for the Spirit Well capture. Everybody wanting this. Draco Storm is going to be that make or break here. And oh, TE has been fully eliminated, as we are going to be seeing these standings now. It is going to be all of the players still alive have qualified, so nothing else is going to change who qualifies and who hasn't. JL's One Fang going to be on the top, trying to make something happen with the Monk grab. He isn't going to be able to connect on any of his grabs. Ultimate is starting to tick down even more on his last couple of seconds. He gets one grab, is going to get a bit of follow-up from those flying knives of Cuckoo 2, and XX1 going to be able to pick up that kill, taking one member of SS1 away. Zuwon getting hit with a wisp up top, is going to lose a lot of that gold HP. XX1 now on the Kylan ultimate, going to try and see if he can knock these players off. Knocks Water and NY7 into the zone, is going to get the kill off onto Water here. Gets that immortality proc off as well. One Fang is going to be the one to finish off that elimination, trying to see if they can get Zuon as well. JL starting to take the lobby over right now, as we're going to see him try and go for the dash again. 2 dashes left in hand. Ultimate timer getting very low. Needs to try and throw that off. Loses that ultimate. Pops that F ability now. They're going to see One Fang going for that Monk ultimate yet again. Gets the grab onto NY7. This is going to be huge for them here. Dumping him into the Storm. The Storm tick damage is going to be so much. He's just going to go down straight to that. We are going to see now it's Cuckoo 2 trying to hold off into the zone and just preventing these players from jumping in to the safe area. JL going to pick up one more kill and another one, trying to go for this double grab here. And it looks like they almost got it, but they didn't. Mortal Defiance going to come through onto Yuma. 13 kills for Alliance, 16 for JL in the 3v2 situation. Revenge, the last remaining player. This is going to be difficult for him to come out. If he 3v1s this, though, it would be absolute insanity. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. These players are doing way too good of a job at ducking and dodging away. Oh, there you go. Revenge gets knocked into the zone. He's just going to take his L. It's good game for JL. They had a very good game there. Oh, they get the kill at the end, too. Oh, my goodness.
Extra points on top of it all there. And what a way to end it for JL. Game number 5 going to go their way. And that was a very close final lobby. You know, the teams with the most kills at the very end all tied up against one another. JL just navigated the 3-way situation the best, and they deservedly will come out on top there with the victory, just further building up that reign as one of the top teams here in the NBPL.
JL doing a really good job of cleaning up. As soon as they take out that one member of OUG, it's all coming up for them. Alliance not able to capitalize. You can look at how disappointed. They're definitely shaking their heads after that one, as they were so close to coming out victorious after that game. Unfortunately, they were not able to bring it home in game number 5. And we've got one more game to go where these players are going to put it all on the line and finish off as strong as possible with our final game.
The final game. And I keep saying it's for all the marbles, but even within this game number 5, we saw shifts there at the bubble mark. And so this isn't over for any of the teams. They are still looking to jockey for position, but it does get harder here on out. And the fact that we are seeing the victor of game number 5 being one of those teams already very well locked in on the standings, just playing for seeding purposes, Seb, shows how difficult of an uphill battle this will be in this final game number 6.
It is going to be a very crazy battle. It is absolutely insane on how wild it has already been going into these games. I am very nervous for DRG right now. I'm very excited to see if 5-2-1 is going to be able to actually come away with anything, because they do have a chance, but it is a slim one. Little quick answer for treasure for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. How many players chose Syra in game number 5? Was it A4, B5, C6, or D7? Answer the question in chat on Twitch. So if you're on YouTube, come hop over to Twitch really quickly for us. Drop the answer in, receive some free stuff. You guys, it's always great to receive some free stuff. Am I right? I know.
You're 100% right. Oh, yeah. Make sure that you're getting those free stuff. You just get free stuff by watching, too. That's one of the great things here at the Nbpl, you know, be able to level up your game just by sticking with us throughout what has been an incredible day of Trios action.
And also, if you like watching NARAKA, make sure you go check out some other NARAKA creators who are also offering drops and free stuff if you want to maximize all the free stuff. go ahead and check some of those other people out on Twitch under the NARAKA BLADEPOINT category. Everybody is loving it. We've got one game left. This is the make or break game, and it is going to be a big one. This is going to define the entire course of the Nbpl. But we are going to be seeing JL picking up a 25.6 point game. Phenomenal. Alliance getting a 15.5 point game to finish off that in second place. OUG is going to be getting that third place with 15. DRG still claiming fourth place with 9, even though they went out so early. SS1 going to be getting that 8.5. 521 with a 6.5. They still had a great game in accordance to their other usual performances. GG with the 5.5, 3.5, and the list goes on. But One Fang, XX1 with 11 eliminations, and Cuckoo2 with the 2 kills, 36,000 healing, 26,000 damage on. They really didn't have that much damage. 26,000 damage. It's really not the most amount of damage that I expected. But
yeah, I would agree with that.
They still did an amazing job.
Yeah, I do think that it was just a matter of how even the very top of the standings were. I think that all the teams that made it towards that very final circle were just trading off with one another, because you saw how many times, for instance, that final Spirit Well had teams occupying space, then having to give it up, then coming back again. I think that just by virtue of how the handoffs played out, that's probably why we saw just an overall lower damage share.
There you go. You saw DRG is at 83 point something, 88.4 for TE, 93.8 for SS1, 94.9 for Alliance. OA has dropped all the way down to 9th place. The minimum threshold for guaranteeing you a place if you're DRG is going to be that spot there at 95.5. They've got to put up at least 13, 14 points, or they've got to have the other players have a very bad game, and they need to capitalize and have a phenomenal game. And look at that. OUG is at 112. They're in second place now. That is incredible. Whereas ASE has dropped to 6th at 102.
Yeah, here we go. Looking at one of these highlights, and check out that communication from the players once again as well. The shot calling that we're seeing coming through.
Always nice to see the calmed highlights, brought to you by China Unicom. Very funny. True to be seen. JL's highlights, they destroyed this lobby here. As look at this, the flying knives just being such a versatile weapon, being able to target your opponents out in the air is definitely something that these players have been looking for a long time. And with the flying knives being added into the game, they've been finally able to make the waves that they've been wanting to do for quite some time.
Absolutely the case. See up here, the fact that across multiple fights here, JL just are able to perfectly figure out who targets are, and from there knock them out with perfect efficiency. And that snapback immediately to what the condition of the purgatory condition that Spirit Well was, demonstrates why they were able to come out on top, and why just generally they've been so continuously consistent throughout the entirety of this season.
Yeah, the streams are showing you exactly how intense this gets in the Nbpl arena. The one experience I have of it in real life, of walking in, not really knowing if I was supposed to be there or not, walking in on a scrim, and they're all screaming. You know, oh, I need to make sure I'm allowed to be here. I don't want to get yelled at. And realize that they're just calming to each other. And there you go. And getting that last kill as well was amazing to see, as we see the Siren run away and they're able to close off on that final elimination.
Yep, and there we go. It's going to be XX1 taking it home for the 6th time this season. And we're looking at pretty interesting build out here. Not a whole lot in the way of big high-value Soul Jades. You got the jabbing as the only epic one. Besides that, it's just damage reduction 3 times and then attacks twice. Showing, like, once again, the fact that this was a very interesting final circle where people were just trading off aggro so many times that just by playing consistently, you can get MVP without a whole lot.
it doesn't take much to get you that MVP if you're able to clean up eliminations without having to start the fight. The third party is a art that needs to be mastered, and JL have done just that.
Yep, absolutely the case. And so we're going to see whether or not JL will also just be taking home this game number 6. We've talked a lot about the repeats. I love when we see repeats. I love when especially you get that momentum in your head and you're just able to dominate a lobby. But so far, I think that the other side of the coin is that so far we're seeing how many different teams are being competitive here this deep on into the season for Nbpl's Trios division. Now, I do want to see one of those teams that are on the bubble at least make it to last 2 teams, or maybe even the victors. I want to see those teams where the burden is highest shine when the tension is at its greatest. For a lot of these guys, it's the last chance to make it into this bi-weekly number 3 finals.
Yeah, and if you don't make it into this bi-weekly final, you've only got one bi-weekly final left to capitalize and do anything. There's 4 bi-weeklies splits. You've got this bi-weekly, you've got the next one, then we've got the last chance qualifiers, and then we're gonna have the grand finals. That is going to be so close from now. It is getting very, very close to the end of the season. And even with the amount of time that these players have, like, we're being honest, they've got a good long while, right? This season is set to end at the end of May. And, you know, we also have a good long while because we're going to take a break and we're going to be right back.
Hello, friends, and welcome back one final time for this wonderful day of Trios action here in the Nbpl. My name is NARAKA, here with Seb, and we are about to dive into game number 6, the last one of the night or morning, depending on where you are. And what a time it has been. This is where the battle lines have been fully drawn, and now the burdens are very clear for each team. What they need to do to either stay alive and make it to those finals, or actually get to the point where they have a shot at glory in the finals themselves. Got to get over that 12th slot hump. Seb, who do you think is going to be able to do that?
I want to see, I still want to see 521 do it. It's going to be an incredible feat if they do manage to make that happen. But I think that if DRG has a game where they always go crazy in the early game. They always do it. If they win their Yangs, if they play a comp that can go into Yang, if they win their Yangs and they they decide to take really smart mid-game fights. They clean up mid-game, and they have to survive to end game. We saw DRG make very good plays in the early and mid-game, but then they lost all their members, and they had to try and hold out to that end game. It took them very far down in their point potential, where they probably, if they would have had that first place finish, and they would have had all 3 members in that final circle in the game where they were on 14 kills going into the final circle, they would have probably already been qualified right now. So I think DRG has it in them. I don't know if they're going to pull it off, but I think they've got it in them. And we're going to see in just a second, game number 6. I'm so excited for it.
Oh, I'm excited too. This is going to be an interesting one because one of the flip sides of the coin, for all the tension that is built up into a moment like this, it also means that it's time for reflection, right? These are teams that up until this point have been trading wins back and forth. Now, with everything on the table, they have maximal knowledge of the tendencies of each individual in given team. What can they do to try to bring it home here with what they have learned? BBE, unfortunately, out of it, just unable to, I think, mathematically ever catapult themselves into that 12th place position, even if they killed everyone, which has not been their gameplay style at all throughout the course of this entire season. I mean, here's the winners of the last lobby. JL already unlocked for the bi-weekly finals. Now they're playing here for seeding points. They're playing here by virtue of just wanting to lead a mark to show, hey, YZG, these top teams, SRE, we're coming for you.
Yeah, and they definitely have a very, very strong chance when it comes down to these bottom / top teams. Like the teams, OUG, if they have a 50-point game, which, you know, it's very difficult to make that happen, but if they do somehow manage to pull that off, we could be seeing OUG taking that top spot. It's going to be difficult. YZG is very, very high up there, but it's very, very interesting to see. I don't think OUG takes top spot. I don't think they do.
Yeah, I would tend to agree here. That being said, they are incredibly consistent, and that's the thing I love about them. They don't need to take top spot in every situation because, unlike some of these teams where now it's do or die, you know, it's 5 minutes before you got to submit your homework, and now you're just slamming down as many answers as you can. OUG have just been profiting from minute 1, time and time again, climbing all the way up into that secondary position. WBG, on the other hand, I believe a team that does, in fact, need to be able to get over that mark and get themselves into bi-weekly finals. They got 1 game left to do it.
And this is the game to do it. I'm so amped up and excited for this game. This is going to be the last time that they have to put everything on the line here. Game 5 almost did it. Game 6, we're here. We're ready to see the action jump through. And it's about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. It is so close to being ready to put on the stage. We're going to be seeing game number 6 in full swing as we're going to get to see this hero selection. I'm excited to see in which area of the hero selection these players are going to be set into, like who's getting first hero, there we go. BBE, Alliance and DRG are both getting first hero selection, so they're going to be able to get a Yang comp for DRG. This is a really good spot for them to be in. OUG, 521, SS1, and JL on that second round. GG, WBG, AASC, and TE. TE is on the third round. This is really bad for them because if TE doesn't do well this game and DRG does really well, they're going to be the ones to get knocked out. So keep your eyes on Team TE and Team DRG. Those are going to be the ones you really need to watch out for in game number 6.
Well, here we go. First round of the final character select before we move on to the bi-weekly finals coming on this weekend. Picking up the Syra Matari composition that seems to have solidified here for Alliance. They're going to start us off. Here we go. Viper Ning, another blind date composition coming through for BBE. They tried a few variations of this so far. It hasn't quite worked out, I'll say, but I don't know if at this point I can hate the game. It's more about being worried about how the players are piloting it.
And I mean, yeah, it's BBE. They're just trying to have fun in their last game here. And it looks like we are going to be seeing 521 has all of their hero points right now. So they have the opportunity to try and get themselves into using, yeah, there we go. We see it. They've been using all of their hero points up. They're going to be playing that Kylan Monk comp. Last round selection to go. It's TE that you've got to watch here. They have 8 points, so they have the opportunity to use some. Not using a single hero point. They're going to cop that Kylan Monk composition. ASE going for the blind date as well for WBG, and the Kylan Monk for Team GG. As we're jumping in to our final game of the night, ladies and gentlemen. The birds are chirping outside. It is early morning or late night, depending on where you are. But we are getting ready for game number 6, jumping things off in Pretoria on the Firefly map. This is going to be a good one. It is sure to impress. It is sure to amaze. And it is sure to set some records.
Absolutely. This is where we want to see teams bring it all out. You know, there's often the sentiment, you leave it all out on the field. Well, this is the time in which to do so. And I think that there's a good opportunity for a lot of these teams to make the mark in terms of the rankings, but also just get that last little bit of testing in. You know, we still got another bi-weekly after this, bi-weekly number 4. That is something that a lot of these teams can really begin to rally behind. We've seen trends up for some of these teams. We've seen trend down for some of these other teams that need to be reversed. Meanwhile, BBE, they've been sitting at the bottom all the way through. So love my consistency kings down there. Would love to see them do something here. Just change it up. Like, there's no reason to not take every fight you possibly can see in this game right now for them.
Well, it's often difficult because they do take that off-spawn fight. They get really aggressive on the off-spawn fight, and then they lose. Then they have to go for the respawn, and oftentimes they would take that fight right away, and they would lose. And that's what was happening when they came into the league very early on. So they've sort of adapted this slower play style just through sheer bullying almost, if you will. And it is starting to create this narrative that they're just kind of ratting everything out. Is, well, they're fighting hard in their off-spawn fight. They're just losing, and they want to place as high as possible. So they're not going to try and take a fight early. They really do just need to take an early fight.
They needed to coin flip, right? After a certain point, you know, you're playing a battle royale, and that's what I'm saying. Volume of games matters a lot, and luckily we were blessed with the ability to get 6 games in a day. And with that being the case, sometimes you just gotta high roll. Sometimes you just gotta hope the odds go in your favor. BB have not put themselves into a position time and time again where they are enabled to get that kind of value, and so just by virtue of getting out there, trying to swing for the fences, this is an opportunity for them. That being said, I believe they're dropping right next to GG, so that would be a scary one for them to take for sure.
Yeah, that side of the map, there is a lot of space in between them and GG, but it is definitely a scary thing to think, okay, we're going against one of the powerhouses of the lobby right off the rip. So we are going to see them a little bit later. We're going to be taking a look at first at 521, who need at least 20 points. So we need to see a crazy first place finish with at least 15 eliminations here if they want to qualify. And they need teams like TE to not get kills, like SS1 and Alliance as well. They need 95.5 seems attainable for DRG here. So we are going to take a look now. GG and TE going at it against each other. BBE coming in on the third party with the cannon shots. We're going to be seeing TE trying to go for that slam. Xiaonan able to block most of GG's CJS's moves, but he does go down, and there's the equalizer as TE's youth is going to take 330 out. Xiaonan is going to get the elimination. The double grab, the double slam from CJS, taking one of the players of BBE with him, and now LXM jumping through. NNE is going to go down. They tried to go aggro off the rip, just like you asked them to do, and they have started to face some consequences of it here, as Devon now taking so much damage, as CJS is going to be getting peeled for very nicely in that immortality proc. We are going to be seeing LXM going for it, as now Roy Hehe trying to make something happen with that Viper ultimate. He's going to be able to pick up an elimination here in the 2v2 situation. Now Roy Hehe could make something happen, but Devon trying to back things up is going to end up getting a double parry. Oh my goodness! They're going to beat GG out here. Oh, but the Salty Reds from CJS, and now Devon is going to be in the 3v1.
Oh, my boys. Zen and E finally here for the fight, but they just kind of trickled in one after the other, unable to get up as 3, and therefore we are going to see the slow fading into nothingness here. 330 going to be taken down, but unfortunately in claiming a 1, BBE are going to be dropped as a collective. GG now trying to trade Roy Hehe, the last one left alive, actually able to reset back into Viper ultimate here. Unfortunately, facing off against potential grabs, trying to find an angle. LXM doing a great job of staying alive, moving quickly. Roy Hehe now, unfortunately, getting re-grabbed, and I think this is going to be enough to put BBE into the dirt, needing to go for the full res.
Double grab, double slam, double finisher, and there you go. Devon
they're
tried
just
to
out.
come back. Well, they came back one by one, and in the way that GG did it, it was in the 2v2 situation, and he came back right away, turned it into a 3v2, and they were able to get the kill so fast that when BBE had the same idea, it was too little too late, and the 1 comeback just was not enough to make anything cool happen. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. BBE are not going to get a 100-point game and absolutely blow everybody's minds. But 5-2-1 now. They need to get a lot of eliminations. If they're able to take JL out here, this could be huge. We are going to see them starting to lose a lot of HP. The Syra ultimate is going to get invested. This could be a very difficult play for them to try and make if they want to come up with any sort of eliminations. Pampy is going to be able to try and get the scale rush off into XX1, but the Furen shoves are just going to be very lethal. Yin going to go down. Pampy trying to get that jump R&B off is not going to connect off of it. Kukuchu still trying to come away with something, and it looks like they're just going to back off, try and find Ivan, while Pampy is going to get destroyed by the rest of JL.
Kukuchu getting up onto the high ground here. Good navigation across the mountainside as we have another fight. WBG versus SS1. Yaron trying to teleport on out of there. It's on the tail end of that one. SS1, though, want to give chase yet again. This is going to buy a little bit of time for WBG to reheal. SS1, though, they still want this smoke. Swan going in immediately, going to activate their ultimate. Viper getting the triple stun off. Yaron in trouble here. Weibo trying to dig their heels and then fight it right back. Swan actually going to have to get teleported out to safety. And so now it's going to be the reset of health one way, and then the other. WBG actually didn't want to give chase, it didn't seem. It's going to be SS1 reinitiating for yet another exchange. Yaron going to be disarmed here. Solid parry there by Zwan, giving the upper hand to SS1 in this trade to start things off. That being said, they have to move back now. Good follow through with that extra range on the tech chase. That's actually going to be WBG trying to win the trade. Now with Bane's Breath available, this is just chaos on either side. Multiple people are going to be sent sprawling. WBG in trouble as Zwan will be able to kill Yaron. And now in closing upon the remaining members, WBG are melted and in 16th place. They cannot afford to get dropped like that.
That was crazy. The parries from SS1 putting everyone else to shame there. The beautiful back parry on that staff hit to save Zuan. Just phenomenal. As we are going to see NY7 trying to come in on the third party. The double charge is going to come through, but the Bane is going to take a little bit of that away. NY7 forced to go for the heal up really quickly here as SS1 going for those range shots, trying to keep their distance and stay in the Bane. Baiting these players into the Bane would be exactly what they'd want to happen, but it looks like they aren't going to be able to make that go their way right now, as Zuan is going to end up just backing off for the moment. And now we're looking at the team that needs it all. They need 7 points. 7 and then 5 extra if they want to completely secure it. If Alliance and TE do not succeed, they only need about 5. Here we go. We're taking a look. They have lost 2 of their members already pretty early. So Dongqing, the only one with a revive, they're not going to take this fight. They're going to have to wait for Yang. That is so unfortunate for them right now, as we're going to be seeing TE's peak. They're waiting for the spawn of the loot here and the Fireflies. We're going to see all of these players going for it and then dispersing.
As it currently stands, we have GG somehow just gobbling up 8 kills in the course of just a few minutes to start us off here. Multiple 1 fights under the belt. They are looking fantastic, as we're looking at WBG as the only team that is below that cutoff line right now, picking up kills in large enough scale for me to think that they have good momentum going into Realm of Yang fights. That's going to be a dynamic to watch out for. I think maybe the haves and the have-nots have been decided in too stark of contrasts versus one another here, Seb. We're going to see what happens, though. There's still the chance to bring things back around. Vermilion Birds might early in this one could turn things on its head. Question is, who is going to match who? GG, TE, both making a beeline over to where ASE and OUG currently occupy. We may have a fight, or at least a desperate scramble situation to get into this Realm of Yang.
It is definitely going to be the desperate scramble, as it always becomes. We're going to be seeing Dongqing going for this Realm of Yang. They need the Yang win, and they need to start putting kills on the board. Otherwise, they are going to fail in their endeavors of trying to come away with the victory here. But it looks like Alliance are going to be able to fully capture this Yang portal completely unopposed. As we're seeing down on the bottom side, it looks like TE's GG and a couple of other teams are going for this. It looks like 521 also going for the Realm of Yang here. This is going to be an interesting one to see. DRG needs to jump in here, and it's all going to come down to this. Do they get it? No, neither do Alliance, though. The fight gets popped off immediately. All the ultimates are getting brought out here. Syra versus Syra in the air. We are seeing the Matari ultimate getting popped. Dongqing getting extremely low already. Burn damage getting popped on to him. He needs to escape this situation right now. He's trying to kite out, getting healed by his Syra. Does go down. NY7. This could be DRG's run completely finished off for them here, as NY7 going to try and go for the solos combo. We are going to be seeing WX98 trying to disappear in the 2v1 situation. Kakashi versus Yuma. This is not going to be good for them. Unfortunately, DRG not able to come away with any sort of victory. No. 1 player remaining as we flip over to the Realm of Yang.
Yep, this very rough one. Xiaonan going to descend from Golem form here. That being said, ZK already too low to really help out in this fight. Xiaonan said sprawling, though. We'll be able to just recover here. I'm looking for a new angle upon these remaining members of the Wolves, who are going to try to just split out Xiaonan. Youth, for the time being, unable to really help out their partner here get the trade back. Good phase rush. Xiaonan going to have to pop the bell. Now down to little health here. Could be a absolute collapse here, as TE now are struggling to recover. Will be able to clean it up with 1 final pickup at the end, though. Good job.
What a turnaround.
Turn it around.
What a turnaround. That was so beautiful. And it looks like 521 might have won their Realm of Yang as well. So we've now got to put all of our hope onto 521 to get themselves over, I believe, 30-40 points. But still, they have a chance, as we're flipping over outside the Realm of Yang now. TE trying to make the play onto GG. Both of these teams with the Realm of Yang buffs, as that Vermilion's Bird might. So this fight has no consequences other than adding points to an opponent's prize point, as we are going to be seeing GG's CJS taking a lot of damage. TE's Xiaonan able to get them the regrab, almost connects, but these Kylans just going crazy left, right, and center. All ults are going to be dropped down now. Xiaonan taking so much damage. Gonna get that zipping heal. And now LXM fighting on his side. They're both going for CJS. We're going to see a huge parry getting released, though. Xiaonan able to make that happen. We're going to see the focus slide getting brought through. TE's Youth getting extremely low. CJS is going to go down to OUG's Baby U. Baby U coming in on the third party. We are going to see the pure and shoves coming up from Baby U right now. Big parry going to get released on the side of Xiaonan. Able to deal a lot of damage to 330. 330 trying to make something happen as well. Trying to bring back around, but Baby U and OUG are aiming for that first place spot. They're trying so hard to hit it here, as they already are jumping on. Oh, this is their 6th elimination. I thought they were on 11 kills for a second there. And GG also in contention of getting up there. But OUG on 6 kills, GG on 12. 5-2-1, trying to get the scrap off going against SS1 and Wolves, I believe. And now the Monk is up.
Yep, that being said, not a whole lot to do in this situation. Hard to angle any kind of grabs. SS1 doing a good job of backing out for the time being. Pampy going to use this opportunity to just hop inside of the null zone, drop out of the form early in this one, and wait for the re-engage on SS1, who are going to find the initiation here. Water already losing a lot of their armor. Pampy is going to try to give chase, doesn't want to go all the way around this rock and all of a sudden get blindsided by multiple members. SS1 as a group are trying to fall back. 5-2-1 approaching in kind. Here comes the Viper ultimate. Zwan having that available. This could be a bait. Pampy still off of their own Monk ultimate. They're just going to get dropped in an instant. SS1 open up. Massive volley. They're going to continue that aggression here as we see one remaining member in the form of and try all that they can do to keep 5-2-1 in this. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll have much of an opportunity to go. SS1 reviving Water and company. 5-2-1 looking for the re-engage once more.
Yeah, they're hungry for these eliminations. They need so many to come away with any sort of victory. And oh my goodness, they almost get the kill onto Zuan. They have that Vermilion's Bird Mite, so they're not too concerned about going out here. But getting that extra kill onto SS1 would have done them some good. We are going to be seeing they're at 82 points. So they need about the exact same amount that DRG needed before they got eliminated. We're going to get to see the replay of them. They faced off against OUG in the Realm of Yang and ended up coming away victorious. Oh, huge grab, even canceling out the F ability of that Temi into the regrab here. What a beautiful play from Pampy. Pampy's Monk has been on point all night. It has been so much fun to watch. Again, with the Flying Knives. Flying Knives, such a good tracking weapon that you're able to play it so well when it comes to getting those follow-up attacks from the Monk. A lot of the times, these players would miss the Monk follow-up attacks specifically because of how hard it was to aim your melee attacks with your weapons. Now, having these Flying Knives, it has changed the game completely. With one player extremely low, the cannon shot is going to come away with that, and there we go. Baby U, the last remaining player, gonna crack that Vulpine Essence. Unfortunate that he had to use that, and then the parry spam is going to finish Baby U. And Pampy takes the win. 5-2-1 on the board.
Yep, 15 minutes left in this one. 5-2-1. Good job opening up, getting themselves into a position where they can continue to try to build a material advantage. I think they really need to. You talked about how this, I think, is the team at the very bottom slot that has a chance of making it in. They can still do it here and now, but it has to come in the form of full victory. There's a lot of teams left that are able to do the same. TE, Alliance, WBG, all up with one another near a big rift. And so, given the topography, TE just going to back off for the time being. They see where their opponents are. They just want to occupy space here. Maybe look for this roaming Yang as well.
The Yang's going to drop. These players are going to start to make their way over there. We are going to see the Spirit Wells as well coming into play. It looks like people are staying away from the Yang portals, waiting, trying to go for that timer and buying out the weapons from the shop, buying out those gold armors that are available before jumping in. And look at this, 5-2-1. They know they need to jump in there if they're going to have any chance. It is in reality right now. They have reality that they can do this. And it looks like they want to go up against a team like OUG. Fighting against GG could be their downfall right now. It really depends on when they go in. We're going to see the Mortal Defiance. They are fighting off against GG, though. This is a mirror match. It's going to be interesting to see who wins this. I think GG is going to take this. They are a little bit more stacked. They have a little bit better control. The ultimates are going to get dropped. CJS with the ult just a split second before. Pampy going to have that ult for 1 second longer. But Pampy already taking so much damage, forced to use that heal. GG's 330 and 5-2-1 Zien both on Monk annoyance duty. We're going to see Pampy with the first grab. We have the Flamebringer getting brought out as well on to CJS. CJS taking a lot of damage right now. We're going to see they're trying to grab that zipping out. They get the zipping grab into the slam, getting that siphon, almost getting that follow-up attack. Yen isn't going to be able to come away with any sort of follow-up, though. You're going to see the ultimates getting brought down now. CJS is in a lot of trouble, but getting a lot of that HP back. And look at this. Yin hasn't burned that ultimate until just now. They finally start to use that. Big parry going to be coming out on the side of Pampy. You're going to see now Bell getting popped. 330 and LXM trying to make something happen with these Kylan slashes. Is not looking too good for them. Both of these fighters are staying incredibly even. Ivan with a huge parry. Oh, in the Kylan ultimate as well. Getting knocked out of Kylan ult. 330 with a parry of his own. Is going to get parried again. Ivan with another huge parry. 330 with another huge parry. Backs out of that situation. Ivan with another huge parry. CJS trying to get brought back down. All of these players getting parried over and over again. They take one player out. It's a 3v1 situation. 5-1 beat out GG. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen.
That's exactly what this team needs to try to claw up that leaderboard, and they did so at a disadvantage coming on into this one, but a great utilization of this Tianhai ultimate, able to occupy upper space, getting good grabs, meant that ultimately Pampy came out very healthy, ready for the duel, managed to make the most out of the latter era of that one. Here we go on the other side. This is OUG versus TE, another fight with the Tianhai. Jiaonan trying to take center stage on this one, looking for the grab to start things off. Able to get up to the top side. That means that there's going to be less coverage available in general. OUG gonna lose one because of that. Going for the re-grab. Baby, you in a lot of trouble here. SS trying to work as Monk-Annoyer. Maybe not doing enough at this position. Great defense being run by the rest of TE. Peak sacrificing a lot of health to try to stay within this fight. Baby, you re-grabbed again. Double clap. That's going to be enough to define the fight. TE keeping the momentum going. OUG trying to fight back along the far side, but they've already lost Baby U. And now Jinyu has two on top of them, trying to just heal back up. Jiaonan, though, full armor, full health, able to just tear through the remainder of OUG, as now SS is the last one standing, and the Monk is right on top of them one more time, trying to retreat back. SS in a lot of trouble, trying to force a tech chase, no space with which to do so, and that is going to be the victory on the other side of the realm.
TE's Xiaonan really showing everyone how to make a clap with the Monk grabs here. We are going to be seeing OUG's Shin Yu trying to make a play off. He needs to cleanse this Yang depletion. Is going to get a kill. They're going to go for the Bloom, and it looks like one of his teammates got it here. Trying to see if they can get this third party up onto SS1. Water, oh my goodness, 1 HP in a dream right now, and they are going to end up being able to hit that Wu Chen port to get out of there. WBG's Xing trying to make something happen as well with that Viper ultimate. Looks like there was no value, and 5-2-1's Ivan able to get some crazy third parties. They get the elimination. They're climbing, ladies and gentlemen. 10 more points, 9.5 points away from victory now. Ivan is going to get stunned out though here. This is looking a little bit dangerous for him as OUG fighting hard. 5-1 Yin going to pick up an elimination though. They do have that Draco Storm, so they're not losing too much HP right now. As you can tell, their health bars are not going down, but they're still in the zone. And look at this. They are at 87 points. They OA at 95.5. If they are able to get... They're at 87.5. Oh my goodness, it is 8 more points. 8 more points, and 5-2-1 is 12th place over OA. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it might actually happen.
It would take a lot, though, at this point. I think that they need to win the whole lobby, and they need to rack up more kills than what they're currently standing on. In order to do so, they need the multiple kill multiplier on. I think that while
eight
this
kills
is possible,
is attainable.
It's so tough, though, when you look at GG and OUG already taking a lot of kills off the map. GG with Yang depletion, actually, if they're able to get past this, I think that there's a chance they could deny 5-2-1 and gatekeep them off of it. And so I think right now it's 5-2-1, praying that GG just die here in the realm.
I see 18 players left, and I see 8 kills needed. I see a dream of bi-weekly finals, and I see the potential. I really want them to do it. We're gonna see GG's CJS though going into the Monk ult here, as we have Wolves jumping into this third party as well. Looks like the Spirit Well is gonna be Draco Storm if 5-2-1 does manage to cap that, which it has not been their strong suit. but if they do manage to make something like that happen, oh my goodness, Wolves jumping, coming out of the zone into this third party with low HP. We're gonna see a huge grab, double grab, and the double slam for extra damage onto these players as the ult goes down. Yuma getting brought extremely low, forced to back out of this situation. NY7 now taking a lot of damage too. 1 minute and 4 seconds left on this Yang depletion. They really need these kills. Where is 521? They need to come capitalize on the third parties here. CJS gonna pop the bell, able to get out of that fight, but Wolves LJX is not gonna let up with the Syra ultimate on to CJS, and there we go. CJS is gonna get himself eliminated here, and that's 2 players left onto GG. They're both very low in HP right now, and Wolves is trying to capitalize on these eliminations.
Yep, TE just working forward, rolling through GG. Huge move for 521, another top competitor taken off the board. Wolves going to be the other front runner in terms of the kill count here, and that material advantage could bring them into play. That being said, ZK relatively low, losing half their armor, trying to find a place to heal back up. TE going to be sent towards them, chasing on after them. 521, looking for an angle, getting a drop on ALL. This could be enough. Alliance in trouble, caught out into the corner, trying to scale rush their way out of this one. I've been going to be staggered for the time being as the shadow closes in and the lava is right below them. This is a front fight as the Flamebringer is going to be dropped from above. Here they come. 521. Smell a chance at the finals. They want to make it there, but they need to come out of this fight alive. I've been losing half their health inside a storm. Needs to try to find a drop down. SS1 below them for the time being. Meanwhile, 521 are not alone. TE are behind them, looking for the chase down.
Oh my goodness, they got one of them. They are looking for the extra chase down. NY7 has become their next target. The F ability is going to get brought onto Peak. Peak going to try and go for this third party on Team TE, and it looks like Xiaonan is going to come away with the elimination. And now they're hyper aggressive. It looks like they grabbed, Hyben was able to grab that Soul Bloom away from the members of TE, and 521 backing off of this fight. They need some good placement. There are a total of 4 teams remaining. Wolves has 1 player left, SS1. They have the probability to do it, but they need a lot of eliminations. They need the first place finish. There's so many teams on high eliminations right now. 10 kills for OUG, 12 for GG, 10 for Wolves, 8 for SS1, 10 for TE, and 11 for 521. So many Monk grabs, so many eliminations. We're seeing 521 so close to victory. They need a total, they have 89 points right now, so they need 6.5 points. And there are 8 players left in the lobby as Wolves just gets LJX back up.
Bane's Breath fired off. 521. Prowling, looking for another kill here. Wolves still alive. Going to be a very dicey fight to take. SS1, they're trying to initiate upon ZK. Not a whole lot of opportunities left for 521 to be able to pick up those remaining 8 kills, though. ZK caught out, going to be hit by Bane's Breath, though, and that's blood in the water. 521 trying to hookshot their way over. ZK defensively popping ult to work as a zoning tool. Flamebreaker's going to be brought their way. The Zai just trying to run through the hills. We'll be able to get up to the high ground. I've been going to follow through, though. Has the pole sword available, though. Dicey situation. Zai gets away for the time being. Back trying to wait out this Bane's Breath.
Oh, they find LJX though, great armor on him, and this is not looking good. We do see the Syra ultimate is not yet available too. The burn tick on him is going to be heavy. We are going to see him try and go, but the armor swap is going to come through. The parry is also going to get invested, and the no ult zone popped by the other member, but they get the kill onto LJX, and now there is only 1 remaining member of Wolves as well. They've picked up another kill. They're at 90. They need 5.5 points. 521, you have got this. If there is any game that you have ever needed to succeed more in, it is this game right now. You need 3 more eliminations with a first place finish about. You need 5 more eliminations with the second place. You need every elimination and the third place, and you might still qualify. We'll see. We'll see. Oh,
that being said,
goodness.
opting not to go for a contest on the Spirit Well is interesting here. That could get a lot of value over to whatever team claims it. I think it is TE who are going to be the ones walking away with it ultimately, too.
We are going to see, I don't believe the Spirit Well has fully dropped yet. These players are going to start trying to play around there. SS1 have found Wolves ZK out, and if BBE, or if, sorry, 521 are able to find this elimination onto Wolf ZK, they are going to be in a very good spot. As we see, TE now is going to be going for that Spirit Well. As you did say, they have gotten that positioning perfectly right now. They're not going to want to contest that right now. 521 is going to be holding on the outside. ZK taking a lot of tick damage from the other side. Gets hit by a musket shot. Is going to be able to go for the full reset though. Ivan still trying to full pursuit this kill. And now TE is going to be full pursuit though. As long as they don't focus 521, they should be okay. If TE gets the eliminations on to SS1 instead, they go for Shuon. Shuon, the first person to be a target. And now Zuon is hit. Oh no, Ivan, please. Oh my goodness. They're safe.
Ultimate available.
They're safe. Ultimate is available. Alt zone has been depleted. We're going to see Youth is going to be able to get the elimination off onto SS1's Shuon. And now Wolves' ZK still kiting in the sky. This is going to come down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. 521 maybe feeling the pressure enough where they have to go for the initiation. They have all the information at their disposal right now. They're in the middle of the game. They're in the middle of a fight for their lives, going in blind. In terms of points, do they know if they've crossed the barrier already? Can they play back a little bit? Can they look for the victory? Or do they have to be the ones to engage? Do they have to deny this kill on the remaining Wolves player? Can they face off against the remaining players of SS1 and TE? 521 currently low ground, using those Flame Spitters to great effect. Jiaonan having to just heal up inside bush right now. TE for the most part in very confident position. Legendary armor on all of them versus 2 purples for 521. They are down on material now. Mystic Might, 75 seconds left on it. They could try to find the initiation here. Swan in trouble though. 521 want to try to give chase.
If they're able to get the kill into Zuon, but Youth steals it. Oh no, I don't think it's possible anymore. They're at 90.5. They need 5 more points to get in. There's 7 players remaining. There's only 4 kills left to get. If they get the first place finish, they're able to do it. But Pampy stuck outside the zone. He needs the ultimate from his zipping, but it's just not enough to heal him. Oh my goodness, it could be it here, ladies and gentlemen, for 521. The dreams are coming so close. Bell,
okay,
he's
Pampy.
full armor. He's full armor. He could make this happen, but he's getting juggled into the zone. He has that Mortal Defiance proc coming through. Stuck inside the zone. It is going to be a little bit difficult for him, though. Pampy is going to go down. Ivan going to try and make it happen. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, though. Oh, my goodness. This is so stressful. Ladies and gentlemen, Yin trying to go away. The Dragons Roar into it. 1 player remaining. And it's Ivan, ZK. ZK needs to die. ZK needs to die. Ivan needs to survive, and it looks like he won't. 3rd place.
Third place, but there it is, the end of it all. TE, the ones that will actually come out on top at the very end there, and congratulations to them. What a showing. I believe that they actually won a lobby earlier on in the game. Points out of it, but our protagonist of game number 6, 521, unable to get that last little bit of value that they needed to move on to the bi-weekly finals. But that being said, efforts not in vain. They created a great story. They showed their skills, and I'm sure they're going to be back for week number 4 with a vengeance. I want to see these standings to see how close they got, but if they can do that, where has that been the entire time that we've seen them playing? It has been very close to 521 always being at the bottom all the time. And now they're in this position where they were so close to qualifying and we were believing in them to do it, but it looks like unfortunately they're not going to be able to come away with very much. And we will see them in the next bi-weekly, but we will not be seeing them in the finals most likely. I don't think they passed it. They needed just like 1 or 2 more kills, and they needed the 2nd place finish at least. The 3rd place, it's getting a little tricky there. Like they weren't able to come away with it. Unfortunately, it was so sad. They were doing so well, but TE just too much of a strong powerhouse for them. Yeah, congratulations though to 521 for a great showing. It just wasn't quite enough, but there's always a chance at greater glory here in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. You know, the NBPL will give the opportunity in biweekly number 4 to right what was wrong here today, and maybe next time around, you know, they will not be fighting for survival, or rather for the very top of the card. But that is it for our 6 games, I believe. And Seb, honestly, could not be more happy with how it turned out. I love the fact that we had those middle of the pack fighters keeping it in relatively close striking distance to 12th place till the very end.
Yeah, it was really close to see. And you know OA definitely shaking in their boots a little bit right there, as they saw they were so close to getting eliminated out by 521 near the end. And you know, it was a really good match all the way down to the final buzzer, and they played it in perfect fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we see here, we got our top of the standings coming up very shortly. But honestly, if you want more of that action, make sure that you guys are dropping a follow here, not only on Twitch, but also all the NBPL socials. Also, if you guys have been watching for a little bit, I'm sure they've been collecting those prizes. Seb, you said you were rocking, of course, that new icon that is possible to get through extended watch time here on NBPL. But beyond that, really, this is such a great way to bring it to, I think, a close here in just a little bit. We've got an interview coming your way, and also beyond that, just a review of what a crazy Game 6 that was.
Yeah, it was one of the most wild Game 6s I think I've ever seen in my entire life. The fact that we almost saw 521 qualify in the fashion that they did, like, I've never thought that I would see something like that before, and it was just beautiful for me to be able to witness that. And I'm so happy. I'm a little heartbroken for them. It's bittersweet. It was a really well played day. And it was just a little bit upsetting to the fact that we didn't get to see that play out the way it did. And we're going to be seeing, look at that, 14 points in the game. They needed a few more, but 24.4 for TE. And we're going to see GG picking up that 3rd place with 13, Wolves with the 12.5, OUG with the 11, 9.5 for SS1, 4.5 for WBG, 4.5 for Alliance. ASC is going to pick up 3.5, JL with the 2.5, BBE with the 2, and DRG, the team that needed it the most. Guys, oh my goodness. The 0 on the day for DRG. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. And wow, so unfortunate for DRG. But wow, Youth, 11 eliminations, Peak with 1, Xiaonan with 5, 27,000 damage on the side of Youth with the F1 V2, 6 assists, 13 assists for Peak, 22,000 healing for him. Heal God at that point, doing the absolute most for his team, and they had such a great game coming through. We're going to take a look at those final standings. Look at that, 90.5. They were 5 points away. So unfortunate. 83.5 for DRG. They were close too, but 0 points in the last game. It was unfortunate to see.
Yeah, 2 days of 40+ points, looking quite good. 521, standout day, 52 points there. That's really rivaling top of the field. It's just that first day that was a disappointment for them to stack up for that bi-weekly finals. So we're going to have to see them again soon for another shot to make it to the playoff side of things. But here we go. These are the teams that are actually making it. OA keeping that slot barely, as we talked about, versus 521 there at number 12. They're on the bubble with Alliance ahead of them. YZG at the very top, but OUG, GG swapping spots there at the very end. There you see the climb in points, 73.1 points on the day for OUG. And I talked about consistency. That consistency traded off for an incredibly strong showing today. Great stuff from them to stay number 2.
It was very, very well done to keep up with the amount of pacing that they had. And looking at that, 163 was just impossible to beat out. And they've got the score of an average MVP game for their pre-post points. So going into the bi-weekly finals, they're going to be about a game ahead of everybody else. We're going to get to take a look at the highlights and see how DRG and 521 almost became qualified for the bi-weeklies. Brought to you by China Unicom.
Yep, once again, big start to things for GG. The double clap, double grab. I don't know, man. Maybe Count High is actually good.
When used in certain situations, definitely a very good hero. A fun hero. mind you, as well. This parry sequence as well, water savings you on there, beautiful. And the SS1 having a very strong, consistent day. Not winning very many games, but having a strong, consistent, good points day. And this is the run. We saw, this parry sequence too. Parry, parry, parry. Where's the next one? Where's the next parry? We see come through. Everybody had a parry in that fight sequence. And then 5-2-1 beat out GG. And almost had it, but TE said, not today. Pampy, you're going down. Yin, you're getting eliminated. And we're going to be the ones to come out on top. That Mystic Might doing so much work for them as well. And Pampy getting killed, Youth getting killed, and they went out in third. They would have gone out in second. They would have had just a little bit of a closer call. They didn't get those third-party eliminations. 3 more kills in a second place finish probably would have done it.
Absolutely.
No avail.
Yep, TE coming out at the end there. See him, a little bit of celebratory drink, as well as celebration for the MVP. Hey, this is what happens when you get 11 kills on the game or something like that. Here we go. It's gonna be Youth, and look at that damage share.
11 kills, 27,000 damage. Dragon-like Mike with those flying knives. Doesn't even need the Dragon-like, but he's got Focus Slide, Sap, Cyan Fang, and using most of it for the skills and ultimates. Just like your Kylan main, your resident Kylan main. That's going to be 4th time on the MVP board for him this Nbpl spring split. Wow, what a crazy day that we've had so far. TE pulling through with a beautiful win for the finisher there. And that is just, what a day. The sunlight is now shining. Everything is making so much sense now. It is just, I'm still sad about BBE, or about 5-2-1 and BBE, but you know, 5-2-1 actually had like a really genuine chance of coming close, and they.
Yeah, it's like we're sad on the day because 5-2-1 almost got there to the victory. We're sad just generally about BBE being in the situation that they're in for a 3rd bi-weekly in a row. I still am holding out hope that they're able to turn things around. I mean, Roy Hee, I think, is a player that very clearly has a very good sense of the game, and as long as he's operating a shot caller, he can play a bunch of different roles. It's just that right now he's not being enabled to the degree to which I believe he's able to. We have an interview coming on up though, so that'll be what closes us off on the day here in the Nbpl. Make sure you stick around.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，那一起先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 A 队的 NY7。
欢迎 Y7 来到我们的赛后采访 ，Welcome. And you know, first I have a question. I really want to know why you guys just fight out of the realm of young. 首先我有个问题，实在是刚才整一盘看的时间我都太好奇，太想知道了。那一波为什么会在回阳境外跟 DRG 动手啊？到底什么情况？
因为我们也想进回阳境跟他们打的，但是我不小心手滑点了一下鼠标 ，A 了一下他们，然后他们没进去，我们也没抢到。就只能在外面打了。
等会儿我再确定一下，你手滑打了一下他们，他们是继续去抢回阳境了呢，还是直接开始过来跟你们反打了呢？
他们继续去抢了，我们也抢了，但是没进去。
哎，两边还是就是矛盾一触即发，是不是 ？Okay, you know that we fight out of the realm of young. It's like an accident because we would like to enter to the realm of young and fight with them, but like I just did a little mistake and I just clicked the like right click and after that right button and after that we just fight with the RG. That's why we fight out of the realm of young. So to be honest, we really want to fight in the realm of young. Just beautiful mistake, I would like to say. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 也是一个小小的插曲之后呢，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, so we can see the question now is which hero did Aliens White 7 use in Game 6？ 这道题目呢是刚才南永琪自己用到了是什么英雄？哎，说到英雄啊 ，so let's talk about the hero, and we would like to say because we know your slogan is about fire, and I would like to know maybe you can share with us, and I would like to know why. 那我们讲到这个英雄的选择上面啊，我特别想知道南有七自己其实也是有个 slogan， 能不能给大家分享一下？我知道是跟火有关，能不能给我们讲讲为什么会选这个 slogan？
因为我们队的单排选手玩冰女很厉害，她是划破世界的冰，然后我们就全都因为关系比较融洽嘛，我们就全都跟她效仿，就改差不多的。
slogan 对不对 Okay, so you know we really have good relationship in the team. Like our solo game player Agile and us Trolls game player, we play together and really well. And you know that he good at the hero is Justina good. That's why his slogan is about the eyes. And because I'm which hero I think is the answer. And so that's why my slogan is about the fire. 那我觉得其实讲完了这个 slogan 的一个小小的分享之后啊，其实答案已经呼之欲出了。但是我们还是要给大家先进行一个倒计时，对不对 ？Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我们接下来就进行一个倒计时，好吗？英文的 3, 2, 1，来准备。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请我们的男友七给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢
？B。Yeah,
the correct answer is B. And congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last, I would like to know, because today is the last chance and last ticket, for this bi-weekly final. And I would like to know, when you're standing here and you saw our scoreboard now, so how you feeling for today's matches? 那最后呢，也想问一下，因为今天也是我们本周最后一个周决的门票了。其实此时此刻啊，今天来到我们这个赛后采访，看到了这个总积分，我特别想知道整个比赛下来，今天一个心境的变化是怎么样的？
就感觉今天打的也不是很好嘛，但幸好还是进了，还是赢了一口气吧。
虽然感觉你说这个话一下子有点泄气啊，但是还是要加油，对不对？我们还有希望，一定要在周决当中好好表现。Okay, so for me, I think just so for today, and really a lot of mistake in today's matches. But I would like to say we are so lucky that we can qualify for the bi-weekly, and we will work hard in the bi-weekly final. 那这个周决承载着全队3排的一个梦想，也承载着单排的一个梦想，对不对？给自己加个油，打个气，好不好？
加油！
加油 ！Cheer up！
放手一搏！
来，我们放手一搏 ，Just cheer up for aliens and thank you for today's interview and we will get back to our cast.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back one more time to close out the day. We've had 6 phenomenal games. We have now a set list of our qualified teams for the NBPL Biweekly 3 finals, which are going to be taking place this weekend. Don't miss our solos, which are going to be happening tomorrow. The day after that is going to be your trios for all of you trio lovers out there. Make sure you guys stick around for both of those and make sure you watch because the rewards are going to be amazing. Everybody get locked in for the rewards. That's why we're all here. Jokes, obviously. The gameplay, phenomenal. We're loving to watch the gameplay going on. But the rewards are still pretty cool.
You and your icons, you and your material. You can be like me, unable to play the game because my computer is dumb, and therefore I'm here for the action. Very, very honored to be alongside you, Seb, for over 6 incredible games.
It was an honor to cast alongside you, and to the future of us casting together. It's going to be a very great time.
Absolutely looking forward to it, but unfortunately that brings us to about an end for the day. No, we're casting for games at least, but I gotta say, overall, this has been a fantastic showing from multiple teams. And like I said, what I was looking for out of some of these guys was not necessarily a miracle run where all of a sudden they're in finals or something like that. It was a matter of making statements, showing strengths. And I think that basically every team, maybe with a few exceptions that, I'm gonna stop naming, really were able to get highlights within each of these games. And that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, the one last thing I wanted to talk about was just, wow, DRG really choked the easy 10 eliminations. They needed 10 kills and they could have done it, and they've been performing so well for the rest of the day, and they fell just short, as well as 5-2-1 falling short. WBG, very, very underwhelming performance today as well, and it was really unfortunate to see. WZ only had a 9.5 on day 2. That's really unfortunate to see. OA going to be our 12th place qualifier, Alliance going to be in 11th, SR in 10th, SS1 in 9th, FBX in 8th, ASE in 7th. We're going to be taking a look at the top of this scoreboard in just a second here. We're going to get to see who exactly is going to be reigning champion, and that's going to be YZG, followed by OUG in second, GG in third, TE in fourth, JL in fifth, and Wolves from 12th place climbing all the way up into the 6th position today.
I know.
Very good performance. Wolves is a team that loves to linger, and they performed very well.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy how solid the showing from Wolves was in terms of aggression and coordination over the course of the games today. I would say that they probably were the ones who most impacted my opinion and view of them going deeper on into the season, as well as for the jump into the bi-weekly finals. Here you go. Those are the 12 teams that did it.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. YZG, OUG, GG, TE, JL, Wolves, ASE, FPX, SS1, SR, Alliance, and OA. These are the teams that you will get to catch competing in up to eight, I should say. Minimum of 3, minimum of 4, up to 8 games coming in with the match point threshold like we've seen. This is tomorrow's schedule, so this is solos. Do not be alarmed. It's not 24 points for trios. That would be absolutely insane. We'd have match point finished after 1 game. But, ladies and gentlemen, that was just a crazy day. Just an absolute crazy day. I never thought I would see 5-2-1 hit an MVP and then almost qualify off the back of being in 17th place overall after day number 1. So coming into that, they've made me proud with their climb up. They just fell short, but if they keep that same energy coming into bi-weekly 4, they're going to be able to do it. DRG as well. They needed to qualify for that, man. That was a tough one to watch for DRG. And taking a look here, this is going to be our group overview for bi-weekly number 4. Group A is going to be YZG, GG, JL, SS1, WBG, and BBE. Group B is going to have OUG, OA, ASE, Wolves, DRG, and WZ. TE, SR, FPX, Alliance, Bauda, and 521 are going to be taking Group C. For bi-weekly number 4, BBE is going to be with YZG for every single one of the days they play. That is going to be very tough for them to, we'll see what happens. But
I'm excited for the 3v3. It's happening. BBE, you're about to absolutely cook YZG.
Yeah.
You heard it here. Yeah. Come back to this. Clip it. Come back to this. I'm calling it. Within the year.
Let's put a little friendly wager on it. If BBE wins against YZG in the Realm of Yang in the next bi-weekly, I will shave my head.
What do you want from me in response?
A gifted sub.
A gifted sub. Yeah, I can do that. 100%.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, the transaction has been made. Handshake deal coming through, ladies and gentlemen.
From across the camera. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my goodness. But I honestly, I really hope that they don't win now, but if they do, it would make history, and it would be insane to see that happen.
Yeah, I would love to be able to see the turnarounds. We've seen a few. I don't think I had anything at that level of extremity, but at the same time, we aren't even asking BBE to win a game or qualify for a finals. What we're looking for is just them to lock on in for one single duel. I think that's possible, but in order to check out that action and everything that's coming down the pipeline, make sure that you guys drop that follow. We are shipping out for the day, but like I said, we're about to enter into a weekend of bi-weekly finals, and we hope to see everybody there.
Take care, guys.
就是现在。